Good.
Good. So you guys are a bunch of like League experts.
Exports. Warning, guys. There's going to be a lot of like in this video.
That's awesome, man.
All right.
Can we? And we're talking a little bit today about like League positivity and toxicity.
There's the first one. First of many.
Is that right?
Yep.
Do you guys want to talk about something else?
Hey, it's your show, or your stream.
Yeah, but I never figure out what we talk about. It's usually the guests who determine.
I'm gonna get so fucking triggered by these guys.
The first thing I'll ask people is like,
Not bringing anything to
wanna
the
talk
table, but
I see. So you gave us a topic, then we don't actually have to talk about the topic.
not if y'all don't want to. I mean, I think that's why we assembled this particular group of people. But ultimately, if you guys, so y'all are the experts, right? So you guys know what our community needs and what you guys need, and if y'all want to talk about something else, that's
we're
cool.
soon to find out that they have no idea. But
I mean, if something comes up.
Yeah, whatever happens, happens.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Buddy.
I'm about to be real
I can
toxic
get
about
behind
these
that.
guys.
Can we start with introductions?
Ironically, so.
Should I go first? I'll go first.
Don't be shy, guys.
Go for it.
So I'm Olive Kanoja, also known as Dr. K. I've played League of Legends a handful of times. I don't even remember which champion I played, but it's one that can root things and is a support. And it's a fun game. Maybe I'll play a little bit more.
That was great. I'll go. My name's Danny Lee, or Shifter. Do League, just play pro. Yeah, not just stream comfortably now.
Why is everything on YouTube so fucking quiet?
My name's Jordat, or Boy. Like Danny, I used to play pro too. We used to play against each other, with each other, and yeah, I just been streaming for a while now too. Mainly League.
These guys are nice,
my
yeah,
name's,
but
Chris,
niceness
or
doesn't
Sanchez.
fix anything.
I just play League for fun, just stream. Never played professionally, but I do get pretty up there in the ELO with just playing one champion. So
Which champion
my
do you
name's
play?
Kurt. Oh,
Oh,
sorry.
sorry, Kurt.
Oh, you're good. You're good. I play Singe.
I don't
Hey,
know
you
what that
bust out
means.
the NASA sometimes too.
Hi, Gary Rubit, Arc 255. What's up, dude? 안녕하세요.
No, I
My
realized.
bad.
Nah, it wasn't your fault. Someone else threw, man. It's all good.
It was Hacker Room, but
Yeah.
I don't want to mention names.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
familiars.
sorry, go ahead, dude.
Okay, sorry. My name's Kareem. Sanchovies. I never played pro, but I've been streaming League for about 2 years now.
Oh wait, I had the familiars out, I think, but I think they ran out.
You know
Oh, there
what
we
this
go.
sounded like?
What?
You know, like when you go to like those sharing circles when they talk about like addiction, and they give
Like the alcoholic. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like my name is Danny Lee.
Yeah.
I'm 27 and I play League of Legends.
Dr. K, save us.
You're damn right. You guys see how you fell right into that trap? I was like, we can talk about whatever you want to, and it's like a share circle at the beginning of an AA meeting. My name is. You said it's Chris or Searches?
Yeah, so Searches is actually my name backwards. So Chris E with a Z, but that's all people call me, so I just stuck with it. Searches.
Yeah, so Searches is like I'm a Singe spammer.
Pretty much, yeah. The only champion I know to play.
Yeah, so you guys, so let me just kind of dive right in. And Danny, that was hilarious, man. So you guys mentioned earlier that you know, Search has kind of apologized for losing a game, right? And then Boy
Yep.
Boy was like, no, man, it's not your fault. It's that other fucking noob's fault. Right? So we get to the beginning of League, which is like, what's it like when you blame a teammate? Like, why does that happen? Like, what do y'all think about that?
Am I streaming with a bunch of people? No, we're
I
just
think
watching a
it's
stream, watching a
pretty
YouTube video.
natural reaction for people to look for other reasons outside of themselves, whether it's true or not.
Why do you guys think people blame other people in video games and stuff?
To like, you know, put a lot of the responsibility, or a lot of times it turns out the blame, and it happens a lot in League, right?
In GMS we have,
You know, someone might have someone
Totem.
might be playing well all game.
Totem
They
gives
might not
more
even make a
spawn,
mistake, but someone might just
and with more spawn, smaller map is better. And Lyman doesn't have or Limina for us doesn't have nice maps or nice layout. In my opinion, I've tried a few other maps and they don't seem. Lyman layouts all seem like fucking horrible.
Something might go wrong and they might think it's their fault, and then they'll just start like typing, flaming them. They'll get mad and they'll just like go off on them and all, on that kind of stuff. And I mean, there's so many different situations and contexts where that kind of happens. But I
Doing
think
great,
it's
Mr. Kosoria. How you doing?
super meta, at least in the league community, to just kind of look for reasons to like tier other people, especially on your team, down. Or
Tier
like
them-
find someone
wait,
to, like,
tier them
be a
down?
Scapegoat or blame. For
Don't
whatever
tier your
happened.
teammates down.
I feel like that's kind of like been around since, like, you know, I mean, it's just like a gaming thing, but it's definitely gotten worse over time in the league community, I think, as well.
What do y'all think about that?
Finally found a good Maple streamer to follow. Wait, who?
Sorry.
You better be talking about me, motherfucker.
Okay, I think personally, shifting blame is like one of the easier ways to, like, I don't know, it's just something that a lot of people do, and I notice it a lot, and I think unless you're at the highest of the highest levels of play, nobody ever plays perfectly, and it is like, from my experience, one of the, like, the worst things that you can do to stop yourself from improving, because I think, like,
It's the best thing
looking
you
at
can do
what
to
others
stop
did
yourself from
wrong,
improving.
you should look at what you did wrong in that certain situation, but it's very hard to do in, like, in the moment, because, like, something.
So I guess these guys have never heard of, like, I think it's called fundamental attribution bias. I'm not 100% sure if that's what it's called in English, because I learned it as, like, in Dutch. But basically what that says is whenever anything goes wrong, people are more likely to look for sources of why it went wrong outside of their person and why that negatively affected what they were doing. And when something goes right, you're more likely to draw the successes from things that you did and draw the success to yourself because you did it personally. I thought this was like a very normal, common thing, but apparently these guys have never heard of that before, and they're like trying to. I think they're trying to describe it without knowing that it's a thing. So they're like getting close to it, I
You just
guess.
went wrong. The game is potentially lost. You have 20 minutes of pain ahead of you, playing a game that probably just got lost, and like, despite that, you still have to look at what you did wrong.
For blame avoidance and
So I
naturally
think
being
that's just
easier to
difficult
see
to
others'
do in
flaws than
that
your own.
environment, especially when everybody else is.
Well, it's not easier to see others'
already
flaws than
doing
your own, but it's easier to
Makes it hard to do.
make it someone else's fault of what happened. People who blame someone else
Well,
still see
your
their own flaws, but they
ego gets in the
decide
way.
not to
And
to acknowledge
that's something
them
that you have to really,
because you never want to be the
like,
source
be
of
real with yourself
of shit.
about.
You want something else to
Especially
be
if
because it's
you'll
easier
find
to
that
write something
It's
else
much
off.
easier to blame.
But this comes from the flawed idea that a lot of people have, and this is what I tried to discuss as well when we went through the whole Zong situation with the botting and everything. A lot of people have this very binary view of people where it's like, well, either people do good things and then they're good people, or they do bad things and then they're bad people. A lot of people can't reconcile that a good person could do a bad thing or that a bad person can do a good thing, and it's kind of the whole problem. Because this led to, whenever the thing happened with Zong, was like a lot of people were like, oh, this guy's a piece of shit, he's been doing it all along, he's a giant hypocrite, we should completely cancel him, fuck him. Or there were a lot of other people who were like, I still like this guy, I think he's a good person, therefore whatever he did is now also a good thing, botting is not that big of a deal. And both of those responses are like equally silly, right? But that seems to be the major way that any of those things seem to get handled by the public in general. Mr. Gozori, thank you for dropping a the Prime Gaming sub renewed on the channel. Thank you very much. I appreciate your support. Congrats on your extra chromosome, your badge, and your beautiful emotes. I like when people are like, okay, let's see what I could do better. Okay, so what I could do is I could queue at a different time so I can match up with different people. I could turn off my chat and not listen to people. Like sometimes people are like, they're going in the right direction with like, what could I do? But then everything that quote unquote they could do is like at the expense of other people. Every job eats at about 1 billion. The KMS reboot became a patch, and Riemann became the final hunting ground. Riemann? Oh, yeah. What is it? Riemann? Is that what it's called? What is the new area called? What did you say, computer Billy? I think fundamental attribution error is a bit different when you see somebody making a mistake and think, oh fuck, why does it keep scrolling up? They mistaken think they're a bad player, but if you make a mistake, add reasons like you just miscalculated. Yeah, so the other way that that's applied, how I learned it in school, the other way that that's applied is because you assume that when something goes wrong with you, you know all the reasons why it went wrong. So it's easier for you to say like, well, it went wrong because of something that was beyond my control, and therefore it's not my fault. Whereas if you see something else going wrong, you can't see the reasons why their stuff went wrong. So your mind immediately goes to, well, the only thing that I saw go wrong was them doing something bad, so it must be their fault, like, right? So you attribute like the bad thing to someone else's doing and the good things to your doing. It kind of has that. It works out that way too. Like that's like the flip side, and I think that also falls under the fundamental attribution bias. I think, or it could be something that springs forward from that, but I see it as being heavily linked in the conclusion, right? She mentions also patch soon. Riemann will be the final hunting ground. Yeah, we are 5 months behind KMS. So in 5 months, in winter, we will have Awake patch. So we have to wait a long time for the new KMS things. Scriptures Tyler 1. Tyler 1 it's difficult. It's kind of problematic, but on the one hand, you need like every sport, every thing, every game, everyone needs like its bad boy so that like the shitters can go there when they need to shit. And also so that there's just someone that everyone loves to hate, so that the general negativity doesn't go towards each other, but just goes towards like a common enemy, like like somebody who's like just doing that thing. I don't know. Like I like Tyler One as a streamer. I think he's like entertaining to watch, but there's probably also a bunch of toxicity and negativity that comes from having a stream like that and being that type of person, which I wouldn't necessarily want in my stream. But I don't think that's necessarily without a purpose in a community, because as long as it's kind of centered in one place, and you know that if you go there, you're going to be treated a certain way, and people treat each other a certain way, as long as you know that going in there, I think that's not necessarily a bad thing. Because sometimes you just want to like shit talk people and not have it be like a permanent blemish, like a blemish on your permanent record. Because if you know that everyone's just is kind of like just shit talking everyone and nobody really means any of it and nobody takes anything of that home at the end of the day, and you just feel like being a toxic piece of shit, you can go there and do that, and you don't have to like feel bad that you may have like offended someone, because everyone's going there with the intent to just like shoot the shit, and nobody really takes anything home with them. Right? So I don't see his chat or like his community as being really toxic or anything. Like they have elements of toxicity for sure, but in the end, I feel like there's still. But there are a lot of like kind of gamer bros, right? So that's just how guys online kind of are, and hopefully, you know, and like hopefully them having that place to do that helps them kind of like get that frustration out. I hope that it doesn't lead to them staying like that for longer, though. That's kind of the one downside that you could have, is if you keep approaching everything on a super base level, you never engage in any kind of serious topics whatsoever, you can create this kind of echo chamber where everyone's constantly just shitting all over each other and just like, oh, it's just a joke, how can you take so seriously? And then you end up never taking anything seriously, and you end up kind of living parallel to real life and not really in real life. That's like one of the problems that could come from a community like that. But I think that's why it's probably good that he doesn't stream on weekends, because in weekends they'll have to find someone else to watch, and maybe actually like leave their house, do some stuff in the real world, and that can help them hopefully not not get rusted into too much, and make sure that it's just a phase that they can grow out of, you know. Because that's kind of the problem when you get stuck with the entertainment value of not taking shit too seriously and like being kind of aloof and just like, you know, running it down mid. But if you keep running it down mid in real life, or like all day, every day, and you never take anything seriously, you end up, in your like mid 30s, and you don't even know how your electoral system works, and it's kind of like, yikes. You're supposed to be like making decisions for yourself and the people around you, and trying to make the world, not a worse place. But you haven't even been living in the world, right? That's why some kind of balance. That's why I try to. That's why I try to talk to you guys, or with everyone I do the progression sessions with as well, about balance between stuff, right? It's not that one thing is super bad or one thing is super good. It's always about the balance between the things. And as long as you are aware that you need a healthy balance between these things, it's not just, a lot of these things are in real life. And I guess that's my real problem with gaming culture as a whole, is that a lot of things is, the basis seems to be a lot of times, it's just a game. And I'm so allergic to that shit. Because where do you think games exist? Where do you think the people in the games exist? Where do you think you exist while they're playing the game? Like, you're still in the real world. Like, it's not just a game. Like, do you think from playing video games every day, like for 4 hours a day, you don't develop any kind of skills? You don't have anything you can build on? You don't, like, it's completely separate, or somehow it's like you're entering another dimension and nothing carries over from one side to the other? It's such a silly argument. Do 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 do. But I think that's what we'll notice, I think, also in this chat, is that a lot of it is very, very surface level. And these guys have been playing this game for like a decade and streaming it all day, every day. And they're invited for this conversation. And what I feel, after having seen most of this already, is that they have never thought any of this shit through. They're just giving the first thing that comes to mind. They haven't thought about the topic at all. They haven't had internal discussions about this. They haven't thought through the arguments yet that they could, through the questions that they could be getting. It's just a bunch of I don't know, and then I would expect someone who's like so much into that community and who's in it every day, all day, to be wanting to, because that's why you guys were just like, oh, these are nice guys. Sure, they can be nice guys, but to an extent, if you're not part of the solution, you kind of part of the problem. It's a little extreme to put it that way, but if you're not actively trying to at least turn the rudder a little bit, and you're just going along with everything and like, oh, I don't know, but kind of complaining but not trying to work on stuff, then you're not really helping. You could be as nice as you want to be, but it doesn't change anything, right? That's kind of the problem, I guess.
Others.
And you see that with other communities and MapleStory and stuff as well.
You guys think that's specific to League?
No, I think real life, other games, it's the same, in my opinion.
Yeah, so why do we do that? So it's like kind of like there's something actually really cool about this, is that you guys are talking about something and I can't tell that you guys are talking about me. There's ego involved. You look for other reasons besides yourself for the failures that you face. Right? Which is like, this is crazy. I never connected these dots until now, but I wonder if people can transform their lives by understanding themselves in League. Because if you guys are saying it applies outside of League, like, interesting, right? So I've known plenty of people who are happy to blame their parents, their siblings, their teachers.
So they just started community complaining about the issues that happen and never find a solution.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Well, one thing that will also come up is
So
that the main thing is they just blame Riot
Go for it,
or just blame League, and then that's where it stops. It's like, oh, League has to fix it, and then that where it stops. That's where the whole conversation stops, and it's so sad. Like, there's so much more you can do. There's so many more layers. There's so much more influence that you have.
One way, or they tunnel it and they get to think about it different ways, or
So
yeah,
unfortunate.
they're just so tunneled on it, and these same guys just like wake up and get mad.
Wait, have I not
They
used these
probably
coupons
kinda
at
fall
all?
into the same routine, but they don't really try to actively switch it up. So I feel like
Wait, what? I
it's
have
hard to
93
say,
new
but
minutes, but
it's
these...
really easy to fall into, doing the same thing every day.
Huh?
Yep.
Did I not use them at all?
Yeah, so how does one... So you
You
guys
must
used a
have.
couple of terms, which I think it's important to kind of explore. One is ego, and the other is losing perspective. So what would you guys say, like, what is... When Kareem says ego, what do y'all think he means?
Ego, you just don't want to be seen as like weak or worse than other people.
You don't want to be seen as weak.
It's just
or
really
worse
easy
than
to say
other
like,
people.
oh, Riot is
guys-
doing Riot is doing bad things, and then look,
So-
because I mean they're talking right now about how it's easier to like blame other things, right? They're seeing how that's a thing where it's easier to just blame other things rather than to take responsibility and keep your perspective, all of that. And then the major thing that comes up is like, oh, it's Riot's fault. It's like, oh wait, I thought we were talking about how we weren't gonna just default to just blaming something else, and then right? It's like, oh, you get dealt this shit hand in life. Oh, it's like, oh, it's society's fault, or it's my genetics fault. It's like, oh, okay, cool. Well, I guess that's done now. Let's just lead a shitty life for the rest of our lives. Sensei, a vicious shot a must for a marksman. For your burst, yeah. Later in the game, it becomes a very heavy must. It allows you to go over 100% crit rate, and then turns a lot of your crit rate into critical damage. And the higher level it goes, it gets the same cooldown and the same duration, but the higher percentage of critical rate gets turned into critical damage. So it becomes a better it just becomes a way better buff, but it's only used in burst in bossing. So don't invest in it too quickly. But among all of your, like, once you're pretty much done with split shot, then it's a really good skill to start leveling. Yeah. Did you take their new DS 4th Hurricane? It's like a key down skill, I guess. Hurricane skill typically, at least when I see or hear the term hurricane skill, it's usually something that doesn't really have a cooldown that you can use all the time. So I usually refer to those as key down skills, like something that you have to hold down to do continuous damage for a little bit, and then it goes on cooldown after that. I don't know if other people make the same distinction, though. That could be something that we could talk about, I guess. Players don't get punished, so people get frustrated? Yeah, so why do these people do this? That question has never been asked by any of these people. Just even trying to consider that. Never considered. It's just like, oh, Riot needs to fix that. Okay, well, I did my part, guys. I said Riot needs to fix it. Brave hot take, so now it's out of my hands. Many times in mid-game, I'm mid-game, no one has said a word, and the jungle snaps. So, maybe the jungle snaps because no one has said a word yet. So next time, you could try to establish some kind of rapport with players before the game even starts to see if you can build up some goodwill that you can sink into in case something goes wrong. And then you have a little bit of a buffer, right? That's what I talked to you guys about when I moved into my new house. So in my old house, for the people who don't know, I had this schizophrenic, druggy upstairs neighbor who tried to kill my neighbor one time, my roommate one time when he was home alone, and who kicked me really hard in the knee one time because he thought we were making a lot of noise, which we weren't, and because he thought we were constantly yelling his name, which we didn't know. And it just had like some kind of paranoid attacks. And he took that out on us because he was just mentally disturbed. Now, the thing you can do, how is it drawing an analogy to this? Oh yeah, so in order to not have anything like that happen again, what I did as soon as I moved into my new place here, the first thing I did was contact all of my neighbors, contact all of them, make sure they all had my phone number, make sure I had their phone number, make sure that we got to know each other a little bit, give me like a little bit of an introduction, so that you build up some kind of rapport, you build up some kind of goodwill from the get-go. And then in case there is anything, there's too much sound, or someone just does something that another neighbor is unhappy with, you can immediately contact each other. You can make that line. You build up like a positive, right? You start with a positive instead of starting with a neutral. What happens if you start with a neutral situation with your neighbors, for example, and there's a problem, you immediately go into the negative. And then you have to start trying to make up a negative, which is very hard. because even if you do it, you're not going to get the benefit of the doubt anymore. Whereas if you build up with a positive, you're going to get the benefit of the doubt. And it's easy when it dips from a positive into slightly negative or into a neutral, you can regain that because you have the benefit of the doubt. So these are one of the things that you can do in real life that you can also do in the game. Is if you start by building up a rapport, you can immediately see from the beginning. If you start up by trying to build up a rapport and the person's already toxic in champion select, then you can know that this person is then you can go from there. Well, what's happening here? Well, the person probably already had a few shit games, or they just have a shit life, or they are having a shit day, and they're taking it out on the people around them, which are the people who are online because they only play online because they don't play with real people. Because maybe bad at social skills, maybe that frustrates them and they work it out on people. There's a bunch of things that could go from there. But it starts with trying to come up with solutions and trying new things rather than just saying Riot has to fix it, right? Because that doesn't fix anything in your day-to-day. Now you've basically done what everyone here is agreeing is a bad thing, is you're just putting the problem onto something else instead of trying to solve it, and that doesn't work, right? Yeah, because if they're already mad and then you get mad at them being mad, it's already lost. It's hopefully lost at that point. There's no recuperating at that point, right? Because everyone's just yelling at each other. Everyone's mad, right?
Problem I counter a lot in League is that people will automatically they really don't like to get blamed on, I guess. Geez, how do I word this? Yeah, can you give after me on this?
Sure.
Point, I just can't word it.
Can anybody help Danny out?
What was he talking about?
Wait, what you said they don't like to get blamed on?
Yeah, they hate being the victim. They hate feeling weak or bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I feel like it's kind of like
Here come the likes.
I guess one just immediate way to put it is it's like you have two junglers and they're fighting over this finite resource, which is scuttle crabs, and usually two spawn, one on each side of the map, and one jungler can go for one, the other can go for another, or they can contest the same one. And a lot of times, especially since it was introduced, you'll have a lot of junglers mental boom because they want to go for one, and then whatever the situation is, whether they don't have priority in lanes, they can't get help from their team, or they have worse early game champions on their team, they'll over force it, or if they don't get it or whatever, they'll just be all right, we lost, the game's over, when it's literally it's worth 100 gold, a bit of exp. It doesn't really matter that much in the grand scheme of a whole League of Legends game. But I've had people literally leave the game at 3 minutes in so many times because they didn't get scuttle crab or whatever, or they felt someone screwed them over. And it's just kind of that's a microcosm of what happens all the time in League, which is yeah, if you feel you're the thing that you
Drinking game. Take a shot every time he says
cared about the most, or your personal strength, or your ability to carry, or be the hero, or whatever objective that you had in mind, or if that gets derailed because of someone else, or because you think it is, or you just want to blame someone else, it kind of just breeds kind of a negative outbursts and some toxic
Wombo combo
and stuff like that. And I mean, I've seen it a lot over the years, and
So I couldn't follow anything he said. I wasn't even counting the likes, and that wasn't distracting me. But I think everything he just said could be summed up, I think, in 2 sentences. If you take all the likes and the and I don't know and I guess out of there, I feel like there's a message that can definitely be deciphered, but it's hidden behind just layers of likes that I can't follow what he's saying. There's so much fluff.
Different forms and stuff like that. But yeah, people definitely don't want to.
If you drink a shot of water every time, you still got water poisoning.
They can't be they want it to be a single player game where
Jesus. Can I rewind? Can we rewind that? Can we transcribe this sentence? Can anyone just transcribe this sentence?
there it's
All right, get your pen and paper, get your word pad out, okay? Just this one sentence. I want to just this one sentence, okay? Anyone? Okay, does anyone have their WordPad out? This is the one for the ages. What did he do? Did he 22 it? Oh, nice. But these people are like, English is their first language, isn't it? I was gonna say that ESL, but that's when it's your second language. FSL? EFL? Is that a thing? Are people EFL? Right, here we go, guys.
They can't like be like they want it to be like a single player game where like it's like their story and stuff like that. And if anything happens and they can find a reason that like it wasn't that stopped them from doing that in the way they wanted, like they'll just like, you know, go off on people. And I don't know, obviously it's a little different in each situation, but I feel like I see that quite often.
At least he doesn't pronounce the T in often, though. Bonus, I give you that one, Voyboy.
Points from his example.
I think people just don't like to admit their mistakes, so they'll.
Yeah, it's not a lack of vocabulary. What it is a complete lack of having wrestled with the topic before and not really knowing what to say and kind of in the moment trying to find your thoughts and not really beforehand having thought about this before. This is about having played League of Legends for 10 years, it being one of the main problems within the community, and being on a panel about how can we deal with this, and not having written anything up, not having thought through the conversation at all, not having written down any arguments whatsoever, and not knowing what to say in the moment. This is a complete and utter lack of being prepared for this conversation. That's what it is. And therefore you're getting nervous because you don't know what to say. You don't know where you're going with your sentence when you're starting it because you haven't written anything down. That's what it is. You're like on Dr. K's talking about a special topic that should be something you've explored in the last 10 years, but that's what it is. It's not necessarily an echo for vernacular or vocabulary.
You know, it's not.
What is the Urda mobbing skill? Urda shower.
To, like, follow up
it's an AoE that reduces
do.
cooldown
Because
as you
you
hit
end
more
up
monsters with
losing
it,
more, like,
and everyone can use it.
sometimes, you know, I'm top lane and my jungler wants to gank, like.
He's trying to avoid awkward silence. Yeah, by filling it up with more awkward likes. There's another guy who talks a little bit later. I think it's the dude on the top middle, I think. And he's talking a bit later, and he's just like now I'm starting to do it. He's talking more quietly, more controlled. He lets silences fall every now and then. He has to collect his thoughts every now and then. Like, that's fine. You're talking about a more complex issue. You don't have to say a word every half a second for it to be relevant or for you to not get talked over. Like, no one's gonna jump in and take away your microphone or anything, right? There's room there. But in general, if you're having these kind of conversations, I think it's important to, especially if you're being called on as, you know, people in the community, as being an expert, as being someone who has a voice and has to be heard on this and can give good input for a therapist so he can use it for his programs and everything. Do some preparation, like write some stuff down. Have a chat with your community beforehand. I don't know, like make a Reddit thread and just take things from the Reddit thread. Like, there's so many things you can do with very minimal input that you have at least some argument, some things to go off of. Or you can be there and have absolutely don't know what to say at all and just be there liking, you know? It gets worse later, by the way. Yeah.
Tower dive, and if I commit to it, I know I'm gonna die also.
Oh, these people are super
so
ADD?
It's better to just let him die than have me die. And at that,
They seem pretty
point, the
they
jungler
seem
gets
pretty
really mad, saying, "Oh, how
stable,
come
but I
didn't
guess you
commit
can't
with me?
know by
You suck," and then he starts blaming me for losing the game, and then it's the whole game. He just types things like, "Oh, you suck. This guy, top gap, everything." And it's just
Top
I
what?
don't know what to do. They say like top gap, like there's a top difference, like the other player's better than you.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
top gap. Oh, that's top diff. Isn't that
I
what
got something
T1 always
kind of
does?
bizarre.
Like
So
jungle
what
diff,
if
he
I
gets
told you
gets
so
hard
we're
carried.
talking about
Jungle diff.
basically like this principle in League, where
Then it's just funny,
something
dude.
relatively minor goes wrong, right? Like, well, let's say he dives the top tower and he dies and you don't die with him.
Urda shower.
And what he wanted
There
more
we
than
go.
anything else is you to die with him, because now that you haven't died with him, we're gonna lose.
A
the
little
game.
diffy into jiffy.
Which is a fucked up logic in its own way. But and then Voyboy was kind of talking about scuttle, which is like, you know, you lose your scuttle and you really wanted that scuttle, like that was supposed to be your scuttle, and it's not your scuttle now. And then you like kind of throw in the towel, right? What if I told you guys that that's not restricted to League? What if I were to say that I think half the problem with the people...
See, so that's what I'm doing with you guys, right? That's what I've always been doing, is like seeing what are your expectations going into the game. When I do my sessions, is like, what are people expecting to get out of the game? What are you aiming towards? And I think that's one of the main thing why I do the thing that I do in the way that I do it with the stream, is because I feel like a lot of people have somewhat warped, quote unquote, maybe bad, unrealistic expectations of what they can achieve in the game and how quickly they can achieve it, especially because of content creators and streamers you watch, because these people have these amazing things and they do so much damage and they're training at the high levels and they're clearing these super strong bosses. You're like, I want to do that. Like, that looks so cool. Okay, so what do I have to do to like rush through and get to that point? And then pretty quickly you'll find out is that it's maybe it's impossible for you to even ever get there because you just don't have enough time. Maybe you're going to destroy the little bit of enjoyment you could have in the game by rushing and passing past all of the points that could be fun for you, and therefore by having all the fun sucked out of it, there's no fun left and you can't reach it, right? There's so many things that go into, if you're super goal oriented in what you're trying to achieve, a lot of the time, like they say, life happens when you're making plans for it, or while you're planning it, whatever the fuck people say, right? It's kind of like that with playing Maple as well. Like, a lot of the things that could be very fun for you, that you could be enjoying, you might end up not even experiencing them or just passing by them because you're trying to get to the next thing. And you're always chasing that next thing. And that's why sometimes I want people to like stick, basically what they're talking about, take a step back, get some reference, and then look at what are they doing, what are they trying to achieve, what are they, oh, that's a chat. Where are they, where are you trying to go? Like, what is your goal here? Are you trying to have fun? Are you trying to have, like, what is fun for you? Okay, so how can we get there? How can we get little baby steps of fun on the way there? How can we make it sure that you get there? Because just having the goal in mind is not always enough, right? Sometimes you need incremental rewards. And this is the kind of things you learn in life when you're studying and stuff. Some people, they can only study if they have the promise of a 20-minute League of Legends break, right? If they can play a game. If you study for an hour and a half, then you can play one game of League or something. And otherwise, they need that carrot on the stick. Otherwise, you can't do it. But you learn this about yourself. Some people need absolute silence, and then they can do it. Some people need super fucking obnoxiously loud music. But you kind of learn what works for you as a person. And in chasing too much things that are meta or things that other people do, I feel like a lot of time people lose out on exploring what is that thing that works for you. Because the sooner you figure out, like, how do things work for me and what can I build off of, the sooner you'll be successful in your life. And too much... Like, you got to start somewhere, so you do start with chasing things that other people are doing because other people are successful with it, so it might work for you. But after a while, you'll figure out that what works for some people just doesn't work for you. Maybe people are just people are like, oh, you got to just get up super early, get 6 hours of sleep, and then, get your 3 egg yolks shaken, and then you just go work out, do cardio for 2 hours, and then you're good for the rest of the day. And other people are like, well, I have chronic back issues. Like, I can't do any of that. That's like an extreme example, but for a lot of things, some things will just work for you and some things just won't. And it's all about finding out what does. And if you keep just going by whatever is the brain game, the meta, whatever is the thing that everyone is saying, you might slow down. A very good example is that when familiars came out, people were like, oh, where can I get good familiars? Well, where have you looked so far? I was like, well, nowhere. I just want to know where they are. It's like, well, if everyone just waits around for other people to figure out where the good ones are, like, isn't the point of the game supposed to be that you, like, figure things out? Like, if you're just constantly standing by the sidelines waiting for other people to figure out so you can jump in and do it as well, until someone says, like, oh, this area is actually way better, and then, then we're all going over there, and then, oh, this thing is actually even better. Oh, now we're all going over there. And in the meantime, there's, like, 3 people who are actually figuring this stuff out by themselves. And they're like in a map that no one has ever heard of, and they're getting thousands of familiars, and Like it's kind of possible with how MapleStory is. It'd probably be glitch abuse at this point though, but that there is a monster somewhere that still drops epic and unique cards, and it drops them at a reasonable rate as well, and that a few people are actually farming on those, or just one person, because they're out there and just trying out stuff and they actually find these things. Like personally, I don't care enough about that, but if you care enough about min-maxing that stuff, you kind of owe it to yourself to have a reasonable balance between trying these things and just going by, what would you call them, like best practices? I feel meta seems a little bit dismissive, because usually the meta is kind of a construction of that, but the meta can also be something that just is because there's no good reason to contest it or something. But because it's supposed to be best practices, right? You're trying to assume at least that people tried a bunch of stuff out, and that between all of those things that were tried out, this thing came up as the most reasonable time efficiency wise, something like that. Isn't Urta Shout for all classes? Yeah, every class can use it, yeah. It's mainly for classes that need an extra AoE skill, or for me, like in my case, it's just for classes that have pretty much all of their you already have all of the skills that you want, so you just have an extra free slot, so you can just go in at that point and just do whatever. Well, I don't know personally, computably. I don't know what the fuck they do with their community and anything. I just found that from this conversation, I found for someone who is in there for 10 years and is doing this every day as a full-time job, I found they had very little input. Very, like a severe lack of engaging with the whole issue is what I say. And just kind of dismissive of like, well, people are just annoying, I guess.
Because I think what you guys,
or it's Riot's fault. And
but what I'm hearing you guys
I would expect way more input from someone who's doing this full time for 10 years. Is I guess what I'm saying.
Right, they had something. So like, let's try to understand.
How much meso do I have right now?
Why do
like
people
40,
do this?
42 bill, I think.
Like, how does that
I make
work
almost 600 mil an hour if I have my Legion wealth on,
where I wanted
which I won't be able to do whole week.
So fuck everyone. And most of all, fuck me. I'm gonna int in real life. So that's what we do, right? We int in real life too. We self-sabotage. I got a B on a test. Fuck it. I'm never going to class again. They literally throw. They throw. They take their GPA and they toss it out the window. Which is really
You really tried
bizarre,
exploring the
but
older
I
format
really
from
think that I
2011
didn't
and the
really
top
think that
decks
we were gonna
are
get here.
100%
But I think bizarrely,
different.
You guys may have an answer
Yeah,
to
that's kind of the
transform
problem I
the
have
lives
with
of thousands of people.
with Maple community, but I guess that every community kind of does that. I think this is mainly a thing when a game starts getting older, though. When a game starts getting older, a lot of people start thinking that everything's been figured out and everything's been tried, and they start being very dismissive of everyone who still tries new things and are like, why the fuck are you doing that? Like, we figured this game out. Like, that's just stupid. You're wasting your time. You're wasting other people's time. You're silly, blah, blah, blah. But then every once in a while, there's like one guy who plays League of Legends and just tries like a champion that everyone's has written off as being like the worst champion, and then starts like one-tricking it and just dominating people in the highest elos. And then suddenly it's like, oh wow, this guy's actually a genius. It was like but everyone could be that genius if you just not hold on to like thinking like, well, other people, everyone else is doing it, so that's probably just that whole thing just leads to fuck. I was gonna use a zinger word there. Mediocrity. That's like the best way to end up in mediocrity for sure. And I guess that's where most people want to be, because then you don't stick out, so then you can't really be criticized too much for stuff. I get that. There's definitely safety in that. But at the same time, people will revere the people who are the least in that category, right? They will look for the people who have gone outside of these boundaries and who are doing their own thing and actually end up discovering new stuff. Those people are, at the same time, they're looked up to, and then but before they get to that point, they're talked shit about, they're put down, completely delegitimized. But then if they somehow persevere through all of that and they find something new, then suddenly they're like, wow, you guys doubted him? Wow, I know him since day one, dude. Like, that guy, I knew he was going to succeed, and everyone else was talking shit, but I knew. Well, when it comes to games, though, like League, like Tekken, with video games, what happens a lot is that when champions are not in the meta, what happens is that people don't have a lot of practice against them, and that can lead to a lot of situations where people just don't know how to counter. And I think that's what meta and like quote unquote the game being figured out comes from a lot of times. Yeah, I think that happened with well, I think that's also one of the aspects as to why when new champions or new gods or new classes or whatever come out, a lot of times they're seen as overpowered, because if someone kind of figures out how to play them properly early on, before anyone else has figured out how to be able to counter that, because they just haven't seen that gameplay yet, they haven't had to counter any of that yet, it feels overpowered because they just they don't know how they can counter it. And then typically they get like little nerfs because it was like, oh, they were overpowered. We give like little nerfs, and then they get figured out, and then it's like, oh, the champion is actually horrible. And then people who have been playing them all along start coming up with new stuff to do with them because they can still be explored. And then suddenly it's like, oh shit, no, then never mind, they are actually OP. And it's always that wave that seems to come through. It seems to be repeated a lot. As everyone was saying today, I talked about how somebody completely flipped the Zerg vs. Protoss win rate in StarCraft after years of people thinking it was 55 to 45 one way, and it flipped 45 to 55. Yeah, but that's just what happens. It's these people, these best people that we look up to are also the same people that take the most shit for a long ass time because people go against them because they're like, oh, why are they doing these dumb things? They're trying these dumb shit. They keep failing. Like, they're just bad. But these are the people who are challenging the format. And these eventually are the people that, well, I guess very derogatory word, that the sheep end up looking up to. Because they did the thing that they weren't able to. Like, they challenged the format, they kept pushing, they kept trying when all they had was a bunch of failure. Do I need to use another pet item, or did I already use the second one? I used the second one. Okay, cool. I think I didn't use enough of the potions. 10, 20, 10, 20, 4, 8, 16. I should have 4 left. So there should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, that's not right. And we're gonna use 2 more. It's not a tumor. If I think I forgot one, there should be an extra one left. So then there should be 5 left, but I'm gonna have 3 left. Wait, how does any of this work? Hang on, maths, guys. At 5 hours, I have dojo coupons. They last half an hour. I can buy 10. I bought 2 weeks worth. I trained for 2 days, which is 8 hours out of 10 hours. 2 hours left, so 4 coupons left after this session, right? 4 coupons left. And now I have 5 left, and there's an hour to go. How the fuck did that happen? They didn't expire. Or did they expire? Oh, maybe 2 of them expire. No, this should be good for 3 days, and it's only Tuesday. And I bought them... when did I... No, I bought them on Sunday right before the expiration, so they should only expire at the end of Tuesday. How the fuck does this work? I thought I might have forgotten one, which means I should have... Which means I should have 7 at this point. Oh, here's one. Okay, so I didn't forget one. Cool. There's just one up there. Mystery solved. Thanks, guys. Thanks for thinking along. Sorry, sometimes I just need to personify my brain cells so that they're all like working together in a team rather than just as one person. Sorry. I kind of used you guys there. My bad. All right, let's keep going.
If you guys can figure out, why do people do this in League?
Because they're unhappy in their lives, and this is the only thing they have going on in their lives.
Idea and a certain mindset before even getting into a game of League when they decide to queue up. For example,
It's because they're unsuccessful in life and they want to be successful in the game so they can have a shred of success.
Way of thinking how the lane is going to play out or how the matchup is going to play out. And sometimes it just doesn't go your way. And then depending on your mental,
Lilia? Is that the new champ?
like improve on it, see what happened wrong, avoid it in the future, and then in the moment adapt to the situation and see how you can play from behind, or do what I think is the easy way out and just self-sabotage, fuck everything, I'm just gonna end.
You only int
Kareem said these are your 3 options.
if one thing goes wrong and your solution is to just like fuck everything and int. There's only one way that can happen. It's because you were already deeply miserable when you started the game. If you're like a generally well-adjusted, happy person, then one thing going wrong in a video game doesn't tilt you off the face of the fucking planet. You're already on some level like just deeply unhappy with something, either with your life, with your day. Like, there's no way like a healthy, well-adjusted human being queues into a game, one little thing goes wrong, and now they're like, well, fuck the universe. Like, that just doesn't happen. You must already be like upset about something or unhappy about something, about your life, about whatever. Maybe you're annoyed that you haven't swiped your V card yet. I don't fucking know. Like sexual frustration. You lost your job because of fucking COVID. Like, I'm not saying there's no legitimate reason you could be mad, but there's something else, right? There's something else already pissing you off. It's not the scuttle. The scuttle is like the straw, but your back was already pretty much broken. I was very fun to care about League is to catch up a month before Worlds, watch Worlds and not care about it for 11 months. Oh, so you just follow the big tournaments? The newest one, Oh, was that like the deer or something? I heard people mention that. It's like an animal, right? Because I think people making the relation that it's like the Twitch, what was it, like the Twitch group that had like the person who was like a deerkin or something in it. It was like, oh, she got a champion in League or something. Oh wait, I said she. It was she, right? Oh god, did I misgen? I don't think I did. If I did, it was on purpose. A Bambi Centaur. Ooh, wait. So Hecarim, Hecarim's finally got a play date. Oh god, so many buttons to press. Sorry. Okay, here we go.
What would you guys
Some
say?
people were otherwise doing fine, but got addicted.
Options suck.
Right.
To the game?
Yeah.
RPB and competitive performance.
Like,
Oh, big ban.
I think maybe it's like most people get mad like all they know. They haven't like experienced much else. So, like
Oh, he's getting there.
to them, like League is everything, right?
Yes.
Game, like they're losing everything. So like.
Good
there's
job.
something
Who's that
like,
guy? Shifter.
how
He's
much
getting it.
value are you going to put on losing?
He's
like,
getting there.
just one
Yes.
League of Legends game, unless you're like
You're putting too
know,
much
pro player where everything is
value.
on the line. Like, how much is this one loss really worth? You know, like maybe take a step outside, like live life a little bit. Like there's more things to life than, you know, that one League of Legends game that one.
Shifter bringing it home. Thank God.
Yeah, so Danny, I feel like theoretically that's true, but that's not how people treat it.
No, it's not how
So
people
we
treat
can say
it.
whatever
But you have
we
to
want. We can say, oh, like,
recognize that that's how
depression
people
is
treat it.
bad.
Come
It
on.
shouldn't be there.
Don't.
But it's true. And kind of going back to Kareem's, like, okay, either you learn from it, you rage. Like, those are the two options. Kareem's right. So I think our question, so you guys have done a fantastic job of laying out, okay, so people lack perspective. People can learn from it, or they can rage.
Nope.
The question
Oh.
is why? Why do they do?
But
Like,
why?
it's like, let me give you guys a choice.
Bambi
Column
with
A
the
is
girl
learn
top
from your
half. I
mistakes.
see.
Column
feels like
B
an hour-
is
about
let your
200.
mistakes determine the rest of your life. And so it's a no-brainer. Like, no, I'm going to pick column A. I want to learn from my mistakes. But it's not actually what people do.
No.
People fucking pick column B.
That's why I hated history class. And I was always like, why do you guys like history class? Because some of the kids in my class actually liked it. And usually like, well, it's good to learn from history so that you can well, it's good to study history so that you can learn from it so we don't make the same mistakes in the future. And I'm like, well, what the fuck? Like, do you guys even pay attention in history class? The only thing that you can see in history class That's a huge problem is that nobody learns from their mistakes and keeps making the same mistakes over and over again. That's like the only consistent thing in history, is that people keep fucking with each other. They keep like religiously inquisition each other. They keep taking over territories, not keeping in mind how that affects the people in there. Keep subjugating people and then being like, oh no, they're retaliating now. Well, gee fucking whiz, dude. How you couldn't have seen that? Like, that's the only red line in fucking history, is that they keep making the same mistakes over and over. But then somehow, yeah, I don't know. Like, that was always really weird to me. How. And other than that, I hadn't heard a single other argument, honestly. I think I had a bad teacher for history. I mean, she was a nice person, but I don't think she was a good teacher for history because she couldn't make it interesting for me at all. I couldn't connect with it. Now that I'm older, though, reading up some of the history stuff sometimes is actually very interesting. To see how things a long time ago shape the connection and the like the relationships between countries and between governments, and how certain people are just like very weary of others, and yeah, that kind of stuff. It's elite boss flag race, guys. Make sure you go if you can. Sorry, that's what I meant to say. I got my my Kana AFK in there. After that, Ursus in channel 18. Bakara is going to be doing the run. Seb Assault is going to organize the run. So make sure. Wait, what the fuck? Where am I? Huh? Okay, here are my 2 elites. All right. And then the boss went all the way to the top right. God damn.
All the time. So why on earth do they do that? It's like, it's just a scuttle, man. Like, why are you getting bent out of shape? Because once you start inting, then you're actually going to lose. So
It's
why?
a self-fulfilling prophecy.
You're damn right it is. So why do people choose the clearly crappier option?
Because that's the way. Because the game is out of your control. You can regain control by throwing.
Oh yeah, I think it's easier, and also I think they also want to bring other people down to their level, because like
No,
for
they don't give a
example,
fuck about other people.
Shifter
That's the
said-
whole
he
point.
said when
It's
you
the
know,
only way.
they think it's just a league game, so they're gonna leave. How's it gonna affect them? But when they leave, it also affects their teammates, because
Wait. Shifter said it was all they know, and it was their everything, and then he says it's just a league game. That's like the opposite.
the other, like, their teammates, they want to win. It's not just him getting affected, so him leaving also affects the teammates, and he probably just wants to bring.
I thought it
everyone else
means
down
you
with
should
him,
just give
or
up
her.
on not repeating historical mistakes.
Yes,
Visualize a
it was-
complete
it's easier.
difference. Incentive
What's
history is
easier about
basically a crazy drama story involving backstabbing and genocide, so that's cool.
I think it's like how they release their.
Yeah, I never had anyone
I like
look
how
at
it's
it
like
that way.
small, like a punching bag,
It was just,
like,
yeah, I don't know.
you
My
see
teacher
it,
just
like,
gave it
do something,
like a
and
very just dry lecture
then, like, maybe, like,
level,
those bits
and it was just never
that will
palatable. It
come
just
out.
never like really
So let me
entered.
ask you guys a question. How does
sadly.
it feel to int?
It feels good in the moment. I can
Damn
say
right
from
it does.
experience. It feels good in the moment.
You
But then
bastard.
You can't,
Inting feels
can't
good.
help but
Yeah, fucking
feel
shit
bad
person,
about it.
dude.
I mean, I know some people are so far deep into this downward spiral that they don't feel bad about it, and they've kind of become known.
How can inting ever feel good? You literally ruin the game for
Behavior,
everyone.
but
That's so selfish.
yeah,
Like, it's that level of selfishness I could never get
Where-
into. And if I would ever feel like I was in a mode where I was that selfish that I would be like up for inting, then I wouldn't queue.
Yeah, so I'm not so interested in those, right? Because
You're like,
they're-
oh, I'm
they're
kind of
making
upset. Let me just
things
ruin the
where
game for 9 other
everyone's
people.
Right.
Ugh,
And they don't want to.
that's so
I
shit,
know what
dude.
it feels like to be on the receiving end of it.
How does that feel?
Honestly, like, myself and like a lot of people.
Yeah, they're like, oh, people do it to
a
me,
lot
so
of
I'm gonna do it to
guys,
them.
like,
Wow,
we
that's
know how it
yeah,
feels
wow.
to, like,
First grade
be
logic.
into
Good
it,
job,
whether
dude.
It's, like,
Where did-
targeted because we're streaming, or because people like don't like us for whatever reason, or like, you know, people have like put like bounties on my head in solo queue and like paid off like booster and stuff just to like
So he's talking about how this is a common thing, about how it has escalated beyond that, you know. So this is a common theme with him and with his life and with his livelihood, with his stream, with his everyday. But still, somehow he doesn't have like a list of thoughts, a list of arguments, a list of ideas, suggestions for improvement, like nothing.
run it down on my game and like clip the reaction and then be like, haha, look how like sad he is, this kind of stuff. It's like when I'm streaming and stuff, like obviously try not
Some
to
Americans
show,
live their
like,
entire life without knowing
how,
they have
how, like, annoyed
great
or, like, upsetting
they have
it
great
is, but, like,
grandparents.
really, like,
Were given
when I,
free
when I,
land
like,
so it
have,
didn't
like, a
fall
stream
into
and,
the
like,
hands
into,
of
like,
black
three
people.
games or something like that, and
Yeah, like
I don't really
generational
get to
wealth
play,
is
it just-
is a difficult
it
thing.
really sucks, man. Like it actually is like
We didn't learn
really,
too much about like the
over time,
specifics
like,
of
over
American
years and stuff
history,
like that,
honestly.
it is pretty depressing. Just to like not really get to do the thing
Just
you
whenever
love and then,
presidents
the way you want to,
did
and
things to come
just have, like, your
into
experience
like
ruined.
world
And,
wars and
it's just
stuff.
a game, right? Like to a lot of people,
But
it's
even
just
that,
like,
I don't
like,
really
like,
remember.
you know, streamers, they're just like playing games. Like why are they like stressed out? But like to me, like League is like, you know, it's been my life for like, you know, 10 years, and then just to like have that happen and just like, you know, have Riot do nothing about it. So
Oh, see, Riot.
and then just have people like kind of normalize that kind of stuff.
So it's like the conversation started with how, you know, people are just blaming others, you know, and that's bad. And now it's like, oh, this shit has been happening to me for 10 years, but Riot has to fix it. And he's like, he's doing the exact same thing that we're talking about other people, you know. So it's like other people are really good at seeing how other people should fix it and not themselves, and then and then they're doing exactly the same thing themselves. It's just unfortunate that the irony just goes completely, well, not irony, I guess. I guess it's just unfortunate. Yeah, I guess it's a little bit sad. I don't know. It's like people should be trying harder and put things into perspective and not blame other people. Also, Riot fix.
And, you know, belittle like when it happens or like.
Do enough
justify
history of
it
our
or,
own? Yeah, you
like,
guys, yeah,
that
for
kind of-
sure.
I don't know. It definitely sucks.
A rich
Yeah, it
history, if
definitely
you
sucks a
will.
lot. So I don't know.
What
I've
sucks
tried to
about
always just like
It sucks, but it's
obviously losing a game by itself.
but just blame Riot
feels
and
really shitty
don't
for
really
anyone,
think
right?
about
But
anything.
then just to, like, you know,
There's two
put
node
yourself
stones
out
right on
there
top of
and,
each
like,
other.
try
Look,
your best
you
in
see
the
that?
game and just
They're
have,
right.
like,
Oh my god, they're
someone,
like in the
whether
same
because a
position.
play went wrong, or they're like, you know, just trying to like, you know, get back at someone.
Node bros
or
just
whatever
hanging out,
their
dude.
reasoning, it doesn't really matter. Just to like single-handedly decide, like, all right, like your experience is ruined, and you're not gonna get to like play the game that you like, and we're gonna just
See, like the reasoning doesn't even matter. We're just cutting out. This is what Bill Burr said. You're just cutting out the why. You're just left with the act. And then when you just have the act, well, then it's up to someone else to fix it because you don't know how it got there. So someone else has to fix it. You can't fix it because you don't know why it got there. But you cut out the why. You're already saying. He's already saying, like, I don't care how it got to that point. Well, if you stop caring about how it got to that point, then how the hell are you ever going to fix it? Well, wasn't this the thing that Reckful said a long time ago, that he felt that people who stream should have to take like a day off? Like one day, you have to pencil in 1 day a week where you can't stream or something? You're saying in the same way, like if you're on a 4-loss streak, you should probably sit out like half an hour to do something else. I feel that, dude. You guys have probably seen me do a little bit of Tetris every now and then. Whenever I'll have like a good streak or I have a bad streak, but when it starts going bad, it just spirals worse and worse and worse. Because once you get tilted, your reaction speed wavers. You start making like bad decisions that you wouldn't do otherwise. It only just leads to more shit going wrong. Like it never goes better. You can have like a one-off frustration run where you actually do pretty well, but in general, it's just gonna get worse and worse. Yeah, it almost never goes the other way around. Wait, do I have an extra coupon? Oh my god. There's 49 minutes left, and I have an hour and 20 minutes left on coupons. So I missed 30 minutes of, of wealth acquisition. Oof. Well, I'm definitely not going to get my average of 600 mil a day, an hour, but that's fine because I'm not like married to that concept. I can take that blow because I'm not doing this for money, right? I'm not farming. I'm just training. So the experience is what matters most. The fact that I didn't mess up an experience coupon, that's more important. Ursus, y'all. Ursus, guys. Channel
Maybe make this
18
one game or this
Ursus.
moment, or maybe multiple games.
Channel 18 Ursus right now. Go
for
join.
you, and then you have to like, you know, be on stream and like, you know, just do your best to be like, well, guys, sorry, this guy's like running it down. You know, hopefully next game will be better.
Or you could talk to your community and be like, hey guys, this is a thing that I notice, and this is a thing that happens a lot. So what do you guys think this is? Like, where do you think this guy comes from? Like let's explore a little bit philosophically, a little bit psychologically. Like, let's not like go for a full armchair psychologist and try to like say that the guy who's doing this probably has like a miserable life or something. But how can we can we make some kind of headway in this? Can we think about this? Can we think about what's going on in these 10 years of this happening and of me streaming every single day? So we can come up with some solutions, with some positivity things that we can do through the stream. Maybe with some kind of things that, you know, if there's ever a panel with like a psychologist or something that we're invited into and we get to talk about all of our experience and we can give good input on how that situation, you know, affects our lives, that we can actually have some input.
How's everyone's day going? Like, it's just like.
Or let's just talk about how's everyone's day going. Let's just completely ignore the
There's not that
topic.
many options. But yeah, it's definitely not a good feeling, I guess.
It's a horrible feeling, but let's just sit in it and not do anything with it. That's
Oh, I relate to, like, I'm known for just always being positive and never getting mad at anything.
I wonder. Yeah, maybe we should watch that video afterwards. But just saying that there's problems and it needs to be improved, like, yeah, I don't know. Like, that's very brave, I guess, but that doesn't do anything, right? What does something is like action and doing stuff. That's what action is. Never mind. Now I'm just repeating myself. I do that sometimes when I try to enforce a point and then it just reword the exact same thing, and it just, I feel like it just undermines my point at that. At least I catch myself on it, but I feel like it just undermines my point. It's like we need to do things and also undertake action, and also do things. Sounded like a Greek stream right there. I repeat things for emphasis. Emphasis. Toxic members don't care, but they do. They do care. What was that thing? What was that saying again? When people said like the opposite of love isn't hate. The opposite of love is indifference, right? They do care, but they care in a negative way, and other people care in a positive way. Both are on the spectrum of caring. The opposite of caring is indifference, is not caring. You're taking a different aspect of the thing and you're flipping that around on being the opposite. And that's the same way that that I think is a more healthy way to engage with content online that you don't like or disagree with, or that just isn't for you, or just, you know, doesn't tickle your pickle, whatever. That you can go full like, oh, I'm not going to hate this now, and I'm going to make hate threads, and I'm going to talk about how bad it is, and I'm going to shit all over it, and I'm going to get banned off of YouTube for making 18 hit piece videos surrounding it, and then go onto Twitch and then say the N-word in a joking fashion to get banned there. Like, you could do that, or you could just be like, it's just not for me. I'm just going to ignore it. When it gets into my recommended feed, I'll just click not interested, so that the algorithm also knows that I don't like it. And I'm just going to watch other content instead that is meant for me, that where I am the target audience and that I do enjoy. You can also do that. What is start with 18? If you click start with 18, you'll basically draw all the people that you have now into a queue, and you will become a full queue, and other people can join that one. But what happens sometimes, especially if you have more than 6 people, is if you do that and somebody cancels, or, you know, the queue doesn't go through in the first... wrong place. The queue doesn't... Oh, no, never mind. I got it. The queue doesn't go through in the first place. Sometimes people will get reorganized. Some people will get dragged in. Some people won't. And then sometimes the people will fall apart. And also sometimes the queue will go in and some people didn't even get a pop-up message to say okay, and then they won't get pulled in, and it becomes a mess. Like, your whole party can fall apart basically if you do that. Because the queuing system in Nexon is quite shit. Wait, how many people do you have? Do you not have enough people? Channel 18 for Ursus, guys. Our regular time where we always have like 15, 16, sometimes 20 people there. I know I'm not there, but if you're only there because I'm there, then that's kind of weird, man. It kind of feels weird, man. We're there because we want to do things together, right? We want to help each other out. We want to make sure that the people who are lagging can get their money. 7 people. Yeah. It really sucks that after doing that every day for 3 years, that it still requires me to be there and
But,
requires
yeah,
me to
couple
call out
times
for people to even
beat
show
me,
up. That's.
and,
I know that everyone who's
thanks
not
to
there probably has a
management,
really good
understands that
reason.
It doesn't affect me. And I
But
just
there's like 2 people who
try
are
to,
very
you know,
laggy who
talk
now
with me,
cannot
like,
get
hey,
their money
guys,
today
well,
because
that
everyone
sucks,
else is not
you know,
showing
it
up.
happens.
And that really
Gotta
sucks.
move on, next game.
How does it feel though? So
I mean,
you
it
pretend.
it kills the mood. It kills the mood, and you kind of just don't want to play anymore. But I do enjoy the game. It's just
Why does it kill the mood? Because you had the expectation that you wouldn't get a feeder? Bad expectations, dude. You should have expected someone to be in your game and be throwing. Because there's a higher likelihood than someone is than they're not. You ruined your own mood with your bad expectations. You should always assume that someone's out there to fuck you, no?
getting losses like that. Like, I don't mind losing. Yeah, losing sucks, but you know, losing because of a player that's purposely trying to lose.
Losing is fine if you can win. If you can win, nice. Losing is fine if you can learn from it, but you can't learn from someone running it down mid. There's nothing to learn there.
What makes it so much worse?
Although the first thing I was thinking about is when someone is running it down mid, can't you just use them as a human battering ram and just like group up with them and try to use them as someone who's at least taking tower fire or who's taking skills away from the people who are defending, and then attack them and result, and maybe at least trade 1-for-1 or something, or maybe at least chip down the tower a little bit where they're running it down. I feel like, isn't that the main thing that you can do when someone is really running it down? Because they're already diving the turret. Maybe you can use that to at least get some kind of a... maybe you can get a kill out of it. It can fuck you even harder. If someone is throwing and inting, then you're playing 6v4. You're not even playing 4v5 at that point, right? Because the opponents are also getting fed. And the longer you wait, the more irreversible that that difference becomes. So I feel like that's one of the few things you can try in that moment. There's not many other things you can try unless you already have someone who's fed and who can still carry. Or who has late, who scales, whatever. Like you have 3 people who try to support, but who go with the guy who's inting, and then you have one person split pushing or something, so that you at least chip one of their people away, or maybe 2 because they try to win that fight, and then you're actually winning the other one. I don't know. Person who's inting can just AFK instead. Aha! But then you've improved the game. If the person who's inting leaves the game, then you start playing 4v5 again and not 4v6. So then you've improved your material situation. You just your situation. See how we're thinking in solutions here instead of like, oh well, fuck, I guess this game's over. But they're fed already. If you move immediately, they can only be fed by like 2 kills. And since this is such a thing that happens apparently all the fucking time, that should be something that you can very quickly see that is happening and that you can move into, no? Should be able to move into that like 2 kills in, no? You're not going to start like, oh shit, this guy's running it down. Oh, he just fed the other team 15 times. Let's see if we can salvage this situation. No, okay, of course you're already too far gone at that point. There's nothing you can do anymore. But once someone dies like twice, and then they rage, and then they feed like another time, you're like, okay, this guy died 3 times in 5 minutes. This is going completely sideways. We need to do something right now. And then you do something right then, right? I don't think it can ever go worse than 3, no? Counter int meta? Oh, try to flame your teammates into them also getting 1 inter so that so that it evens out. But if you can't do anything, there's a really good thing you can do. You could just AFK in the fountain, you go get some water. You chat with your community about like what can we do in these situations. Maybe someone in the, because I'm pretty sure Voyboy, if he streams, doesn't he have like a few thousand viewers? He probably does, right? So there's probably someone with like a good idea that you can at least try something. If someone is like, hey, why don't you just all try to go through the jungle and try to go behind the other tower, and then because one of them probably is trying to sit there to steal the kill from the tower because they don't want the tower to get the kill. So what if you go around them and like try to snipe them off one by one, and then you actually have an advantage? I don't know. You could like You could turn it into some cool shit, because if you know it's going to happen, and it seems to happen at least a few times per stream, then at least you could do something with that content, right? It'll make a good highlight reel as well if you actually make it work. You got to think about the content, man. Not only that, it'll also give people positive energy when they're in that situation. They could be like, well, Voyboy didn't give up. He's still trying to do the best he can do. So let's try something as well. Did you ever hear about that I think Destiny and Mr. Mooten were doing this. Try to get other people to leave in God Select, in Champ Select when you got auto-filled or somebody picks like bans someone else's champion, or your champion is already banned and you're kind of one-tricking it, so you're kind of fucked. Where you basically tell someone to pick another champ for you so that you can trade, but you tell them a champion that you don't have, and then they have it, and then they can't click the trade button, and then you kind of force them to leave. That's super toxic, though. Most community members are gold and below and have no idea what situational adapting is. Well, yeah, but if the streamer is at the point where he's like really disheartened and he feels like giving up, then just listening to a gold shitter in the chat and doing what they're saying and then seeing how it's horrible can give them the idea like, well, I gave him the suggestion, it was a horrible suggestion. Maybe next time I'll listen to the person who's better, because clearly my ideas are shit. But if you use that in a situation where it's like 100% lost anyway, nothing to lose there, dude. It's a learning opportunity for the gold boy in the chat, that he can understand that there are so many layers and depths to the game that he hasn't thought of yet, or he hasn't encountered yet, and that's why he thought his suggestion would work, but it doesn't, right? Running it down mid sounds like so much effort just to ruin the thing for 9 other people. Yeah, but it's like it's a result of things already going wrong for you. Like I said before, like a well-adjusted regular person doesn't die twice in a video game and then just completely throws mentally. Like there's other stuff happening there. What up, Shaggy and Scoob?
I think that it just makes you feel I can't really describe the feeling, but it's just
You're a hostage. Like it
Yeah.
feels like you're being held hostage for 20, 30 minutes.
Oh,
Say more about that.
if only Riot changed the surrender, guys.
Yeah, because I mean, usually most of like bad stuff happens. All the negative stuff will happen in the first maybe 5 minutes or so. But a game will always drag on to like minimum 15 minutes is when the earliest you can surrender now. But easily games will just go like 20 minutes, and you're just trapped there for like 15, 20 minutes dealing with it, because you can't just leave. It's not like a game like Fortnite or whatever. Like whatever, if you don't like your teammate, you just exit out. There's no repercussions really. Like in the league, you're stuck with them, and it's a team game. You know, you need to work with your teammates to progress.
Yeah, that's the problem. I think it's people who don't have a team mentality or are playing a team game. That's essentially the problem, I think.
If they don't want to work together with you, then a puck.
Sometimes it didn't
So
even
that's what I'm
mean
looking
to
for.
int. I've
So
experienced.
Danny says, so
Well,
all you
that's
guys
kind of the
are saying
problem with the
something at the
vernacular.
tail end.
Some people will just say that someone is feeding or inting just because they have a bad game and they're like 0-3 and they're like, oh, this guy's inting. Like, that's not what the word inting means, right? Inting literally means just like running it down and just like clicking the tower and just like dying to the tower or to whatever person is there. Like, that's what inting is. But some people say like, oh, this guy's inting or feeding, like intentionally feeding, just because he's like having a bad start to the game or something. But that's like people saying that they get one shot when they literally just got hit by 8 skills that killed them, right? That's what I hate so much about like how online language is treated. Like everything just becomes the fucking same, and all of the nuance gets completely lost in the hues in the use of language. And it's so it's just like a negative spiral to go off of. Okay, how do I have 30 minutes on these These coupons are almost over. I have 34 minutes left on the potions. Oh, I used those late. I used those late. Okay. It's the totem that I have to be looking at. The totem and the surge skill. And then I have 4 minutes on that one. That's so weird. I fucked up so badly with my with my buffs. God damn.
You'll talk about something, and at the end, there's some emotion.
Experience some games where I die twice, and then the team starts calling me
What
inter.
is that?
Like that's not. Yeah, no, yeah.
Because that's the closest.
But
with
again, that's
authentic-
also people
what
who have had two
feel.
shitty games, who have
What is
maybe
that?
had people inting their game, or just have played with people who didn't do very well,
Kick in the nuts.
and then they're just like, oh, enter, and then you know what that does? That is the best way to regain control, because now you've made the whole game about just arguing about stuff, and it's not about the game at all anymore now.
Authentic, what you feel like. What is that?
Kick in the nuts. Kick in the nuts.
Right? So this is something that men do. When I ask you guys about feelings, you describe physical sensation. That's the way that we represent emotions. Because you can't come up with a word
Because in the 10
There
years,
to describe.
because in the 10 years of having this happen to you, and doing this for a living, you've never thought for like 5 minutes about this, about like, how does this make me feel? How is this bad? What can we do about this? Can we have a conversation? Like, in those 10 years, you've never put a word to any of this. Like, what does it do to you? What does it do to your gameplay? What does it do to your stream? What does it do to your job? What does it do to your...
We call those words emotions.
Sag.
Right? So this is actually really fascinating because
Sag.
as a community, we've come up for
Sag
our
in the
own
chat, boys.
vocabulary because we don't know how to use the vocabulary of normal humans. Right? That's why we're like, what is Sag? It's kind of like sad,
No, it's...
but it's like
It's different.
Just learn
It's
about
it's Sag, dude.
right? It's like really awesome. It's like cool to see us.
It's
develop our
what is it?
own,
Despondence? Is that what it is?
like,
is that the word?
language to
I'm sorry,
describe our
ESLing right
internal
now.
sensations.
Being
And everyone
despondent,
understands what
right?
peppercans means.
being like
We all know that
discouraged.
feeling. Right? Like. So what is the feeling? What? How do you guys feel when someone shows up on your stream? First of all, how does it feel to have someone putting a bounty on?
Most people go their whole lives without that kind of introspection. It doesn't help
Shit.
that
There it
talking
is.
about
So what
feelings is
keeps
seen
on
as
saying
being a
like
bitch
shit?
for men.
What does that mean?
Yeah. So you could really care about that, or you could do what's necessary for you and your mental health. I don't think talk about your feelings
kinds of
is
things.
seeing as
I mean,
bitches and
I
men.
get really mad. But
Yeah.
I don't think
but-
that is a thing though at all within the microcosm of like your Twitch stream. I don't think so. I mean, you could definitely sacrifice your, and that's why I say again, like that's the difference between like being nice and like not being a part of the problem, but also not being a part of the solution, right? Because some people be like, oh yeah, we can't talk about politics in the stream at all, like ever. Like if you see any kind of politics in the chat, like people are getting timed out and banned and stuff. I was like, oh, that's cool. So, but you know what you're doing with that is you're supporting the status quo, right? Because typically if people are talking about politics, they're talking about things that they disagree with, things that they feel need to be changed, things that they are unhappy with, which is the driver for change. And if you are shutting down political discourse in a public forum like your own stream, which you're allowed to, for sure, you're 100% allowed to, but when you do that, what you're essentially shutting down is change. So what you're doing is you're supporting the status quo. So your move isn't apolitical, which is what you're trying to do. You're trying to make an apolitical move, right? But you're making a political. You're actually making a political move because you're shutting down change, right? And that's the big problem. Like even when you think you're doing nothing, you're doing something. But just being like, oh, we just not do that. That's already a move in itself, right? You can't be neutral there. So someone just being nice and being a good guy and not being part of the problem is cool and all. But that's basically what all of the that's all of the stuff that came out of the Me Too stuff. Is that a lot of people the best talks I heard about people having gone through things were from guys who were like, well, I was a good guy, like I just wasn't harassing women, and if somebody needed like to talk, like I was there, and I thought that was enough, but it wasn't, and it isn't, right? It's not enough to just not be like a creepy, rapey stalker dude. It's not enough anymore, right? We need to do more. We need to be better. We need to look at signs. We need to proactively talk to people who have problematic behavior and be like, yo, shit, what the fuck? Like, that's not okay. It's not enough anymore to just be in this space and be like, and bear none of the responsibility, but bear all of the fruit from what comes from being in the space. Like, this just doesn't cut it anymore. That's the huge problem. And but I did see some people come to that realization, which I think is really good. and we have to be more proactive in that to keep existing in this space, and I feel to earn your spot. Because on one hand, it's like because you guys remember the situation with Brandon in the chat, right? And he had like a lot of personal issues and stuff. And on some hand, people are like, well, why haven't you banned this guy yet? Like, there's like a lot of problematic stuff surrounding him, and like it's not your responsibility. And it's like, on one hand, it's not my responsibility, but on the other hand, it's 100% my responsibility. Because he's one of the people who makes it possible for me to have the platform that I do. So, and if I'm not going to do it, no one else is going to reach out and be that person. I have like a lot of talks with him off stream, one-to-one in person, that took a lot of my time. And I had to think about that topic for a lot. So if I would, if I was, invited to a panel about how do you deal with people with psychological issues while you're streaming and things that they do, and when they threaten self-harm and all of those things, I would have something prepared, and I would have like some lines, and I would have the process that I went through and what I did, and ask for feedback on that, on how that could maybe be improved. That's why I get so disappointed with this panel, because it seems like, yeah, I mean, they've lived through it, so they have some experience from it, but it doesn't seem like they've ever really given it much thought as to where it comes from and what should be done, besides like Riot needs to fix it, which is the problem that they've already identified that the other people have, is that they're trying to have someone else fix the problem for them, but they're doing the exact same thing. And that's why I'm really this far into the conversation, I guess, really dissatisfied with what has come out.
Comes up to you like in real life, like they like speak in the face, like what's your natural response? Like maybe freaking you want to fight them, right? Like push them away. But like for us, like we generally try to uphold like some sort of like positive environment, community. So it's like it's very draining for us to like hold it in, because we don't want to step down to their level. We want to be better.
Should we make keys?
Yeah,
Should
so
we?
I'm hearing a lot of stuff. So, boy, I'm going to ask you. I don't mean to pick on you, by the way. So I think that the reason that you say like
Shalom
shit is because I think there's a lot of stuff
Shamudim
under that umbrella. So
Shalom B'nai Zonot.
Like that feeling, right? Where like you have all these like
And
feelings.
you realize
that
this
come
league
up,
is not like an
and you're like,
MMORPG. Every second
if I
in
was
game, you're
a
thinking what you need to
noob, I could
do,
just-
or what the enemy does every second. There's no chill and Genesis
But
and
I'm
stuff.
not.
Well, there's
There are
chill in
parts
between
of
games, though,
myself, I
right?
think part of the reason that we don't know how to describe our feelings.
And there's
is
when
because
you're
we
dead, you
actually
can
take those
you can
things
like
and shove
recapture
them
your
off into a
thoughts.
closet and close the door because you guys are.
But if you go into a higher level of play, there's definitely less time to like fuck around. That's true. But the way that these guys talk about it, like if somebody like ints your game, it's over. So that means you have all the time in the world at that point to come up with stuff and to just try something. Because apparently there's like nothing you can do wrong there, because it's 100% lost anyway. So you might as well try something, no?
Positive streamers, and if they see that it works.
I'm just basically calling to leading by example, I guess, is what I'm mostly doing.
No, for sure. I mean, it's something that I've struggled a lot with over the years. Like, I did like a 10-minute video where I was just like talking to the camera like a few months back, and I was just like talking about how horrible like solo queue is, and how Riot's not doing anything, and how like like target inting and like people.
And again, it's like I made a video about how bad it was and how Riot has to fix it. And it's like, again, like isn't that where we started this whole conversation? But how we see that it's bad, that people just blame something else for their situation. I don't know.
Just running it down, like it was one part of it, but it was just something that I just eventually just like need to get off my chest, and just like hoping like Riot would do something, or
oh wait, let me close
the
this.
community would like stop enabling this kind of stuff, because like
yes, to be the change you want to see.
I don't know, man. Like
talk about this topic.
Hard.
Make more content, not one 10-minute video in 10 years.
I've been playing in like streaming league for like 9 years, and
9 years. Sorry, I exaggerated. My bad.
What just feels kind of bad sometimes is like.
What just feels kind of bad sometimes. I'm happy that he's using his emotions this time. I'm sorry. Seems like I'm picking up Volleyball a lot, but yeah, I just I just wish there would be so much more coming out of him with this. Like, oh, this this feels like kind of shitty. Oh, this is kind of bad sometimes. Feel like this ruins people's experience. A lot of people that I know that would like this game are getting turned off. A lot of positive people that could be in the community are now no longer in the community. I'm basically just copying the talking points from MapleStory, really. A lot of people who could be positive voices in the community are no longer in the community because they get because they just feel waves of negativity and of things that they couldn't, they just can't get over. And as a result, these people who could have been vessels of positive change within the community are now not having that effect because they're getting I'm ESLing super hard right now, because they're getting discouraged by meta and by already maybe popular people minimizing their voice because it's like, oh, they're just trying something silly, blah blah blah. Like this should all sound pretty recognizable for you guys from MapleStory as well, right? There's a bunch of people who are, I think, nice people making nice content. People like Sam, people like Aldu, right? Who just took a step back and moved servers because they're like, I can't deal with how I get treated by the community. Like that's something. I assume that happens in League as well. No, like people who are kind of nice but are maybe too nice and not like assertive, and they just kind of get waltzed over by some of the toxicity in the community, so that they're like, okay, well, they get discouraged from going hard. I'm pretty sure that happens, no? Like these are things that you could,
I guess, like,
talk
I don't know,
about
like, I feel like I've always
that
tried
are
so
bad
hard
results.
to, like, set a good example and like be like a good member of like the scene and the community and stuff, and like never ran down on people, never just like went off on people for no reason, like always like tried to like show like, you know, like the best qualities you can, like in game and like out of it for like the players, and just hope that, you know, other people could pick up on that and like run with it too. And then just to have like, you know, so many like I just take a shower, I just like wake up, eat some food, like, come on stream, and then just
like
to like not be able to play the game, like to have like a 4-hour stream, like have like 4 games in a row where people are just like insulting me and like running it down and like this kind of stuff, and just knowing like Riot's not gonna do anything, and like having to like people in chat being like, boy, like why are you so sad, like it's just a game, like you know, just, you know, don't worry about these people, like it's just like, yeah, they're like literally controlling like my like actual life, like when you're playing a game, when you're streaming and stuff, you know, that's what you're doing, that's like who I am basically. So
get emotional, get engaged.
It's definitely something that's like weighed down on me for like years now, and definitely got it like.
So you get into really, a panel. So prepare something
like this year, but yeah, I don't really
make your voice
like,
be heard.
What to do about it, and like, yeah, it does. I feel like showing like that it affects you, or like even like when it's happening, being like, you know, like not just like laughing it off. Like I don't really know what to do besides just trying to laugh it off, even though sometimes it's like pretty.
Yeah,
hard,
that's a problem as well.
You know,
people will see that you get emotional, I guess, and then just do it more. That's kind of an issue.
I just feel like it's not really fair, I guess, and
well, it isn't
fair.
Fair.
Say,
that's
like,
true.
It feels like shit. It's just, you know, it's just encapsulating
all of the negativity,
those kind of things over the years, I suppose. But yeah.
Can I say something?
It's so bad though that he gets that he has to carry all that negativity still.
I'm a bit of an outlier in the way that I handle some situations compared to some of these guys. I mean, I'm not.
He's not above inting, is what he's saying.
I mean, like, I know what it's like to be watched and to have something happen to you that you couldn't do yourself because you are a streamer. And I think that, well, I just want to say, like, the way that you guys
achievement that matter or makes you look like a hacker because it's not a standard play.
Mental strength, it is ridiculous. Like, you could never understand unless you are put yourself into this situation. And like, I really commend that, and I have so much respect for guys like Void and Shifter Search as, like, for having the mental strength to not do what others do, and to not like have this sort of eye for an eye mentality. And that's something that I'm working on myself. Yeah, I just want to say, like,
eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind, dude.
I think was the beginning.
That's why inting is fucking stupid, because if someone else does it to you, you do it to someone else, then someone else pays it forward, and then the whole world is fucking inting, and everyone has a shit game. That doesn't help. That's why I don't get that it feels good at all.
There has been some like obvious
If that feels good to you, then you shouldn't be playing a team game, honestly.
For sure, like happening. So like I just wanted to say like how much respect I have for you guys and like to keep going and not to give up, I guess.
Duh! I missed the platform. Rip. Sometimes pulled so hard, ripped skin.
What's it like to hear that from Kareem?
Is my buff on? Yes, it is. Okay.
Nice. Because, I mean, sometimes it feels like we're fighting like a hopeless war. Because like, there's a reason why.
Is that shifter? Oh.
You know, positive reinforcing streamers kind of died out.
Oh, wait.
We lost a lot of streamers like that.
Oh wait, he does mention it.
So it's definitely nice to know that, you know, we're at least showing impact, or we'll see our efforts.
Oh, he's breaking up.
Why do positive streamers? Yeah, go ahead. Suchess.
Oh, it's definitely uplifting and encouraging to keep doing what we're doing. It's hard to see if we're making a difference or not, but it's really good to hear feedback from other people. Just encourage us to keep going, and
You should see it in your chat, right? If your chat is like vibing with the things you're talking about, or.
I know this sounds kind of weird, but so Kareem said something that was very warm and supportive. Did anybody find themselves having sort of like a negative reaction towards what he said?
No, not at all.
nah.
It's something that. Sorry.
Nope.
You go on.
Go for it.
I was just gonna say like.
Just gonna say like.
I guess what Kareem said, like the encouragement and like showing respect. Like I guess like there are definitely a lot of people that do vocalize in that way and like do kind of encourage what we've always tried to been doing, but I feel like it's almost feels like the vocal majority in the community kind of drowns it out sometimes, so it's like a little easy to
Fuck those people.
not hear those things or not see them or kind of like
Fuck 'em.
forget about it when you're
They don't bring
when
anything to
you're
the
kinda
game.
faced with, like,
They're just
some of the
balls of
more toxic
negativity.
sides,
Fuck
so
'em.
It definitely feels good every time someone's like, hey, like keep up what you've been doing and just trying to set a good example and that kind of stuff.
Dude, one time I had like a shitty day in Maple because I felt like the stream was like lagging behind again and like wasn't going well. A little bit emo day, and there were two people in the in Genesis who were like, no, there was one person in Genesis who was like, oh shit, you're Scardor, I really like you, I like your content. I was like, oh thanks man, that's really nice. And then someone else popped up like 10 seconds after that. It's like, oh shit, I watch you on YouTube. I'll watch all your shit. You're great, man. Thanks for making community content. And I just started crying, dude. Because I was like, oh fuck, okay. Some people are actually, picking up what I'm putting down. Like that's even on a day where you just feel shit, like that could be enough to be like, okay, fuck it. Like I'm gonna stream 5 more hours for you, motherfuckers, because I want to. Hopefully, I can give someone some entertainment, maybe something to think about. Maybe they can find me and disagree with something that I say, give me something to think about. Like, I'm just hoping that, that more people just, oh, Nodestone buddies, look at him. Back to back. Oh, there's 3 of them in the map right now. Wait, can we get more Nodestones in the map? I'm going to try to not loot the Nodestones. We're kind of trying to walk around them, see if we can get more Nodestone buddies in the map. Okay, hang on. We got 3. Oh, shit. Holy symbol. Get the. Oh no! Oh my god, my pets. Did I go down there? Did I loot it? No. Come on, I want more node zones in the map. Number 4! Baby. When do I start looting them? How long can. Oh, wait. They're gonna expire at some point, right? Okay, I should loot them then. Four Nodestone boys together. That's actually pretty impressive considering I only get like... How many do I get? 30 an hour? No, 30 over 2 hours. I got like 15 an hour. So on average, 1 every 4 minutes. And then there's 4 of them together within a... How long before things expire? 90 seconds? 2 minutes? Cluster results. Celpix would say cluster results. Okay, one more minute, and then I'll switch into the last coupon, and then we can get this show on the road. How long is this video? Oh my god, I feel like I haven't gone through any of this video yet.
Can I think for a second?
Why does he does that? Why does he do that? He does that. Can I think for a second? I wonder why he does that. I think it's a less aggressive version of I'm just gonna think for a second. But I wonder why he phrases it as a question. Because I don't think. I just want to talk to him. I just want to talk to Dr. Case so that when he says, "Can I think for a second?" I could just say no, just to see his reaction. Because it's such a weird question. It's like, no conversational partner of mine who's having a deep conversation about like more complex issues. You do not get 2 seconds to gather your thoughts. That is horribly presumptuous of you to think that you could possibly take some time. You love training streams.
I love training streams less than 33,333.
Silly robot lady. That is not what he meant. He meant love is what he meant. Shuvaldi, thank you very much for the 23 months. I wish I could see a TwitchCon so that I could Shuval these nuts in my mouth. Thank you very much, man. That's almost 2 years. We're coming up on that 2-year anniversary. Thank you, man. But yeah, dude, 4 hours a day for at least 6 more days in the next week as well.
You guys
For
have
as long
anything
as this
else you
event
wanna
is
say?
going on.
Okay. I feel like I'm sniffing something. I need to package my thoughts. But
It's
if
going to
you
be
guys have more to
2
add-
years in a week. Oh, it was a late announcement.
Okay.
You'll share 24 months with another. Okay.
So Kareem, you say that you're not like these other guys.
Right.
How does it feel to int?
That's a funny question. In the moment, again, it does feel good, but you know you're not doing the right thing, and it feels shitty because, like, you have people in the chat calling you out for it, and then you have this inner conflict of like, but everybody else does it. Why is it bad when I do it? And then it's again, you have these voices, and it's like, okay, but I'm supposed to be held to a higher standard because I'm a streamer. So it's just there's a lot.
No, not because you're a streamer, because you're not a
Like,
part
you
of the
have to
fucking
balance out a lot of things
amorphous
extremely
blob
well,
of other people.
and there are a lot of many different things that can get to you.
Kareem, does it feel?
Wait, is this not a thing? I guess I don't know what age I was. But at what age does it? But everyone else does it. At what age does that not become like even a thought in your head anymore, as even possibly being a reason for doing anything? I feel like when I was like 11 or 12 or something, that probably stopped being something that I entertained as possibly a reason to do or not do something. I think. At least over here, there's like a common saying, like, "Well, if your friend jumped off a bridge, would you?" Right? I think they say something similar to that everywhere, right? So as soon as you hear that, you're like, "Well, okay, just now I know that just because someone else does it is not a reason for anything." So you stop using that as an excuse, right? But somehow this is still the internal conflict he's having. Fuck, I guess I don't know how old he is. I guess he could be like 19 or something, but he could also be 23. I don't fucking know. Everyone. All white guys that age look the same. Okay, I don't fucking know. People sometimes think I'm like 20. But at some point that stops being. Oh no, I forgot the coupon. Oh no, I'm throwing so hard. But yeah, do you guys remember when that stopped being like an argument for you guys? Where you're like, oh yeah, of course that's not a reason for anything. It would be silly to even think about that as like a reason. Like, is it okay if I did this? Well, other people do it. Because I don't. Yeah. Because maybe it's an age thing. I don't know. Maybe in general. I don't know. I'm very immature in other ways. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say that I'm like this superhuman, early developed 16-head kid or something. At 12 years and 5 months, I was gonna say 11 or 12. Okay, so like around when you move. Okay, I guess. Oh, if you're in the U.S., I guess that's like in the middle of middle school. So that's kind of weird. But for us, we have a transition. We go from elementary school straight into high schools. So at around age 12, like the first year of high school is like the year where you're 12 basically. And it's maybe that flux of going from one school to the big school, you know, and being around older kids and that kind of stuff. Maybe that kind of enables the move from one to the other. I don't know. That was like a theory in my head for a little bit, but ad populum. Oh, is that the name of like the fallacy? Populum is like the people, right? Ad is the prefix, which means that you have to do accusative, which is populum, right? Populum, populi. I don't know, dude, my I had like 2 years of Latin when I was, well, I was a year ahead, so that must have been when I was 11 and 12. That was over 20 years ago. That was actually correct? Was that with accusative? I just remember sum es sumus esti sunt, man. That was my... we had to... Like we were the Jugend, we had to yell that through the halls. I think for a week we had to do that. Whenever we met anyone from our class, from our Latin class, outside of class, and we saw them, we had to say sumus esti sunt to them, and then we could move forward. And then within a week, no one could forget the conjugation of esse, which is to be in Latin. Can never forget that one anymore. I know you guys can't forget it anymore because you guys just remember. No, I switched. Cool down, please. Okay, so around the same age, yeah. But this guy's, well, I mean, this guy's older than 12, right? You can't even stream on Twitch if you're that young. It's kind of weird that it's part of his decision-making process, I guess, is what I was saying. Not to like ad hom, like, oh, this guy's immature or something. But I guess I just assume that most people would not have that in the decision-making tree anymore at a certain point.
Feel fair to int?
It does feel fair. Yes.
Damn right it does.
Yeah, it feels fair because you're being super selfish and you're not caring about other people. So it feels fair to you.
It's a weird question to ask. Does it feel fair?
Because it isn't, but it feels
What
fair.
do you think about that?
I think I can get behind that for sure.
I think it feels fair, but it isn't.
Sure.
Yeah.
Why does it feel fair?
Because you feel wronged and you want to
It's like
take,
what
you want to get control back.
From these other guys, these positive guys.
That's the only way you can get
It's
control
not
back of the situation.
fair. It feels hopeless. It's so exhausting,
Right.
tiring. But inting is like the opposite of all of those things.
It's like, do you guys remember in Hancock when Hancock puts those guys into jail, and then the one guy has like his hand cut off, and then later in the movie he gets his other hand cut off as well, right? And he's got like 2 hooks. And he talks to the other guys in the grounds like, he took your power, you know, like you got to take your power back. That's what I'm thinking of when someone is inting. Like someone feels super wrong because their plan didn't work out, and the only way to like get their power back is to just go crazy overboard on the other side, and then be like, yeah, see, I showed them I could still do something, because that's the only thing you have control over. Like you don't really have control over being really good, because if the other person is better, then you don't look good. But you always have control over being the worst, because you can even into a bot, right? So that's how you can get your control back.
It's invigorating. Right?
Right.
What is inting?
That's
It's short
how-
for
like, how can
intentionally
people be,
feeding,
like-
which basically
like,
means
what
that you're
was
killing
for
off your
4
character
hours
in the
and
game
right with you.
on purpose as much
These
as
fuckers
possible.
int for 12 hours straight, and they're still going.
Right.
It's weird, right? How do y'all understand that?
It's like a very personal thing, where it's just like you feel like you're giving back what's being dished out to you.
Damn right.
Yeah.
And what was dished out to you, Kareem?
That same thing.
What?
I've been being into. Being
Yeah,
ran
so
down.
like.
And I
in
feel
those
like shit,
moments
so I'm
when
gonna
you
do the
int,
same
what
thing
are
to
you
other
giving
people.
back to them?
I think the problem.
Oh,
is
my totem
you're
expired.
giving back to
Oh
the
my
system.
god, I was off by so much.
You
I was
have,
off by
like, when you have
35
a
minutes on my
reference
gold
phase,
Oh my god, I'm gonna
when you
go.
go into the next one
Oh
with
well.
an hinting mindset, it's not fair, but it feels fair.
I know, but what
And
are you
then-
giving back?
Wait, he touched on it about how you just have like negativity from previous games and you just bring it into the next game and then you make it someone else. You just hot potato and bring it into someone else's orbit and make it their problem. I think he was getting close to it there.
Who are you giving it back to? I agree, you're giving something back.
Yeah,
Maybe to
right.
the wrong person.
Gainsman today, we were aiming for 32% and I got to 32.4%.
To who?
So that's good. Yeah, money wise, I kind of fucked up my coupons. I totally threw.
I'm
So
gonna toss out a word. You're giving it
Right.
back to the universe.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
the universe fucking gave it to you.
Right.
oh yeah, that's much easier. So that way,
Last game, the universe.
give it back to the universe so that you don't have to see the other people as actual players and actual human beings who are like having the same thing, having the same feelings and the same powerlessness and all of that stuff that you experience when you I keep trying to refresh my totem, that you experience when someone is inting on you, but then just see them as like faceless, just see them as NPCs, so you don't have to deal with your responsibility of your actions, that you're doing that to other people now, and you've become the thing that you hate. I guess that's what it comes down to. I can't ever see like doing in retaliation to innocent people what an asshole did to you, and doing that in retaliation to innocent people, and then somehow feeling in any kind of way that's goodness, right? I guess that's where my huge issue with ever doing that comes from. If you feel that urge, then I feel like you need to take a step back for a little bit and make sure that you don't bring that negativity into other people's games. But I guess that seeps back into the other thing that we said, right? If this is really the only thing that people have going for them, then there's nothing to retreat into besides this. So what do you need to do? You need to make sure you have something else you can retreat into when the games go sideways. That's what you got to do. Take up knitting, for example. Crocheting can be very useful. Learn an instrument. Learn another language. Apprendre de parler une autre langue. Ma Hashem Shacha, ma Koree, Sababa Maitra. Just andere talen leren spreken. En dan heb je wat anders te doen. Hoef je niet in je eigen miserie te zitten verdrijven. And then you can just dip, change your mind, switch gears, I think a language might be a very good way to switch gears, honestly, because it does require, as long as you're not super fluent, it does require you to switch into thinking in a different way. It really feels like shifting, not even shifting gears, I guess, in your brain, but you're shifting modes. Yeah. Losing the game either way, but at least I'll give the asshole some justice. Well, they're not giving anyone any well, do you think they're trying to drag down the one person who outplayed them? I think they're trying to fuck over... Yeah, I think that's what Dr. K is saying. Like, they're trying to fuck over the universe because the universe gave them shit last game. But as soon as you do that, you should be able... Well, unless you're like 13 or 14, I guess. Like, pretty close to that, 11 or 12. It should be realizing that you're not punishing the universe. You're just punishing other completely innocent people who had nothing to do with the situation.
Or riot, or call it whatever you want to, life.
Maple question is...
Gave you these shits.
Ring...
These Smurfs on the other team.
Gollux ring. Oh, reinforced Gollux
And
ring
this top
better
half
than a
dude.
Connor ring?
On your team.
I think the stats are about the same. 5 all 1. Oh yeah, reinforced is better than 8 all and 5. It's a little bit better, but it mainly just comes down to how many stars you get on it, because it's the same level, so it just comes down to how much star force it has.
Right.
This AFK jump.
Use the unique potential scroll. Yes, thank you.
So you're gonna punch back.
What should we use that on?
Does that sound like it makes sense?
Sounds about right.
And so I'm gonna just start talking. Is that okay?
No.
You guys let me know if I'm like on the right track or the wrong track. Feel free to jump in if you guys have thoughts or questions. First of all, thank you guys so much for sharing all this. I think it's actually really fascinating. Because what I'm actually hearing is not something... I'm not really hearing you guys talk about League. I'm hearing you guys talk about life. Which is bizarre. But I'm going to start with this idea of, like, not fair. So here you are trying to...
Made an Iranian friend yesterday that taught me a few words, but I've forgotten them all now. Yeah, I need people to... when I learn some new Hebrew from people in the chat, I need to have it repeated at least for 3 days. And every day I have to force myself at least to repeat some of the things. Because I forget it so much because I'm not using it on like in daily conversations with people outside. Like, nice to meet you is still... I keep forgetting that one. Naim leakir otcha, right? Like, it's nice to meet you. I keep forgetting that one. And kulam, is it kulam ala zain sheli, or is it kuram? I keep forgetting. Is it kulam or kuram? Which means everyone's on my dick, I think. That's a good sentence to know, because it's like slangy and not a lot of people say it. So if you know how to say it, it's like kulam. Okay, kulam. Okay, so it's all L's. She taught you the bad word for short cigarettes. Interesting.
I don't know why. We're not quite sure.
The scroll is untradeable,
Maybe
so I
we'll
gotta
figure
pick
it
that
out.
up on another... Wow, almost
For
18
some
bill
reason,
already.
they do things to you that are, like,
Oh, that's also
hard
Maple
and
Tour,
painful.
though.
And Danny used to say it's fucking depressing. Hopeless war.
Any advice for best link skills for Buck main?
Because that's what it feels like to try to be, like, positive in a game.
If you check exclamation mark
But
links,
sometimes that's also what it feels like to be positive in your own life. Is that you're fighting this, like, hopeless war against... I'm not quite sure what. But I think it comes back to this.
I feel like a lot of this war is hopeless because you're only scratching the surface and not getting into it. You're not taking that perspective that you're expecting other people to take when they're in a situation where they're taking things too seriously. I feel like they're sitting in it and they're not taking the step back. They're only like scratching the surface, talking about how bad it is and how annoying it is and how these people need to be fixed and how Riot needs to fix it. And all of that is kind of true, but it doesn't give you anything actionable and it doesn't change anything really. Like, you're not adding to the problem at least, but you're also not really helping and making the problem any less. And that's, and that's, I think, why it feels so hopeless, because you don't really feel any progress, because you're not really making any progress. You better push for 235 from 230 using Surge for the last week, or go for Unending Night to get the symbols up. That's a good question. I think I would go for Unending Night. Like, what's your so most of the value, I think, does not really come from the faster symbols. Not really, because eventually you get those symbols pretty quickly anyway. But mostly comes from the extra nodes, because the nodes are more reliant on drop rate and how much you train. And basically you're going to get them for free now, regardless of how much you train. Whereas if you keep doing your dailies, you're going to get there as well with your symbols. You just have to do them a few extra days. Right, so if you have 3x, you'll get 3 weeks of the symbol progress instead of in 1 week. So that means that at the end, when you're done with everything, if you had done your dailies for 2 more weeks, you would have been done as well. But with nodes, if you just did your dailies and didn't do any training, you might have gotten like 1 or 2 nodes a day. But instead, you'll get 30, 31 or 32, right? Which might be more than you would get in months of training if you don't have a lot of drop rate. So the value is mostly on the node stones there, not so much on the symbols. So with that being said, if you get 1 extra area and you get 5 extra levels, you can get a head start on a Sphera, I guess. But there's nothing to stop you from really training as well in that week to try to get those levels while you're doing Unending Night for your symbols. So I think you get more value out of doing Unending Night, if that makes sense, with that line of thinking. Does that make sense? When you're doing Surge, you were getting 40 nodes per day. Oh, wait, are you like on a Kana with drop rate already? And like with coupons and shit? That's a lot. That's like almost as much as I get. We're training 4 hours, dude. Holy shit. Actually, no, never mind. I got 71. Get on my level, kid. Wait, how did I get Oh, it was because of those 4 guys that were just laying around together. Those 4 dudes just hanging out. Some oil. You have 60% drop rate? And are you still enjoying training? Do you feel like you need a break, or could you see yourself going for another week? Is that something you're not really opposed to? Like if the training session is just something normal that you're able to do for like long periods of time and it's not really tiring and you don't feel like taking a break and you get that many nodes, then I would probably just keep pushing a level and go for Surge, because not only will you get extra symbols a day because of the extra area, but you'll also get your symbols faster because you'll be able to speed up the daily quests in the previous areas and therefore free up more time for the training. I wish if I have a Surge this week, but without it, it might be a bit... Yeah, you're saying that it would take longer if you don't take advantage of the surge. Yeah, then I think surge it, dude. It seems like that seems like a better solution. Yeah. I would say surge it. Because you don't know when there's going to be another huge opportunity coming up. So, are you counting to 11?
Scuttle. It comes back to this.
What's someone else say? I downloaded the game a few days ago and I've been grinding levels now, and later game gear and ways to get meso are starting to interest me. Do you have any tips for either? Like what sort of gear should we go to? Sure. Ripuli Tepo. Hang on.
Who took it away from you? Anyone but yourself.
So I'll send you dailies. That's a good
you guys put it. Or you know, like the other team, like having like someone took something away from you, and then you get angry, and you feel.
There you go. Exclamation mark dailies is like all of the content in the game that you can be doing.
Poor boy wakes up every day.
So you can look at your second page and then see by what level everything is organized and at what level I think it's useful to do these things. So the first page will have like what kind of stuff can you get, like what kind of drops. What kind of items drop from what kind of monster, right? And you can also get information by clicking on the boss itself. To go to the wiki page, you can see like what level is this boss, how much defense do they have, is this going to be difficult to do? And then based on that and based on how strong you are, in the beginning though, when you're level 140, you don't have to think about it that much, because as you will see by the by level chart, like by level 140, there's not that much content in the game that's really on your radar. So for money, you can do Maple Tour and you can do Ursus. I guess I could move Ursus to 140, honestly. Because the sooner you start doing this, the better. The problem is, though, if you do it too soon, you might not be able to get enough damage in. But 140 should be good enough, honestly. I think I'll move Ursus here. There was a problem. Well, that's a rip. I think I have to unmemify all of these guys. Can I... merge anyway? No, I want to demerge them, dude. Is there a hotkey for this? What's the merge hotkey? Is it M? No, Shift M? I don't know. And these are also all merged. Oh god. Don't worry, guys. Yeah, because I think you can start doing it at a lower level and start having an income. So Maple Tour and Ursus is going to be your easy income at lower levels. There was still a problem. It is not possible to move a row in a position that cross the merge cell. Well, which one is it? Tell me. This is like the Maple story. Is this one merged? Wait, you should be able to move that one because it's merged in its own line, no? Fuck me. What's merged? Wait, none of this is... Oh, why is it not working? I hate technology. Is it not possible to move a row to the position that crosses a merged cell? Oh, because this shit is merged? Oh, it's so hard. Can I just do this? Insert one above. Cool. And then just do Control X. Control V. Fuck. Guess not. It's because this is merged, isn't it? Well, sorry for this intermezzo. It's taking kind of the wind out of the sails, I guess, but... Ursus, move. God damn it. I hate Google fucking shoot. What is merged? Oh, this is still merged. Okay, cool. All right. Don't worry, we'll get it. Yes. Amazing. That's amazing. Cool. And now I can delete this. Delete row. Cool beans. I can make this blue die. Control X this out. Paste it in here instead. Make it white. Make it white. Make it white. There we go. And then, oh god. And then start fusing everything back together so that next time I want to move something, I have to unfuse it all again. Because that ended up being such a great asset here. Boom, 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 boom. Makes it look cleaner though that those grid lines aren't there. I don't know. I feel like it looks cleaner. What the fuck? What the fuck happened there? Oh, it took an extra blue line. That wasn't supposed to happen, guys. What is the hotkey for? Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Okay, what were these guys saying?
It's like, I love League of Legends. I used to be pro. I like to stream. I just want to play this fucking game because I love the game. And it's cool. Like, I'm okay losing. I'm okay winning. I just want to play. That's all I want to do. If I get crushed, I get crushed. No big deal. I just want to play the game.
Mm-hmm.
But instead, so he has this idea, right? Like, he has this expectation. And that's the word you guys haven't used yet, but that's the word I'm going to toss out as the root of all this.
Oh, there you go.
This expectation.
We're finally getting to the point.
And I'm gonna get to play League of Legends.
Yeah.
Not an unreasonable expectation.
No, it is unreasonable because everyone ints.
Someone somewhere out there.
We talked
puts
about
a
this.
bounty on his head.
Oh wait.
And then he doesn't get to play that game. And I know it's like kind of apples and oranges, and I don't mean to suggest that Boy's like the guy who, rages when he loses the scuttle in the first 5 minutes. But there is actually an interesting parallel because, it's about an expectation that gets dashed, right? And I think that one is a far more reasonable expectation, but at the end of it, I still see an expectation.
Wow, he's actually.
Get to play the game.
Wait, he's actually saying what I was saying. That's interesting.
Now, the interesting thing is, when we look at Boy, we can say, yeah, dude, actually, you're right. It's not fair.
It isn't. No, of course it's
but
not.
The interesting thing is, how does the scuttle player feel when he loses the scuttle?
Also, that it's not fair.
It's not fair. Because
his expectation didn't come through.
And so, if it's not fair to me, it sure as hell isn't going to be fair to you.
Fuck everything.
If I'm diving the top tower, your ass is coming with me.
Yep.
If I'm going to throw, you're going to throw too. Because I ain't throwing alone. And we get to this, idea of... I don't know exactly how this turns into, sabotaging, but it also is, taking the world with you. And now I'm kind of at a little bit of a loss, but I feel like there's something really important about...
It's not... I'm not mad. It's not funny being flooded.
Making it fair. And
let them expire if you're a man.
Yeah, feels fair, right?
Wow, if you're a man,
what
oof.
I feel about someone who
attacking your manhood.
I think describes
Toxic masculinity right there.
What do you guys think about that?
Hang on, I lost the last
thing. And now I'm kind of in a little bit of a loss, but I feel like there's something really important about...
For leveling? Like this...
making it fair.
Full bonus experience and then damage and critical damage.
Because,
but we want to do critical rate if you still need that, of course.
What I feel about someone who ints, what I really think describes them is righteous.
Wait, I'm at 59. Wait, 59 crit rate. Sharp ice to 69. My buff to 89. Wait, huh? Wait, am I supposed to not be at 71 or something? How am I ever at 51? 59? Nani? Oh, whoops. That's not what I meant to do. Whoops. There you go. Oh no, these guys both have crit rate though. Huh? What? Wait, how am I at 59? Is a skill like not active here because I'm in Ardent Mill or something? Oh, I have crit rate on my weapon, on my soul, 12%. Oh, right, but it's not a problem for me. I still one shot. But yeah, you want to make sure that your critical rate hits 100, so that you can always hit crits, and then you want to distribute it between damage and critical damage. Well, so first critical damage to 100, then as much as possible into experience, as long as it doesn't make your kill speed go down, right? If it makes your kill speed go down, then you can put all you want in experience, but it's going to make your overall experience gain go down. So this is something you only min-max on if you're able to one-shot or like kill the spawn in a map before the monsters respawn. So long as you can do that, as much in bonus experience as possible, until it's like reasonable, I guess. Usually past 11 or 12 it gets very, very expensive, so just going to 10 is probably good in the beginning. Maybe 11 or 12 or something like that, and then between critical damage and damage, with damage being more important past 10 because it gives you 3% and critical damage just gives you 1%. Can't you just unselect them all and unmerge all of them? Yeah, but I don't want to unmerge all of them. Do I play League? No, not really. No, my highest level account is like level 12 or something. Crit from skills. Yeah, no, crit rate from my soul weapon. I totally forgot about that. Okay, what else do we do on this character? Legion.
It makes sense. I think, you know, it's.
Dude, Voyboy's got that gamer tan, dude.
Like, I mean, in the context of League, like, it's a team game. There's
Me too,
like
though.
10 people playing, and there's so many factors that determine the results. But at the end of the day, like, if you want to single-handedly decide the result for your whole team, you can. You could literally just leave the game, or, you know, buy Mobies and run it down mid.
Oh, you can buy Mobies
You're
so you
taking
move
all the
faster. That's
control away from
genius.
Everyone else, and like it's
I hadn't even thought of that
you
before.
have all the control, right? Like you basically just decide everybody's.
Yeah, that's that's what I talked about. You can
for
take the
better or
power
for
back, right?
worse.
And it's
so I don't know, maybe like
it's easy to take that power back by sucking really hard because it doesn't you have to do nothing to suck hard, right? Everyone can do that, but it's not easy to take control and to carry really hard because not everyone has the capability to do that. So if you want to make sure that you in the beginning, you're trying to determine the outcome of the game by carrying really hard, and then when it's clear that you can't do that because you're just not good enough, or you get outplayed, or whatever, or your mental is shot, then you can start determining the outcome of the game by just sucking really hard, and you can still bring it back. You can have that as your trap card, if you will, and you could talk about how you could still completely influence the game and be the sole deciding factor of the game for the turnout that it is by just throwing it for everyone.
I mean, you're the expert, but it's.
No,
I
I'm
mean,
not
that's
forgetting it, Bukara, but I have to go to a different character to do it. And I like to finish all of my dailies on this
So, Jess, what do you
character
think?
before I move to another one.
Honestly, I don't know.
Okay.
But I'm gonna stick with what Boy said.
Yeah, so I think there's something really important here, right? So like let's forget about the term righteousness for a second, but I think there's something about taking control when control has been taken away from you. What do you guys think about that?
I think somewhere along the way, this game stopped being team focused in the way that people view it, and became a lot more individual focused.
Wait, is he talking about?
Hooked you up,
Hang on, is he talking about Maple Story right now? Hang on.
and that kind of removed the idea that sometimes there are going to be circumstances where it's actually not good to contest an objective or to make a play. And that, in turn, like leads to those events, those unfavorable events, and then that leads to the behavior that comes with that.
Let's hope tomorrow we get like 15 VIPs instead of 20 smegaphones.
Somebody help me understand that.
You don't always
Yeah,
have
no,
to
I think
go
it
in,
makes sense.
right? Is what he's saying?
Everyone, it was kind of like the first thing we like were talking about too. Like, it's everyone wants to be like
The
it's
guy.
Like you're playing Skyrim or something. Like you go into a game and you're just like, this is what I want to do. This is how I'm gonna win. Like, I just watched like this pro player or like Tarzan like jungle, like, oh, I know exactly like how to like 1v9 this game, and then like, oh, this like this, and then they go for something and like they don't get the help, or they mess up, or they want to like find something else. Like, you know, it's just figuring out like the why did it go wrong, why was it not me. And some people will be like, oh, that was my bad, like they'll learn from it, they'll improve as a player, like that's really good. But I think it's kind of meta, at least it has been in the community, to like, yeah, it's all about you, like who can I blame if it's not going the way I want. If
I guess the
game's
blame
gonna be
part doesn't
hard, or,
really
like, a little bit arduous
fit for
my
Maple.
personal POV, maybe it's worth just like giving up, like let's just open, like running it down, like whatever the way you want to like kind of deal with
Oh, yeah,
that feeling,
open. I heard T1
and
say that a
like,
lot.
everyone has their own way of dealing with it. Like for me, if I'm jungling and I want to go for Scuttle,
They
and
lose like first blood,
they're
open
winning
mid.
flash, and I lose it or I die, like I'm not gonna run the game down because it happened. Some people will, some people won't. Some people will keep.
They
playing
lose
their
like
best,
first blood to a jungle
from my
invade, open
perspective, I'll
mid.
just be like, okay, that sucks, but like, what can we do from here? Like, how do we play this game out? Because I really think most solo games are winnable, and that's why I try to like
Winnable.
encourage my teams. Like,
He also
never
says
give
that
up
though,
and, like,
winnable.
play it out and focus on like what win conditions that we can find, even if it's like a small chance, right? Like, I've gotten flack for this over the years, but like, yeah, if you start off a game with like a 50% chance of winning and like your regular elo, and then things are going poorly, and then it turns out, you know, you're really behind, and maybe it's a 10% chance, a lot of people would just like want to go next immediately. And I'm not saying this is correct, but this is like how I've always approached it. Like, I want to play for that like 10% chance of like winning the game usually, which is like very far gone from like giving up as soon as you lose like the first thing that you're fighting for, which is like a scuttle cover or whatever, which is maybe the percent chance to lose the game after that went down by like like 2 or 3 or something like that. Who even knows? Like 1%. Like I don't know exactly, but I don't know.
How did the meta?
Wait, is there a statistic for that? Like how many times you lose the game when you lose like the first scuttle or something? Is there a way to get like that statistic in a for Riot to like find that statistic? And then how many times that happens because the person who loses the scuttle actually starts raging? And then in like situations where the person doesn't start raging and actually keeps playing, what the percentage is there? Because I remember Destiny had this problem with like people raging in the chat and just like throwing the entire game because they're shitting on other people, and then other people are getting mad, and then people are typing instead of playing the game, and then people just single-handedly just destroy the whole experience. And he invited the guy onto onto his Discord server, and he was like, "Hey, yeah, just wanted to chat about that game. So if all you're gonna do in the game is like just constantly rage and not be like a productive member of the party in any kind of shape or form, then why are you even queuing?" Why are you even queuing ranked? Like, why are you even playing right now? And the dude was just like silent for 3 seconds and then left the Discord. Because he didn't have anything to say.
Sorry. How did the meta become
Some good
that?
content though. It was very short, but what are good hypers for leveling?
Sorry.
No, you.
Mercedes and Evan
I
as in
think over
stats and
time,
skills.
Like, I think lots of it has to do with Riot.
For stats, you want to make sure that you have the critical rate up.
It's just we've been like,
Critical
I know
rate,
with,
super
like,
important.
the video on the stairs, like,
Critical rate and percentage damage.
for help and stuff. But, like we've been doing that for years.
Hyper skills? I don't know. You can just level everything, right?
One-on-one and like in person and stuff. Like the toxicity, like people like believe in games and stuff. Like this has been happening for ages. And I think like
Ooh, blame
we've
Riot.
been waiting for so long, and it's just never really happened. I think some people were just like, yeah, like in the lost.
But you definitely just keep waiting.
Like solve this issue. It's just kind of spiraled out of control. It's like.
I agree with that 100%.
What is this video? You said video on the stairs.
Oh,
What does that mean?
I mean,
It
boy,
was-
you
Is that
can
league terminology?
It was yeah, it was like a vlog I did talking about solo queue and league and how Riot hasn't like done anything for years, and how the system just keep getting worse, and people are just like abusing it, and like there's no consequences and stuff. So it was basically asking like Riot to like fix shit and help us, right?
Yeah, this is something that I can't
do think
really.
a lot of the blame is on Riot.
It's something that I can never really get to, but I kind of get it. But I never want to go by that. Like if Riot wants to do stuff and fix stuff, like that's great. But You gotta assume maybe that's just from playing MapleStory for so long and just having to deal with Nexon. Like if you're gonna be sitting around waiting for that to happen, like you're just that they're talking about people taking the easy way out, right? Like that's the easy way out. Just sit there, just blame Riot, and then just wait for them to hopefully fix something. This shit ain't gonna happen, right? And if something does get fixed, then something else is gonna go wrong. Now, it's not to say that actually the amount of hackers and botters in the game is probably at an all-time low right now. So that's one big kudo to Nexon actually. I never thought that it was gonna happen where there was this few hackers and botters in the entire game. That's actually one thing that we can kind of pat them on the back for. Although that's not something you really give like, wow, congratulations, you made it so that there are not people actively destroying your game and the gameplay for other people. Well, it's very hard to like, I guess, commend people for that because it seems like should be the base state of the game in the first place. But considering how big of a problem that is in any game and how horrible it's been, I think that's worth at least a little bit of positive feedback from that. But yeah, like if there are problems with like toxicity in the community, I don't think the game is ever gonna really fix that. Like, I mean, I've not tried to put anything on Nexon for like toxicity within the MapleStory community for a long time. Like, I understand that the game has become more solo play oriented. It has become way more. The game has become more figured out. It has become way more of a thing where the meta is dictated by some people, and that people tend to spread toxicity about other people who do things differently, and blah, blah, blah. That's exactly the same for League, right? So you could just be a force of good to like counteract that instead of being more like a neutral force, I guess, and like hoping that Riot's going to change something, and then every now and then being like, the system is bad, Riot needs to do something. And I don't feel like it's enough. But these guys have like huge pools, huge audiences, right? They could be making like huge shifts, and making that a very big center point of their content, having moments with their chat about this. But it feels like they're not in it. I feel like a lack of motivation from people to want to change. They're just sitting waiting for Riot to change. Is what it feels like. And maybe they've lost their spark of going in there because of how long they've been doing it. But it doesn't seem like they're calling back to like a whole body of work of them trying to come up with things to fix it. But it's more like, oh yeah, I did a video of 10 minutes one time talking about how Riot needs to fix the system. That seems to be the one thing that they're referring to, not like many conversations they had about the chat. And that's why I'm coming down hard on like Voidboy when he's saying like a lot, and it doesn't seem like he's saying a lot, because even though he's talking quite a bit in this conversation, because it feels like if you have had this conversation for 10 years and this is almost a daily occurrence from what it seems like, or at least a few times a week this shit happens, every single time there's an opportunity to address the topic and to talk with it about your community, and to see like, how can we make this better for other people? Like, do you know people who do this? Like, how do you talk to them? Like, what can we do? But it seems like, I don't know, like eating your cake and having it too, like wants to get all the positive results out of the changes but also not have to do anything about it. It really reminds me of when I'm recruiting for a guild and people are like, oh, I want to be in an active guild. And it's like, well, okay, well, how does a guild get active? By having people in it who do shit. So if you only want to join guilds that already have people in it doing it because you don't want to have to do anything, then you're not going to be part of an active guild. You're going to be mooching off of an active guild, right? Like, if everyone who wants to be in an active guild just joins a guild who's already active, and no one is actually the one to like take those steps and just waiting for other people to do things so you could go in on them. I know that I already have kind of that in real life. I kind of have that. I don't really set up things. I don't really undertake events. I don't really set up those kind of things. If anyone does, though, I'll be more than willing to help them support in setting things up. But I know I'm not like that too much, so I'm also not going to expect other people to do that. Like, I'm very bad at shopping for birthday gifts and getting people like good stuff. So I'm also not going to do birthday presents for me and expect other people to like celebrate my birthday just because I'm not really like that for other people either. So that's like the other side of the coin. But it seems like if you're really wanting other people to fix those things for you, but you don't seem to be putting in the effort to like become part of the solution, but just kind of like at least not making it worse. But I don't feel like that's enough. But I guess I'm repeating myself a little bit.
Like their system has been broken for like.
How do you like my
so
burgers
long,
cooked?
man.
I haven't had a burger in forever.
If you like, we're talking about like why people in like this kind of stuff, but like if you go
But like
into a
between
game, you just,
medium
start
and well,
running
I
it down,
guess.
like you should get punished for that. You shouldn't be able to like just queue back up and go into another game and do the same thing and ruin like 9 other people's experience. But like for so many years, like that's just it's like people literally have like ran down like 50 games in a row and like even
everything's
the
reserved
automated
about the
just
hacker that reduced the
detection
quantity of
systems
hackers greatly, but they
haven't done
reduced
anything in a
quality
lot of
life the
cases.
game
So
for
it's
logic
just
players.
it's been like a pretty big problem for a while now. So yeah, like the stairs thing was just me sitting down.
Oh, so do you think with them making a lot of stuff client-sided, hopefully this winter update, which they did for KMS, do you think that's going to make people like hackers be able to come back? Because they'll have more power over the stuff because it won't be client-sided anymore, but it'll be it won't be server-sided anymore, client-sided anymore, but it'll be wait, server, client. It won't be server-sided anymore, but it'll be client-sided. Well,
Like, doing,
that took a while for me to
blog
get there
talking
to that
about
sentence. Jesus.
it and like asking Riot to help because like we've been saying the same things for so many years, and at least that video, like a lot of people like resonated with the message and like shared it, and Riot like watched it and responded and stuff like that. But I mean, we're still far from like a good
A lot of people
system,
agreed
but,
that Riot needs to fix it.
yeah, they said like, yeah, we've been working on stuff, like we hear you guys, like all this stuff, and they've been posting like more consistent updates about like how they're approaching
Stuff.
like the systems and toxicity and like fix like improving their automated system, all this kind of things. But yeah, I mean, obviously it takes time. I don't think anyone expects it to like, but it's in like a problem for like so many
Hacking
years,
problems
but
stopped getting
with that
updates.
said, like,
Oh
it
wow,
does take
okay. So the
time,
script
but,
kiddies don't have anything to
yeah, I don't know. Hopefully, like going into next season, they're
to get their
there'll
hacks
be
out
a
anyway.
more robust system, I guess, and some of the problems can be addressed. But I don't really know. Like it's kind of like a wait and see thing at this point.
Yeah, just wait and see. Don't try to
So pardon my
move towards anything. Don't try to productively make anything. Don't try to just wait and see if Riot fixes it.
ignorance, but and does anybody else want to bounce off of what Void said? I want to give people a chance. but
Ooh,
I
5
have,
mil?
Like general questions about.
Come on, give me some 5 mils, baby.
Like, does League have a report system?
Yeah, but it's
Yes.
the most flawed system ever. It is
Wh-
useless.
What do you mean by flawed? How is it flawed?
It's flawed in that punishable behavior isn't punished, or very rarely is. Like,
So that's not a problem with the report system. That's a problem with the enforcement of the report system, right?
there have been so many instances where there was blatant things that are against, like, the Summoner's Code or whatever, that have been reported but not.
Where are my 5 millis, baby?
And there are, like, on the complete end, where on the complete other end, where there are things that shouldn't, like, be seen as serious, get punished.
Is that like saying that the laws are flawed because people can break the law and still get away with it? But then you're talking about the legal system being broken, right? Not the laws themselves. I think they're like conflating two things here.
I think
Interesting.
yeah.
And is there anything like you guys know what the concept of the behavior?
Ever since you
score-
pointed out his use of like, that's all I can hear. I'm sorry,
You
dude.
guys heard about this? Okay.
I'm the ruiner of
So
things.
Dota actually has a pretty interesting thing which they implemented a couple of years ago. I mean, some people complain about the system. Generally,
Here comes the
my-
Dota.
Generally speaking, my experience with it has been pretty.
Is this a good
positive.
grid for leveling?
So you have this thing called a behavior score that goes from 0
Ah.
to 10,000. And generally speaking, I don't know exactly how.
So it's not bad. What I would probably do is use pieces to go straight here. So just go from intellect straight through the middle into critical rate instead. So you don't do like this heebie-jeebie thing right here. And then you just switch magic attack with strength instead. And then just have int here, magic attack here. So you don't have like the extra pieces like sticking out. So you just go straight into critical rate here. Boss damage does like nothing when you're training. So I would try to redo these pieces here instead and then put them into magic attack here. Whether you use intellect or magic attack on low-level characters, it's pretty interchangeable, so it's not that important which one is where. But later on in the game, you want to put points into intellect over magic attack if they're both in the middle stages and you're already maxing out the big ones like you are. Because intellect give you 5 stats and magic attack gives you 1 magic attack, which usually scales to lower than 1 intellect later on in the game. But in the beginning, it's pretty similar, so it doesn't matter. But I would just go for an easier setup, just like a straight line through the middle, so you don't have to deal with possible loss of blocks, especially when you have limited blocks.
How it's like on the back end, you don't really know. I don't know how your behavior score changes.
Okay.
But if you have a high behavior
score,
you get paired with other people with a high behavior score.
So nice people
And
go
what
with
I
nice
tend to
people.
find is since they implemented behavior scores, generally speaking, in my games, I've been very surprised by like when I fuck up, people will be like, "Hey man, that's okay. Don't worry about it."
It's so weird that you're surprised by if you fuck something up and you're like, "Oh shit, I fucked that up." That someone is like, "That's okay. That's not too bad." It's so weird that we are surprised by that. That already shows like what our expectations are of other people, huh? Like, I'm probably gonna get roasted.
And I also hear that there's an absolute cesspool of like low behavior score people. So, like for example, if you disconnect from a
one
game,
day
you get
chaos.
put into something called low priority
I
queue,
wish it was an all-stat part of the
which
grid.
means they take all the all the degenerates and they stick them in games. And literally, what can happen is you can get stuck in low priority queue because everyone is
priority
hinting
queue.
all the time, and it's just like constantly
Oh
like
god,
all
that
the
seems
ragers
that
just being
sounds
paired with each other.
that sounds horrible, but also
And-
How do you get out of that if
funny.
you decide that?
You have to finish. All you have to do. It's like fucking jail. I kid you not. It's like purgatory. You have to like complete 5 low priority queue games, or something like that. And I've never. I mean, I've always been curious, but I've never been in a low priority queue game.
that sounds horrible, honestly.
And so I'm afraid to go in because I'm afraid I'm never going to be able to get out.
You'll be in there.
But I think
You're
it is
here
kind of interesting
forever.
That like they have implemented things, and generally speaking, like people are pretty positive in the games that I play. I mean, there's still people who are upset and stuff, and I think in Dota, you're not locked in for 25 minutes. It's 45 minutes, baby. it's damn near an hour, and so that's really painful. And you can't surrender.
Wait, I have way
Dota.
more wealth.
There's no concede button.
No surrender. Oof.
which also is kind of an interesting design choice.
Is that why people don't play Dota?
Um,
Because you can't surrender?
but yeah, what do you guys think about that?
Because the maps are the size of the planet?
I think it's a good idea. I mean, very rarely do I get in a game where everyone's positive. Like very rare. I probably like one game every month, and I play like.
How do you
10
enhance
games a
nodes?
day,
You go to a
or-
node master?
So it's very rare. But when you get in those kind of games, even when you're losing, your whole team is so positive. Everyone just has fun about it. They're like, "Oh, we're losing," and we just like start playing around and have fun losing. And that's like the kind of games I want to play daily. To make.
And then you
more
can,
enjoyable every week.
I don't have anything I can level up. You can
Yeah,
right
I'd
click,
rather-
right click, and then you have enhance.
Go for it. Those systems typically only.
And if you
work
have
for,
any
like,
left, you can click
lower
them,
rating,
click
just 'cause
enhance,
there's
and then you
more
can level
people
it.
Playing, so you'll actually find a match with actual like.
Hey, I don't have
the
this one
amount of
maxed. What the
people.
fuck?
Once you
I'm
reach hard,
pretty- I'm pretty
yeah,
low
the full
rating.
players is lower. So
Yeah.
I imagine like maybe if they implement that, take like hours. to find a
Oh,
game.
any questions you have, by the way, about the
Otherwise,
Matrix? Let me open that back up.
Yeah. That's. I was gonna say something.
What you can do is you can here there's a question mark on the bottom right, and if you click that one, then you get information here about how to use nodes, how do you enhance nodes, how do you disassemble nodes, these kind of things. There's a bunch of answers here. It has to be the exact same node. Yeah, for skills it has to be exact same node, and for a boost node, the top skill has to be the same, which is the picture on the left side here. So this one is a Scarlet charge drive node. The other two don't matter. So if you have another boost node, so this one, for example, I could use this one to level up this one if this one wasn't already level 25, because they have the same top skill, right? They have the Unstoppable Impulse, Tenacious Instinct. They have the same top one. So I could, whichever one, like let's say I want to level up these 3 skills, I could right click this one and click enhance and then throw the other one in. If I want to level up this one, I can right click this one, enhance, and then use the other one. So as long as you make sure that the top skill, the one that's mentioned first, make sure that that's definitely a skill you want to have in your try notes. Make sure that that's definitely a skill you want to have boosted, so you can make sure that even later on, let's say in the beginning you only have 2 useful skills on it, not all 3, and then if you later on find one with all 3 and has the same top skill, then you can use the leveled up node as a boost node for the other one, and you can just transfer all the experience and you don't lose anything. If you go by a 2 out of 3 node but it has the wrong top skill, eventually you'll have to disassemble it, and then you get very low efficiency compared to how much the nodes are worth by themselves. And then with those shards you can remake some nodes, you can salvage some, but I think it's a salvage of like a power of I think you only recover like 16% or like less than 20% of the value of the node stones that you put in there. And the higher level you go, the worse, like the more painful that is. So don't overinvest into low priority skill enhancement nodes, I guess.
Relate to that too. So I don't think Riot would do something like that because of that problem. And also, like, I mean, like they tried with like the whole honor system, right? But the thing with the honor system that Riot implemented, like what ends up happening is usually people just honor, like, it's like you can honor for like I think it's like shot calling, like what are the other ones, guys? Like I don't even know, like G, like
staying positive and
yeah, like
good game.
yeah, like having like it's like there's like a heart one, and then I don't know. For me, like I just at this point just default like people that like even like yeah, I don't think anyone uses the honor system for like the way it was designed. People just usually just be like, oh, who like popped off the hardest kind of, and they just honor them. So if you have like a high honor level, it's usually just like, oh,
It's like, oh, the system doesn't work because people use it poorly. So therefore, it's like that's like saying that people thinking that the report system doesn't work because people don't get banned, so they stop reporting people and then say the report system is bad because there's not enough people actively using the report system to make the report system work, right? That's why people in MapleStory were saying that as well. It's like, oh, why are you reporting people? Reporting doesn't even work. Because there was one person that they reported themselves, and that person wasn't banned after a week, so therefore the system doesn't work. But if you then stop making it that the system doesn't work, and therefore we should all stop using it, well, that's the only way to definitely make sure that the system will stop working, because if nobody gives it input, then there's nothing to work off of. They're basically saying is like, oh, well, people were kind of using the system, but now they're not using it probably what it's intended for. So it's not a great system. It feels a little bit of like putting the horse before the cart.
oh, you just probably like carry like a decent percentage of your games.
System that is used poorly is usually poorly designed.
So, but it's kind of weird 'cause it's called honor, and like there's like rewards tied to it. Like, you get like little skin capsules and stuff like that, but it doesn't really help in like the sense that like encourage. I don't
Or
think
it
it
gives
really encourages like those kind of behaviors.
Do you mean it gives too much freedom for people to use it? I feel like you're talking about it more from like a professional IT kind of level, right? Like if somebody has a computer system that they're supposed to do a certain thing with, and they're somehow fucking it up, then the only reason that they can is because there's a flaw in the system that allows them to fuck it up. Kind of. That seems to be more the criticism that you're giving, right? But if people actively are choosing to not report someone because they believe that some people are not going to get reported, and as a result, people don't get reported enough to get looked into, and therefore they don't get banned, then it becomes self-fulfilling prophecy. Like, see, the guy's still not banned. Because my friend reported him like 2 times and he's still there, so therefore the system doesn't work. Right? I just feel like it's... it just seems bad biased logic. That's more like a Maple thing, though, not like what they were talking about, I guess. But it kind of reminds me of the thing was like, oh, the system is probably not being used by...
or like
it should be.
Makes the community truly better. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't have like the numbers. So
Yeah, as a dev, if you're making like professional applications, that seems that seems like a more reasonable stance to have, though. What up, Helms? Long time no see. How you doing?
Yeah.
Would you guys describe the
For
League
late
community
end
as
game,
toxic?
Cannon Master DS or Adele? Probably DS. Adele's getting more nerfs, but is very good. Cannon Master is also getting some nerfs, but is pretty good.
Yeah.
But out of those 3,
So
I
you
think
guys,
DS
this
has
is
the
like a
best
vocal
future,
minority
Mizra.
kind of thing.
You sound so
No,
surprised.
no, this is like public
Wide
consensus that
majority.
yeah, everyone thinks that way. Everyone will.
You feel like the reports don't get sent anywhere, but the only way to make sure that the report system doesn't work is by stopping reporting. That's the best way to make sure. Don't fix my Legion. Can you check again? Sure, dude. You got a screenshot? Did you send it on Discord? Oh no. Did you guys 6-man Ursus? Oh, that's so. That is one of the things that's very disheartening to me, and to feel like I'm like, I guess, not doing enough. Like I'm streaming every single day, always doing Ursus with everyone, and then I'm not there one day, and then that results in just there being 6 people that show up for Ursus. Yeah. That really feels like I'm like failing on a very fundamental level in building a community. On a very fundamental level. If people don't even care enough to like show up just because I'm not there. It really makes me wonder if people just show up because they want to hang out, because they want to be on the stream or be on the screen, you know? That doesn't feel great.
What do you guys thought? Why? Probably just have more bad experiences than good ones. I'm playing a game and playing you play games for fun.
Oh, that looks perfect.
Casually.
That looks perfect.
Probably just ran into more bad experiences than
Great,
good.
Bukhara. Busy with life. Moved to a bigger town. Trying to get shit done.
This
Pretty
is
much
kind
quit
of a random
Maple.
aside,
I've been
but
to it.
you know, the problem with the behavior score.
Yeah, still doing the Maple stuff, but I'm trying to, you know, keep fanning out a little bit. I'm trying to do this now, so hopefully, you know, just to get like a little bit of conversation going, because I don't want everything to always just be 100% about Maple Story. Like that's gonna, because kind of what Dr. K talks about later is that if you spend your whole life just like perfecting like one thing, you're gonna be really good at that one thing, and then you're just gonna like fall behind on the other stuff. And I don't want that, because I feel like my brain needs to stay what's the word I'm looking for? Like activated. I guess like just like a lot of different topics and a lot of different subjects need to say to keep my brain like activated, I guess, to keep it stimulated. That's the word I was looking for. Like thinking of words that you can't think of. And if it's just always like Maple Story and like, hey, what event should I pick? Like I feel like at a certain point that's gonna make my brain just turn into mush. So yeah, just trying to do different things. We also did a sponsorship earlier this week. First real sponsorship that went pretty well, so that's really nice. Lost my YouTube money for a week, but we got that back, so that's back on track. And the sponsorship addressed that.
So like you guys,
doing okay though.
Question. I have no idea if you guys have any experience with this. You know, if you have a kid who acts out, like, do you guys know what the
like a punishment if you get reported for many games in a certain time frame? Yeah, you probably won't get punishment for inting or toxicity in just a couple games a week. This is the problem.
Take all those 10
generate
kids
more
out of those
toxic
classes
people.
and stick them in a class together?
Well, toxic people only generate more toxic people if it's either eye for an eye or if they're leaders in the community. If you're like a perfectly well-adjusted person and someone else is inting your game and that makes you want to int the next game, then you already had a chip on your shoulder too. Like there's no reason you're like, oh man, this other person makes my game, ruins my game, makes me feel like shit. So I think the reasonable thing to do here is just to do that to another person who had nothing to do with this situation in the next game. That feels like the reasonable, logical thing to do. No, I don't know. It's just people who don't give a fuck. Sponsorship ended today, was it? I technically have until the end of tomorrow to see, I guess we can see how many, nah, we're still at 12 contributors. I'm not really pushing that one. But I hit the goal of 75 warriors. We had 76 out of 75. So that's the main thing that I was going for. Have you always kind of just been too busy to watch anymore? No, I get it, dude. I try to put a lot of stuff on YouTube as well. Some people use the the gear progression sessions kind of as a podcast to listen to while they're doing other stuff. So that's kind of cool. That yeah, we ended up with 75 well heart. Yeah. Thank you, prophecies.
So the interesting thing is that generally speaking, if you want to rehabilitate people,
Okay, what do I do in this
You
game?
don't
It's already
separate.
11. I haven't done shit.
you keep them with like, so if you take like a toxic person, so if you think about like a, you know, like if you think about alcoholics,
Like
for
in an
example,
insane
maybe
asylum?
that's your example. So if we have a bunch of
Where we
alcoholics
isolate them?
and you actually like put an alcoholic with a group of sober people, that's actually how they get sober.
Wait, you probably can't even say insane asylum. What is it? A mental health hospital? Sorry. That sounds really
Does that
bad.
make
Jesus
You
Christ.
don't do it by like
Yeah.
putting a bunch of alcoholics together. And I know people sort of say, but isn't Alcoholics Anonymous like a bunch of alcoholics together? Well, yes, but they're also sober. They're sober alcoholics, right? So
Is
the
it
interesting
different?
thing, the downside I think to the behavior score system is that it actually concentrates all of the positivity in one area,
Oh.
which is great if you're a positive person,
Fire Thief.
but also makes it hopeless for everyone else. And what I'm kind of curious about is, like, when you guys talk about, like, the meta has become toxicity. And so what my question is to you guys is, like, how do we change that?
I don't know.
And I know you guys have said Riot needs to do something, so fine,
Yeah,
but
blame Riot.
that's them.
You gotta make everyone positive.
How do you do that?
I like how I'm being like super judgmental here from behind my screen, but if Dr. K is like saying a lot of the same things I'm saying. He's just he's just way nicer about it and way more diplomatic. He's like, okay, so but that's Riot, you know, but what are we gonna do about it? And I'm like, dude, you're here for 10 years. You don't even have like a plan. You don't have a body of work. You don't have anything to aim for. You just hashtag blame Riot. That's what you said the other inconsiderate people are doing, but you're doing the same thing. And he's like, he's so much more diplomatic about all of this. I could take a page from his book. Stop being such a huge dick.
I mean, I don't even think.
Could you Evan to
I
210?
don't even want like the whole community to be,
Nice.
like positive, like necessarily. Just like I just wish people would be like more mellow, like chill,
Like?
not like you know, so
Like?
just getting so hypey and like vicious on each other for like, you know, maybe having a bad game or, you know, playing poorly.
Yeah, whenever anyone has a bad game or has 2 bad ganks, and then immediately say like report for inting, like that kind of stuff. It could be funny if it's your friends, but if it's not someone you know and someone already has like a few bad games and maybe he's on a losing streak and you say that, their mental that was already not great is then going to be shattered. And that's the best way to make sure. I don't know. Remember the things I always said? Like there's 3 questions, right? It's like that you can ask yourself before you say something. It's like, does it have to be said? Does it have to be said right now? And does it have to be said by me, right? If the answer to all of those 3 questions is yes, then go ahead and say it. But if you ask yourself these 3 questions and genuinely to one of these 3 questions the answer is actually no, then maybe just try to not say them and then see how that works out. You know, try a different approach.
Or whatever, like, you know, whatever their perceived like offense is. I don't know. I just feel like it's just so
Current event is
easy
great, Helms. Yeah, it's
to
insane. I'm
tear
getting
people
20.
down,
I'm getting
whether
like
you're
6%
playing
an
a
hour
game,
training
or,
right
like,
now
watching a stream, or like, you know,
because of the
posting
buff.
a Reddit comment or like a YouTube comment, like whatever. Like I know this is like it's the internet. Like I don't know. It's kind of. I mean, you're asking like what can we do about it? Like it's just.
Barra. Let's see.
It's just hard when like a lot of places that you look, it's like there's so much negativity and. You know, it can be draining over time, even if it's not even directed at you, right? Just seeing it like so consistently. And honestly, I have no idea. Like I said.
Oh wait, is it not sold?
I feel like trying like on our like we're just like a few streamers, right? Like people, I'm sure there's a lot of people watching this or like, you know, might hear like this combo that might you know be part of the people.
No, you're not just a few streamers. You have an audience of tens of thousands between you guys. Like. Oh wow, it dropped. Oh my god, wow, it dropped quite a lot. Can we just put it at like this and see if it's not gonna sell at all? Uh-oh, you were just talking about how great the game is, how few botters there are. Are the botters back? That's a big drop. That's almost like a 10% drop in the value for Mezzos.
People that want like a more chill community, like want more positivity, like less you know, negative hyphy behavior, but like, you know, what
it says hyphy. What is that? Hyphy? What is that?
What can we all do, right? Like that's the thing. Like it just feels like
Is that looking past his
it
own
just feels like-
screen for the issue?
I'm not
So
gonna
he
say,
goes,
like-
"Oh, I had a bad game with bad people, whatever." I
like
guess.
for example, I've just
Yeah, but then you
like,
never
my
get to the
lives
root
and
cause, and you
stuff.
never fix
I'm trying to
anything.
figure
You're
out,
just like,
where I'm going
oh,
with this, but it's like
I guess Riot will fix it.
I've been streaming for like 10 years almost. Like
Did you say like a lot? Wait, hang on.
it just feels like I'm not gonna say like like for example, sorry, I'm like saying like a lot and stuff. I'm not sure.
I'm like saying like a lot.
I'm trying to figure out like where I'm going with this, but it's like I've been streaming for like 10 years almost. Like
yeah, because you've been doing this for 10 years and you're on a panel to talk about toxicity and how you can help it, and you've got nothing prepared. You don't even have like a notepad with 3 sentences on it. That's why you're saying like a lot. I'm giving you a hard time here, Voy Boy. But if you prepare for conversations and have somewhat of, if you have something to go off of, you wouldn't be saying like every 3 words, because you would know where you're going with your thoughts, and you'd have a general idea of how can we activate the community? What could we do? What could the 4 of us do? What can we ask Dr. K that maybe can help us forward? You can have some things laid out, and you have nothing laid out, so you're trying to formulate your sentences as you go, and you're not really going anywhere with them. All you have is, does anyone have the like counter? What are we at, like 400 now? And that's just a thing that you end up saying. It could be something else. It could be, or I guess, or a lot of people have different things that they say and they throw in between. The word actually, I've noticed myself saying the word actually a little bit too much. The word like is a very common thing. Yeah, sometimes you could just take a little pause, think about what you're going to say, maybe slow down the momentum a little bit, and think about, okay, we're here now, where do we go? But in general, it comes down to preparation. Like, this is a multi-hour panel that you're going to be a part of with multiple people within the community. Like, why wouldn't you prepare for that and have some stuff ready?
And I feel like I've always tried to, set a good example and like do my best. Not like being fake. Like, I'll get mad. I'll be like, this guy literally threw the game. Like, I'll call people out. But like, I've just tried my best to like not be the things that, I feel like really tear me down or tear other people down that I see it sometimes in the community. And it just feels like
At least he doesn't end every single sentence with, you know what I mean? Oh, that's another thing. Or people end the sentence with like, right? Or like, right? I hate all of these like mannerisms.
What did I really
I said like
accomplish?
again.
Like,
fuck.
It just feels
It's
like
rubbing
there's
off
so
on
much
me.
overwhelming
Like?
negativity around, and it feels like there's nothing I can really do on an individual.
And then he says it feels like, where like isn't technically wrong, but then he's using it even more. At that point, I feel like it's a good idea to start trying to use it feels as if, or use some kind of synonym there for like, because otherwise there's just an overload.
Like, we can really do to like change that. That's honestly like Danny said, it's like a hopeless war. Like, I'm not saying I've like given up or anything like that, but it really just feels like I have no clue like what we could possibly.
But does he always sound like that? Because he sounds pretty low energy to me. But I don't know if it's because of the negativity that comes from the conversation and maybe bad experiences that are weighing down on him because of all of these years he hasn't been able to make any leeway in that. I don't know. I guess it is pretty tricky to keep a huge positive outlook for 10 years. That is pretty difficult. That does weigh down on you for sure. Let me get some water. I'll be right back. Oh, I'm gonna need some chocolate too. Fuck it. But before I can have the chocolate, I gotta do the 20 push-ups that somebody requested. Okay. Okay, let's go. I really got to keep doing these because they get harder as I lower frequency. God damn.
That's what we do to like
It's like,
change
yeah.
that.
It's like we're waiting for reinforcements, but all we get is like little Timmy, with a little wagging little sword in the back. But no, yeah, where's our help?
And what I'm hearing is that positive league players are an endangered species.
Yes, sir.
I get the sense, I mean, this hopeless war analogy. Of
So
like,
band
you guys
together.
are, stalwart warriors falling one at a time. And every time one of you falls, you like look behind to see if reinforcements coming. No one's coming.
Wait. It's not so much that you have less. He says positive league streamers are dying out, but that's more because of the community, right? It's not because streamers or content creators are getting toxic, right?
It sounds pretty bleak, to be honest, guys. Sounds hard.
Again, I'm not sitting here pretending to be a very, very positive person. I'm not. And I also don't think that it's really.
We were at 660 helms.
There is a day that's going to come where the majority. Of
Firestorm in Cali? I've not seen it. That word alone sounds scary.
However, I think, like with the it's.
Yeah, I miss
undeniable
flag
that it
race.
has been a downward spiral
Fuck.
Because a few seasons ago, it was never the way that it is today. So I'm just so curious as to what happened. There must have been like this. It's like a community, but it's also like a culture in a way, where it's become normalized.
You can competitive over Fall Guy and Mario Party? Oh, same, dude. I got so triggered at Fall Guy.
I'm not sure where that comes
I
from.
rage quit that so hard.
Maybe it's just from the fact that most people don't play this as a job, and they just queue up for a game of League to like escape or lash out or whatever the case may be. But I just wonder, like, I'm really not sure how it got to this point.
Because of standard
Yeah,
buys.
I think that's a fascinating question. I sometimes wonder, so pretty much like there are big trends that are happening. So I wonder if the trends that we see in gaming have nothing to do with Riot or the actual games. They have to do with the people.
Wow. Brain blast. It's actually just the people. Are you saying the people in the game dictate how the games go?
So what has happened to people's lives over the last 3 or 4 years? Generally speaking, one thing that we know is that mental illness has now surpassed heart disease and cancer and is now #1 in the United States for what we call morbidity and mortality, which means that like
Disaster compilation. Wait, what?
Is now worse. So we're #1.
Oh, one of those
So
fire
something is going on
tornadoes?
with
Jesus
people's
Christ.
minds in general, like across the developed world. Probably also true in like third world countries.
Okay,
or
that's a
developing
big one.
countries as
Jesus
well.
Christ, that is
But
scary.
generally speaking, like people's minds are becoming more toxic, and I wonder if that has something to do with it. Like I think there are. Big
Is that what I'm
macro
doing?
trends.
Is that what I'm trying to do? To detoxify? To detox your guys' minds? Are you guys open to my messaging?
I do think that I'm not ready to give up hope yet. And I know that you guys, and that's probably because I'm new and naive.
Probably
And I'm
could,
Timmy with a little
even though these guys have.
because I just
Hey, we're
don't
training
know.
little Timmy though.
Huh?
We gotta train little Timmy though. That's our
Sure. So maybe little Timmy needs to learn how it is. But I have a couple of like crazy thoughts. I mean, so I think the first is that I think we can understand as a community like how where like tilt comes from, and I think we have to understand that like tilt, the reason that tilt happens and the reason that there's so much toxicity is because I think it feels good. Right? Like we said earlier, I know it sounds kind of bizarre, but being positive is going to wipe you out in 4.
Do you guys agree? I feel like tilt feels horrible. Like when I know that I'm tilting on something, I know that I look like a miserable piece of shit. I'm pretty sure that people are tuning out of my stream because they don't want to see someone just be angry at something that they have no invested emotional interest in. I feel like being tilted at something feels horrible. because you realize that you're caring way too much about something that it's not even that important to you. It's usually about something else, and it's definitely not as important to anyone else in your life. Some people tune into the stream hoping that the person tilts. I used to think that, but that like resonates more into other things as well. That like echoes more into other stuff. If in general you do like toxic stuff, then people. I think this veers more into the realm of types of humor, where the types of humor you enjoy is where it's at the expense of other people. That's more what I found as being a. Ooh, wait, we can change my eye color on a character. Mystery color blend. Well, this one has just gray eyes. I guess I can use it on the Adele. Fuck it. Yeah. So like, if you go kind of for like low hanging fruit kind of stuff, when it comes to humor, I feel like the things that can very much entertain you, a lot of times goes at the expense of other people. So you're trying to get some kind of enjoyment out of seeing someone else being unhappy. All right. I think it's random, right? I can't really choose this. Oh my god, look at this huge change. Are you serious right now? I don't see anything. It's brown and blue. It's exactly this. You kidding me right now? Is this even serious? Hang on. Look at these colors. I think it goes from grayish to a little bit brownish gray. Wait, can I do remove all? Wait, is it consumed? It's already consumed, right? So it's remove all doesn't give me the item back, does it? You just lose your item if you do? You don't get any other rolls, right? Okay, so I just have to confirm. And then save this new. The same look already exists. Oh, it's the hair. Never mind. Okay. Color blend Adele face. Yeah, look at the differences, guys. Oh my god. Can I zoom in on that? You guys can see. Hang on. Look at the difference between the two. I think there's like... This is a little bit more brown, I think, the bottom one. And the top one is a bit more gray. It's so close, though. What an unnecessary item that was. Okay, well, at least we didn't let it expire, guys. That's the important part, right?
Raging at the internet is like something that you can sustain for hours on end. And I don't quite understand why that is or how that...
I can't do that. I can't rage for hours. Rage takes a lot of energy out of me. I can only do that if there are a lot of other things that I'm actually mad at. And I have to get that frustration out. But if in general you're kind of content and you're okay with your situation, I don't feel like I can rage for longer than like 5 to 10 minutes.
That is, I think part of it feels
But
like...
I have like very intense moments of raging, and then I'm over it very quickly as well. And I try to not bring that into other stuff, into other negativity, because it could affect other people, or it could negatively affect my experience in that other situation. It has nothing to do with the other one. But I'm weird, so
validating,
maybe that's me.
resonant.
Star Quest on? Yeah, but I'm not going to play them during this video.
Like, it feels right. And so, you know, you can do a lot of things that feel...
Their volume is at 100%, and my Google Chrome volume is literally at 100%. I don't know why people do this, upload videos at like 10 decibels volume, but this is literally the loudest I can possibly get it. All of my volume sliders are at max.
Right. Whereas, like, you know, restraining yourself, like we were talking about earlier, if you feel hopeless, if you don't want to display your negativity, that comes at a cost. Whereas, like, letting loose, and I think it kind of goes back to what Kareem was saying earlier about, you know, you can rage when you lose, or you can learn. And Kareem, why don't you think people pick learn?
Because they all have their microphone a mile away from them. Maybe that's why.
I think either because they don't want to learn and play the game casually, or because it is the harder like route to take.
So what makes it harder? And this kind of comes back to what Danny was saying about perspective, right? So Danny was saying, like, if people can get perspective, they don't tilt. So
Right.
what makes perspective hard? Why don't people have perspective?
Just do something different.
I'm sorry?
You gotta do something different to, like, learn that.
Yeah.
Like I'll say again, like they just fall into the same routine that they don't want to change or do anything different because it's just easy
What-
to do the same thing
What makes it easy to do the same thing?
because you know it. You know what to do. You feel comfortable doing it. Just, you're in your zone. You don't want to step out of that zone.
It's your baseline.
Yeah.
You're not really challenging yourself and putting yourself in a position to fail, I guess, when you're doing the same thing that you know.
You're putting other people in a position to fail. 'Cause fuck
Yeah.
them. If you're gonna
Right.
fail, they're gonna fail too. Right? If I'm diving the top tower, your ass is coming with me. If I'm gonna have a bad game, you're gonna have a bad game. Yeah, so I think that's a big part of it. So like here are a couple of do you guys have anything else? Like I feel like sort of I have a couple of conclusions to share with you guys. I'm just curious what you think.
I'll throw the unique
And
potential
wanted
scroll
to
on
sort
this
of give you
character,
guys
I
some
guess.
chances to respond or tell me
I don't really have anything important to use it on.
and tilt. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think I've learned a lot from what y'all have to say. And I'll start with this once again. I've said it 2 or 3 times already, but the first thing is that it blows my mind how parallel what you guys are describing is to actual real life. And it kind of starts with this idea of expectation. Right? So like I'll give you guys just like a real life example. Let's say I'm smart,
Amazing.
because that's what we are as gamers, right? We're
That's
smart.
dude.
And then we go to school and
Any other smart gamers in the chat?
and we've been smart. So like I've gotten straight A's through the 6th grade. And then 7th
Sorry, you
grade,
have to flex on us.
When Adele doesn't need it.
huh?
I said you didn't have to flex on
Oh,
us. I'm
straight
just
A's through
kidding.
the 6th grade is flexing now. and so I go to the 7th grade and I find that I get a B. And then what does that mean about me being smart?
I always got shit grades.
What do you guys think?
It threatens it a little bit.
Absolutely. So how do I get an A? What do I have to do now in 7th grade?
You gotta study.
And
actually
what is-
work harder?
What does studying say about me being smart?
You're not as smart as you thought you were.
You're damn right. It's interesting, right? So what I need to do actually
Easy magic
threatens
attack.
who I am.
Right here.
I'm stuck. I'm screwed. Paralyzed. Because if I study, I'm not smart anymore.
Oh shit, actually 9% magic.
And if I don't study, I'm going to get a B, and I'm not smart anymore.
Good enough, dude.
So what is the only way I can preserve my intelligence?
By not caring anymore.
You guys know?
By giving up.
Not studying.
And
still,
and what?
And still getting A's.
Nope.
Oh.
It's actually a stop trying.
Yeah, you just don't even get tested or whatever. Right? You don't.
By saying it's beneath
Absolutely.
you, and you
Yeah,
don't
you-
even
you
care.
believe-
You just don't want to see the result.
Absolutely. You're damn right.
No, you don't care about the result.
I just say, oh yeah, I don't.
You just call yourself you observe yourself by another standard outside of the system. It'd be like, I'm not part of this system anyway. Like I'm not even trying to succeed. So I don't care about the bad results.
care about learning English. I read Dostoevsky in my free time. I don't need to read this middle school shit.
There you go.
You denigrate it. And then it's okay to get a B
You're above it. Yeah.
because
exactly.
you're smart.
Exactly.
So it starts with an expectation. I don't know how exactly that translates into League, but I think there's something in there about not learning and not getting better. It's the easy road, right? Kareem was like, it's hard to learn. Danny's like, it's hard to change who you are. So these people preserve who they are
I got
because
C's in
it's
7th
easier.
grade.
So I'm going to be bronze and
I
call
don't even know
everyone
what
else a
7th
shit.
grade is. How old are you in
Bronze is a
7th
rank in
grade?
League, is that right?
Yeah.
Alright, okay. So like I'm gonna stay bronze and I'm just gonna call everyone else shitties. So I think there's something there. The second thing is like, oh man, GG go next. Oh god, if there's one problem in our society right now, it's GG go next. Because this is what we do. Like, people who are stuck at home, they wake up one day and they're like, yeah, today I'm going to learn how to code. And they load up League. And then what happens after 1 hour is they tell themselves, GG, go next. And you know what next is? It's tomorrow. And then they wake up tomorrow and they're like, today I'm going to learn how to code. And they play one game and they say, GG, go next. Right? It's like the first 5 minutes when you lose the scuttle, you give up on the game and you're like, GG, go next. I want it to be perfect, otherwise it's not the game that I envisioned. Oh shit, like coding turns out that it's like, it's way muddier and it's not the expectation that I had.
Maxing the Fire Thief?
I knew what I wanted to do this game. I was going to be a Tarzan or whatever. And I was going to own everyone 1v9 and someone ruined it for me, so fuck that. Expectation. And we have expectations for our rise from the shittiness of our life. Mm-hmm. Right? We're going to be transformed. And like some people are like, I'm going to be the next Boy. I'm going to be the next positive streamer. I'm going to be the next...
I'm going to be the next Boy.
I'm going to be the next XYZ. And I'm going to become a big league streamer.
People said I look like Voyboy. Could I be the next Voyboy, guys?
And then when things don't go their way, when they start streaming for like 2 or 3 days and they have like 30 viewers, they're like, screw that. Like, it's easier to say GG, go next and give up than it is to actually like try to learn. And that kind of gets to this issue of like, you know, what are our choices? Either we rage or we learn. And there is something really, really awesome about raging and giving up, because
wait,
it
where the
feels
fuck
good.
did my
It just
megaphone
feels
go?
Really good. It feels really good to say GG, go next. And I thought it was really interesting. So if you guys listened to Kareem's words, he said, it feels good, but you know it's not the right thing.
Yeah, did he just say you get 30 viewers in 2 days? Man, that guy... Dr. K is suffering from his own success. He thinks it's normal to like go into the league category as a completely new person, with knowing nothing and no one, and getting 30 viewers in 2 days. Even during the Corona shit and everyone being a lockdown, you'll be lucky if you keep 5 after 2 days. Fuck.
And I think there are a lot of people on Twitch who do.
Did you see my megaphone, Bakara?
Feel good, and they know it's not the right thing. Like, you know, you should stop playing League after one game and like maybe learn how to code. But there's that voice in all of us that's like, it's not the right. What I'm doing is not the right thing, but I want to do it anyway.
No, I ate all the chocolate. Oh.
So then the question is, why do you get?
Hey,
okay?
Monster
Am I
Park
just
ticket.
ranting? Am I losing you guys?
No, you're great.
No, that's good.
That was,
Really
that
good.
was awesome.
Okay. So then we get
Wow,
to like,
Sims.
so then why is that? And I think it's beautiful because you guys gave it to us like in the first 5 seconds of stream. Ego. Right? If we think about like where does ego go into this? I think a lot
does
of
Bakara
toxicity
mean
comes
calf?
from ego. A lot of toxicity comes from this idea that like I'm intelligent. Like I have this identity is I'm very smart. Look at how 5-head I am. And the more
6
that
heads.
we attach ourselves to that identity of I am this way, like the more we get to this bass-ackwards sort of situation.
What's your
where,
family
like, I
name?
get a
Apparently
B
it means
class and
calf?
I'm relegating
Like a baby
myself to
cow?
Bs or
Is that true?
Cs or Ds or dropping out for the rest of my life. Because that's what GG Go Next looks like. For the people who are 23 and living at home and watching Twitch all day, I love you guys. But your problem started when you started saying GG Go Next. So the really crazy thing that I had never envisioned before is that...
Wait, did you just say living at home as opposed to what? Being homeless? I'm sorry.
That an antidote to this problem...
Don't you always live
of
at
all
home?
...places is League of Legends. This is the really crazy thought.
Dr. K promoting
And
homelessness.
I never really thought about this until this moment. But the way you guys are describing League of Legends makes me think that if you can take a toxic player and transform them in League of Legends,
Wait,
the
Mimi's...
same formula...
Someone is
what's
whispering me,
necessary
saying
to
in
transform
Arabic
in
it
real
means
life.
calf.
Because it's the same shit. It's ego. It's expectation. It's perspective. What
Yeah,
is
I know he
perspective?
meant baseless dwellers.
Perspective is something that I would call attachment.
He meant at home with your
You
parents.
are one in the game. Your identity is lost in the game.
Oh,
It's
man.
not just a game.
Yeah, dude, this attachment, and that was a big problem with the MapleStory community as well. I think it mainly just happens in old games where people are so super jaded and they feel like the game's been figured out, and it's like we do it this way, and this is the right way to do it, and if you don't do it this way, you're bad, You're not listening to all the good advice that exists. You're trying to undermine the great things that we're already doing. You're trying to claim like what I'm doing is bad. And because so much of that identity is wrapped up in the game, because you're undermining what I'm doing and claiming and saying that, you know, you're doing something else, so that must mean you think that is better. So you're basically saying that what I'm doing is bad. So you're basically saying that I'm dumb and that I'm bad because that's what I'm doing, and that's part of my existence. And that tethers more into the whole bringing things into your identity just because you do them, you know? And that brings us more back to, again, way back, full circle, I guess, to the situation with Zong, right? Where it's like, well, he does this one thing, I disagree with this one thing. Therefore, either the thing must not be bad, so he can stay good, or if the thing is bad, then that now means that he is bad. Right? And that's why people get canceled, because they do one weird thing online. That's why that's why some things get downplayed, because it's like, oh, it's a horrible thing when the last president did it, but when this one did it, it's okay because he's our guy, right? And on both sides, it's stupid as fuck. But it comes from you are everything you do, and therefore everything you do must be good if you want to be good, or if anything you do is bad, therefore you are bad. Like, it's a flowchart way of looking, a binary flowchart way of looking at people, and it leads to so many situations where you have to. You're gonna like force other people to either give up on someone or to be okay with an action when there's no reason to be. You can have nuance, you know. Bugra is. Oh, I see. I see. Watching my stats after resetting hypers from trading to bossing. Yeah, I honestly, I never did that until I was like min-maxing my training. Only past 250 have I ever done that, honestly. Before that, I never reset my hypers.
It's everything. For that person in that moment, League is everything. And you fucking asshole, you took my scuttle, you're taking everything away from me. And so how do you cultivate that perspective? Right? Because some of you guys are able to do it, but it's like really hard. And even in your case, Boy, I think you could everyone can benefit from perspective. When you have 100% perspective, you guys know what we call that? Or what people...
Enlightenment?
What another term for that is? And it's kind of a weird open-ended question. When you have like 100% perspective all the time, that's what Buddha called enlightenment.
Oh, got him.
Distance from the thing that you are doing.
Dude, I'm six head, dude.
The ability to recognize that all of your emotions that get wrapped up in that is not a real thing, but it feels so real in that moment.
How does it feel, guys, to be watching the streamer who gets all this, you know?
Saying like that's just the game. And what Buddha realized is that life is actually just one big game, and you don't have to get bent out of shape. That life can do crappy things to you, but this is a big revelation that he had. Most of what sucks about life is what we do to ourselves when life does something to us.
Can't confirm it does not have a time limit and comes even on all characters. Nice, JHK. Thanks, dude.
The damage comes.
There's one more week of the events, though.
When I lose Scuttle, I haven't lost a League of Legends game. What causes me to lose the League of Legends game?
You do.
When I run down mid.
When you give up. Yeah, exactly.
And this is the shocking thing that I don't think people get. Is that most of what's ruining their lives is not the Scuttle.
It's you yourself.
It's the fucking running down mid. And this is where things like you guys, I
know,
are hopeless. But this is what gives me hope. I know it sounds crazy.
It's because it's so fucking easy.
Over the Scuttle, but you actually have control over running down mid.
But isn't that what it always is? Like, isn't that more the philosophical approach to determinism, where like you don't have control over the things that happen in your life, but you have control over the reaction to the things that happen, or something? Like you don't really have free choice, but you have your reactions to the things that happen is still within your control, or something like that. That's probably one of the streams within all of that meme shit, right?
And so you can actually win that game. In fact, it's probably pretty. Your chances are like maybe 51-49, or like 49-51, like not in your favor.
Not in your
after
favor,
losing the scuttle. But the way that we respond to what life gives us is ultimately what determines whether we win or we lose.
And that's why I want you guys to group up in parties and do struggle runs for CRA together. Not because I want you guys to have to earn it because I earned it, or because it's too easy, or it's not fair, but because going in and keep on going into something that's hard, that doesn't go super easy, and that requires effort and getting better, that builds fucking character, all right? And if you can build character in this, you can go through that in this something as silly as a game where there aren't any big negative repercussions, then you can do it in real life where there are more big negative repercussions. But you will have already practiced this process. You will have already pretty much perfected this craft because you had to go through that shit a bunch of times. And you also had to go through it with people that maybe you didn't choose to do this. Maybe you go to work and you got to work with people that you just absolutely fucking hate, but you got to go through it because you got to make a living. You got to get an income. You got to keep a roof over your head. And not be homeless like Dr. K endorses. But you will have already found some tricks and some ways to deal with these situations because of experience that you have in the game where there are very limited negative results, right? Or you could choose the easy way out and not pick any kind of challenges in a game and then come into real life and then have no extra baggage from it and have like very limited extra experience and no extra ammunition to go through the real game, which is life.
And that's like really bizarre, but I refer back to the studying example. Because getting a B, it's like weird, but we get on this trajectory.
I don't know if CLP is
like
good.
throwing.
It's easy, but I don't know if it's good because it's a small map.
And then we feel hopeless.
Ice Lightning. Have you joined the Ice Lightning Discord under the Reboot Central Discord?
Let me ask you guys,
maybe they can help you out.
Loses Scuttle and starts running down mid on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being completely hopeless and 1 being having all the hope in the world. Where are they?
Completely hopeless.
Where are they?
Where are they?
If abandoned all hope at that point.
In the game?
No, like on a scale of hopelessness.
In the context of the game, or
yeah, in the context of the game.
Oh, I mean, hopeless, I guess.
Absolutely, right?
Yeah.
So, but the funny thing there is, it's the hopelessness which causes them to run down mid. It's the hopelessness which causes us to not act. But the crazy thing is that the hopelessness is like kind of false. Like we know that in the context of League of Legends, right? Yeah. Like you're not actually like what the fuck, man? You just lost 100 gold.
False? Oh, he means that there is still hope, but he doesn't feel like there is. Yeah, okay.
Just play the fucking game.
The disconnection between the feeling and the reality.
But that's not what we do, because once we feel hopeless, then we don't see, like in that moment, we're not able to see. And what is it that lets us see? Danny Lee, baby. Perspective.
Perspective. Just become enlightened like the Buddha.
Back. And this is the other thing that Buddha taught. Expectation leads to attachment. Attachment leads to suffering.
Expectations leads to attachment. Attachment leads to suffering. I commented about this. Hang on. Yeah, I put 2 extra steps in between. The way I see it is... Hang on, how did I write it? Expectations leads to entitlement, and entitlement leads to disappointment, and disappointment leads to suffering. So I would agree, but I think there's like steps in between. I feel like you're kind of skipping steps there. I don't think necessarily all expectation leads to suffering. But it can, if your expectations are... Because I don't think it's necessarily better to not have any expectations. I think it's just better to have realistic expectations. So as long as your expectations are realistic, I think you can learn from them and you can evaluate. But if you have unrealistic expectations, then they can definitely lead to suffering, I think. But I think I'm probably not completely entitled yet. Maybe that's the enlightened yet. That's the next step where I realize that whether you're right or wrong with your expectations, everything just always leads to suffering because it leads to more expectations, I guess. I don't know.
guys not, if you guys go back and you read the Poly or the Sun.
What if it's the other way around? We don't want to
it's
struggle
exactly
in the game
what you
because we have
guys
to
said
deal
about
with
League
it
of
in real
Legends.
life?
When I go into the
Well, you're going to
game,
keep
I'm gonna
struggling with
get-
it in real life
I'm
if you
gonna
don't
get to
find
the
any kind
top
of way
scuttle
to
first,
to,
or
to
left
learn how to
scuttle or
deal
right
with these
scuttle,
things.
whatever, one of the scuttles. I'm going to beat the other jungle player to it, and then I'm going to go and I'm going to get the bottom scuttle too. And then I'm going to be 200 G up. I'm going to buy this item. I'm going to gank mid. We're going to roll these fuckers.
There's probably some things, if you're really like struggling with real life, it feels a little bit like sidelines commentary shit, I guess. But if you're really struggling with some things in your real life, then there's probably things that you should be doing to try to improve those situations rather than play video games. Because there is definitely a healthy balance of like playing a little bit of video games to like escape from problems in life a little bit and just kind of cope. And that's kind of like your coping mechanism, and you can recharge your battery so you can like go back in for a hard day. That's definitely a thing. But there's also like a huge group of people who are just spending they're just like, they wake up, they go to their shitty job, go to their shitty life, have their shitty lunch, talk to their shitty coworkers, work for their shitty boss, and then go home and then play video games all day and then go to sleep and then do the same thing again. That's the only way to make sure that your life does not get any better, because you're having no moment at all in your day when you don't have to have any time for you. Like you're using the game time as like, this is me time, like I get to do what I want. But in that time, you're not spending any attention to you. You're spending attention to like an avatar on the screen. You're dressing up a MapleStory character. You're killing virtual bosses. You're talking to a guild. You're making sure that every conversation has nothing to do with like whatever's going on in your life. You want to make sure that it's completely separate. But at the end of the day, you never had a moment of that perspective, right? That we're talking about here. You lack a discipline, you lack a perspective. Like, you're not trying to improve your situation. You're just getting by, right? I mean, I see it with real life with the game. But what do you deal with in real life? I feel like if that's your answer, then I feel like there's things in real life that you should be addressing to make your life better first before you have time to play video games, is what I would say. Yeah, you can. That's what I just said. But I said that there's also a large group of people who aren't like online in Maple or online on Twitch as like a healthy hobby thing that they just do on the side. But it's like, it's work, eat, sleep, and this, and that's like everything they have. And that's there's no balance there, right? That's a very unhealthy thing. And then lack like self-development, self-reflection, all that stuff is one of the first things to go. And that can make it so that problems that arise in work or in the game will become huge problems because they never get addressed. You're kind of like stuck because all of that time investment is already pre-planned, and you don't have any you don't have any flexibility in your schedule for that.
Expectation, attachment. Now I'm going to leave you guys with one other question.
Would you recommend in Reboot focus one character or create a lot of 120 characters for links? I would recommend a balance between the two. As long as you have a character that you like training, then play on it for as long as you like it, and work a little bit on Legion on the side so you can keep liking it for a longer period of time. I would never go super hard on one thing or super hard on another thing unless there is a great event like the Celestial Ancestral Blessings? Celestial Blessings? What was it called again? I think it's Celestial Blessings. An event like this where you can choose 1 week and then do one, and then 1 week do the other one, where you go a little bit more specific. But in general, I would try to keep like a balance of the two, because one thing is you might be playing on a main and kind of enjoying it, but in leveling other characters for your Legion and your links, you might actually stumble across a character that you end up enjoying way more, and then before you have a severe invested time and or money just investment in that one character, you could have maybe you could have found another character in the meantime that you actually enjoy way more, right? So on one hand, I feel like you kind of owe it to yourself to explore the options, and on the other hand, I think it's in general I like the change a lot, but some people just don't do Legion at all and just full on grind on their main, and some people what some people call main Legion, where they don't really have a main character at all and they just play all of the characters, and they'll get to 6k Legion, 7k Legion without even picking a main to really go with. It's totally up to you, but I think a balance between the two that makes it so that you can keep enjoying playing every day and that you don't feel like you hit like a major wall So finding a little bit of balance early on will make it so that you don't hit any walls. You'll just hit speed bumps instead. If you don't work on Legion at all, you tend to hit walls on your main character. But you can take them as speed bumps as you find a healthier balance. So like one character, at least like 1 or 2 characters a week that you just level up a little bit, maybe get to Zakum. But the event right now could be a good idea to do that. I don't know how far you are with your main character though. What is a macro for Aaron? Oh, that's just the boosts. Snow Charge, Pole Arm Booster, and Maha Blessing. That's just the side boost things. I'm just saying struggle is going to help one learn how to cope with struggles in real life. Yeah, but a good amount of people come to the game already knowing how to cope with real life, and thus the benefit of learning how to deal with difficulties is not really something to care for us as they come to the game to escape. But if you're escaping for it, I don't think you're like, you already know how to cope with real life and struggles because you're still in them. Because otherwise you had nothing to escape from, is what I'm saying. If you're still actively escaping from it, it's because you're running into the same problems here as you are there. Maybe you had some problems and then you were able to get bailed out by someone else because of their help. And then every time you're just getting bailed out, right? Every time you're just getting carried over your problem. But you're still, the root of the problem is not going away where you don't learn how to solve a problem for yourself. I'm not saying that like, I'm some kind of superior being that has figured everything out or anything, but as long as you have to escape from real life in video games, that means that there's something to escape from, right? Which means that there's something to work on. So I'm just saying, make sure you don't neglect those things by making the same mistakes that lead to you having stuff to want to escape from, and do the same thing in the video game, because then you're perpetuating that pattern that is already leading to something negative. I'm not saying it's ruining your life, or not saying that it's the worst thing in the world, but there's like something negative. And if you keep perpetuating it in every aspect of your life, you're not getting over it, you're not fixing it, you're not working through it, right? Escape maybe, no, but I get what you mean by it. It's not like, oh, I'm not like putting in noise canceling headphones and I'm gonna dim all the lights and only light from the monitors, and Cheetos here, Mountain Dew here, and for the next 8 hours I don't exist on the planet Earth, like phone off, like only. I know that you don't mean that, but some people do kind of just live their avatar online. That's kind of one of the problems I had previously, and that's why I had to rebuild my community like 3 times, because I was kind of giving people in the chat shit for literally being in my stream for 10 hours a day every single day, and kind of calling them out on like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Like, I appreciate support a lot, but if you have the time to be in my chat 10 hours a day every single day, then something's not going all that right in your life. Like, you're doing this, you're making the same mistakes that I am. Like, you're probably not going out meeting a lot of people. You're not having any, like, probably not that many meaningful interpersonal relationships. If you're literally there every single day, 10 hours, because you're sleeping, you're working, you're going to bed. What do you say, Bakara? Check Discord later. I'll go to bed now. All right. Good night, dude. Yeah, I'll check the Discord for sure. I always check Discord after stream. I tend to not respond to Discord messages during the stream because I feel like, I don't know, it like interrupts stuff, so I don't like to do that. But I always check them after the stream. Don't worry. Have fun. True, what the fuck am I doing? Yeah, so sometimes it's like maybe a little bit destructive, but sometimes I think it'll be better for me to help people who are watching my stream see that they should probably stop watching or go do something else. I love the most, like, I love having people here, of course, but what I love a lot is like Helm's coming back and being like, hey, yeah, I haven't played in 4 months, I quit the game, I'm doing a lot of stuff in real life, I got a new job, and like I'm getting my life together, and then I'm just dropping by. Like, I'd rather have like 5 or 10 people every day come by and say that, and just come by like once or twice a week and just say hi in the evening, and only be here for like 15 minutes. I know that you can't really I can't really build a living off of that, but I'd much rather have that than have people just sit here and be here just every day like, oh, Scardor's live, okay, let's go sit in his stream. Like, oh, let's go chat with the same people, do the same dailies. watch Scardor do the same things, say the same things about how we gotta like get out there and do stuff. Like, yeah, I totally agree. And then be still in my computer and then eat the same food, get the same cup of ramen noodles, and then go to work with the same people, do the same job, do the same. And that's like, I'd rather you guys, because you guys might be experiencing the game kind of vicariously through me, but because of that, I kind of have to live my life vicariously through you guys, okay? So you guys have to go out there and get memories and do weird shit and talk to me about it so I can be happy that you guys are at least out there living life, okay? Because I don't have the time to do that shit, right? We got to make this an exchange program, okay? One of you guys has to go like skydiving. Well, yeah, one of you guys has to go like skydiving or something. No, Areno did that. So one of you guys has to go bungee jumping or something. You have no issues with struggling, but I can see why people kind of want bailouts. Sure, I could see both. Of course, I always say that. Both exist. But I think one leads to like a healthier outlook to everything, and the other one leads to just moving whatever kind of problems or obstacles you could be running into to a later date. And things tend to accumulate over time. And when it becomes like a later date, the problems tend to get bigger, right? Somebody who's... if we're talking about it just in MapleStory, and somebody who like gets carried through CRA, gets carried through Lotus and Damien, and then the first boss they do ever, maybe even gets carried through Lucid, that's probably a thing now. And then the first boss you ever do is Will, good fucking luck, dude. I did all of those things as struggle, and my first Will runs were an absolute fucking shit show. Imagine running Will for the first time with 6 people who've gotten carried through all the bosses. I don't think you're ever going to clear that. Like, ever. Unless everyone is literally 50k stat and you just roll your face on your keyboard. I don't think normal Will is ever going down. Whereas instead, not just experience but just the process of how to go through, how to go from one to the other, and every single boss is just a little bit harder, right? I think the bosses in the game are kind of. That's the one thing about the boss design that I like. There's so many problems with all of the bosses in MapleStory, but so many bugs and everything. But the way that they scale in just becoming a little bit more difficult without necessarily being a copy of the same mechanics, just with one added thing, I think that design is pretty genius. But again, some bosses are very unnecessarily hard because of bugs and because of all that stuff. And that, all that shit. But I think that design, it already takes you by the hand to be like, hey, let's try this one. All right, and then now let's try one a little bit harder, and let's try one a little bit harder, and then and once the whole process becomes like clear to you, every next boss is so much easier, so much easier. But again, it comes from what we just talked about, like expectations. My expectations is I'm gonna be upgrading through this game at this pace. I'm gonna be catching up to my friend at this pace. I'm gonna be this level and be able to kill this boss this many weeks into the game. Like, these are the expectations. Where are those expectations coming from? Is it coming from what someone else achieved? What if someone else has twice the time to play? What if someone else really likes bossing? What if someone else just really likes grinding? Or like, just the sentence. Can anyone carry me? I need CRA gear. Just that sentence alone. I just have so many questions. It's like, how do you even know you need CRA gear if you don't have it? Why do you need CRA gear? The first people in Reboot without 5th job got to level 240 before the first CRA boss was even killed. Like, objectively, you don't need it. It's just wrong. It's not correct. But why do you feel like you need it? Like, where does that desire, where does that feeling come from? It has to come from somewhere, right? And something else has to put that feeling in there. So even if you yourself, personally, you don't need, you don't care about like getting the handout, you don't need the whole achievement, that's fine. But you got to recognize that kind of poisons other people's minds on like, that sets like a standard for a kind of impossible rate of growth. And whether you like it or not, like, I don't like it, but people tend to just really mirror themselves off of other people and how other people progress and how quickly they progress. And if you get carried in everything, and it's just for you, but you only care about your personal situation and all that, and then you're kind of sending the message like, hey, if you're not growing at this pace, you're falling behind. You're kind of slow. That's how other people will see it. And then the easy defense is just like, oh, that's not on me, that's on them. But people respond in predictable ways, and you know that a lot of people just look at other people for their reference frame to be like, okay, so I have to be able to do this. Oh, I have to be able to do that. And I think that's one thing to be cognizant of, because once you start, because I think that's the main thing that led to Zong botting, is because he saw other people going at a certain rate and making, just getting stronger, getting higher level, and he couldn't keep up because he just didn't have the time to play. And that just happens. But what does he do like a normal person? Like, he sees other people going at a certain rate and he wants to be able to keep up, right? And what's the only way that he can keep up is by doing what he did. Like, I think predictable response, because he's in a competitive environment. He's in a high-level guild with people who are playing at a high level. Like, they're spending a lot of time. So this is like a responsible. This is a predictable way to respond to like that pressure, because you put that. It's not really just you putting that pressure on you, right? It's being in an environment that kind of puts that pressure back on you. So I guess that's the whole thing I'm trying to do, is to make sure that pressure isn't there and that people can make that choice freely. Some people want to go out and get carried. That's perfectly fine for me. Some other people want to do struggle parties. I want to do it together. I'll be here. I'll have a Discord. I'll have a room that has the requirements where you can sign up. I'll have a voice call. I'll even jump into the party if I have a character, if I'm available, if I have the time. Like, I'll provide that as well. I feel there's already enough providing the first thing. I'll focus primarily on providing the second thing. Just like with having like a farmer and separately, or just training on your main. I feel like both are totally fucking fine. It just depends on how much you play, how far you're trying to get, how quickly you're trying to get there. I think there's already enough on the first one, so I'm primarily going to be focusing on supporting the second one, because I feel like it needs to be balanced out a little bit, so that people feel not that pressure like I have to do this or I'm playing the game wrong, but more I can play the game however I want and it's all fine. Right, as long as it doesn't negatively affect other people's games. Like, I'm not calling like, oh, I enjoy chaosing, so you just go out and chaos everyone. Of course, those are outliers. I'm sure you guys understand that. But that's why,
who is more likely to?
That's like my
to
stance.
Tilt? The person who goes 2-0 in a game.
Wait, what is he talking about?
And then I'm gonna be 200 G up and buy this item. I'm a gank mid. We're gonna roll these fuckers. Expectation, attachment. Now I'm gonna leave you guys with one other question.
Ooh, a question.
Who is more
Let's go.
likely to tilt? The person who goes 2-0 in a game, or the person who goes 0-2 in a game?
Person who goes 2-0.
I think it depends on the player themselves.
Okay.
Because
Like,
the 2-0 guy,
games where I'll be
the
like,
2-0 guy expects that he's on a winning streak and that he's unbeatable. So if he starts losing, he's gonna completely flip his shit. Whereas the other guy's already expecting to lose. So losing a third time isn't going to do anything to him.
I'll be like 10-0, like hard smurfing, and then like I'll make one mistake and like we'll lose like an objective or something.
My launcher is working, main Cadesian. What you can do is check your task manager, Control-Shift-Escape, and see if there's anything there related to Nexon game security or to the launcher, and then right-click, force close it. Make sure that it's fully closed. If you've recently restarted your computer or did a full restart, what you might have to do is uninstall your launcher and reinstall your launcher. Just that. Don't reinstall the game, but just the launcher, and that could fix it too. It's a very common
really
problem after full shutdowns.
Be like pretty tilted, but I mean I can still bounce back. And there will be games where I'm just getting camped.
Let me get some dailies.
And I'll be
Oh
like
wait,
0-5,
2.5 gigs of RAM.
And I know that like the jungler's permatop. We're getting stuff on the other side of the map. Like it's like a balance. Like, and there's some games like I'm just like completely neutral and I'll be tilted like pretty hard.
Sure.
And I know it's like a pretty big spectrum for everybody.
I agree. Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's a lot more likely for the 0-2 to turn into an 0-10 than for the 2-0 to turn into 2-8. Not in that
Wait.
2-0 might not be tilted. They might be tilted, but still continue to try. But once you're 2-0, once you're 0-2, there's that level of hopelessness that settles in, and the more you die, the worse it gets.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yep. So like if you go 0-2, I think that there's a subtle thing there. I'm sorry. Did somebody else want to say that?
Oh, rip.
So I think that there's a really interesting thing there, right? So I hear what you guys are saying. I think it is like kind of a simple. I mean, it's a complicated issue that I'm trying to turn into a simple question to illustrate a point.
Dailies? Oh, broken
So
bows.
I
Rip.
definitely know people who go 0-2 who feel super fucking tilted. Because what was supposed to happen?
You're supposed to go 1-1.
I was supposed to go 2-0.
They're supposed to be 2-0.
What? No, you're just. Oh. See, this is why bad expectations. No, you expect 1-1 because when you go into a game, you have 50% chance to win, which means after 2 games on average, you should be 1-1, unless you're planning on climbing, right? But if you're in the elo that you deserve, you should expect a 1-1. See, this is maybe why I don't get tilted at that stuff very much. You'd expect a 1-1, right? No? What would you guys expect? Would you expect 2-0, or would you guys expect 1-1 or 0-2? What do you guys expect? You hope for a 2-0, of course. You hope for 2-0, but I would expect a 1-1 because you have 8 different teammates in those 2 games. One of them is going to be thrown. One of them is going to be bad. One of them is going to be inting. So there's got to be probably 1 loss in 2 games. No. You hope to win, and you also expect 2-0. Okay. But aren't you setting yourself up for disappointment if you're expecting to win every game? Because you're not going to win every game. You know that, right? You know that you're not going to win every game. So why do you expect to win every game? If you're cubing if you're cubing for 30%, do you expect your first cube to be 30% attack, or do you expect one of your first X amount of cubes, depending on what the calculator says, to be? Do you expect to spend the amount of money that the calculator says, roughly? Or do you expect your first cube to be it, right? What is a reasonable expectation there? I think he's talking about the player's KDA. No. He's talking about being 2-0 in games and going into game 3. You're supposed to be winning 60% of your games at your correct elo? 60? Really? No, wait, at your correct elo? I mean, up until a certain point, right? At a certain point, your win rate can be 60%. I remember from StarCraft, like the people who were like the best of the best would have a win rate of like 54% or something. In tournaments, maybe they'd have like 70% win rate at a certain matchup or something. But in ladder, they would never go over like 56% or something. Would be insane win rate. Is that not true in League? Are you supposed to be winning 60% of your games? That seems like an insane win rate. I don't know. I remember if you play a lot of games, if you just have like a bad loss streak of like, if you have a certain win rate, let's say you have 52% win rate, and you lose 6 games in a row, you have to win like 30 in a row to get back to the same win rate or something. Because all of those wins get divided over so many more losses to... It stops being like the 1-to-1 thing. Yeah, 60% seems like... That's probably what Tyler 1 is doing now until he gets to like Diamond 1, right? Is being like 60% win rate. Probably a little bit higher, probably like 65% or something. But then you're just constantly going up and up and up and up and up, I think.
Right? And so here's the crazy thing. So most of chat seems to think that 2-0 is more likely.
Yeah, you hope you win.
And why is that? I think it's because once you're 2-0,
you expect to win.
What do you expect to happen for the rest of the game?
Yeah, you expect to win, dude. Oh no, he is talking about 2-0 actually. Damn, sorry.
Absolutely.
He's talking about 2-0
so when
KDA,
you're 0-2,
my bad.
Absolutely. When you're 0-2
yeah, you're right.
and you get a kill, how do you feel?
I'm back in this. Hopeful.
Get it shut down.
Okay. When you're 2-0 and you died, how do you feel?
Rip lead. It's even again.
You just threw.
Absolutely, right? So it's about expectation. Expectation is key.
It's weird though how many games these guys have. These guys between them probably have over 10,000 games, right? But apparently they haven't. Have they never been in the situation when they were 0-2 and gotten a kill, or been 2-0 and gotten killed? That he has to explain that to them? That's so strange to me. Because they all basically said the opposite, right? That the 0-2 guy would be more likely to tilt. Because he's already losing? Voidboy alone probably has 10. Yeah, 10k is actually a low number. Because even in like Command & Conquer Generals, which I only really played a lot for a year, I think I got like 1,500 games. Yeah, no, yeah, 10k is like super fucking low. Never mind. more like 50k or something between 40k or something. Doesn't that guy on the top right, the shifter guy, doesn't he do like commentary stuff?
What do you expect
I don't
every
know
day when you wake up?
Sex.
And
Wait,
the
what?
more that you expect, the closer you are to the thing. I don't know how else to put that. I don't know if that makes sense. And then you lose perspective. And the more that you can separate,
Imagine waking up,
the
yeah.
less or expectation will melt.
Waking
up.
up.
Like there's no expectation is about being invested.
I imagine
Does that make sense?
Imagine Dragons.
Like I can expect certain things to happen, but they're not going to bother me unless I'm invested. I can go into a game and I can be like, okay,
Whoa.
I should win because this is a favorable matchup. But like, maybe I won't. And then you do.
Oh, that's the thing. Like whenever I watch Tyler 1 play, for example, and there's like a favorable matchup. What does favorable matchup mean to people? I feel like the people who play League need to play MapleStory for a while so they can they can learn about like what distribution of chance and what statistics are and stuff. Because it's like, oh, you have a favorable matchup. That means you win. You now win 100% of the time. It's like, no, that's not. That's not how anything works. It's like, oh, you have an 80% scroll. That means there's more chance for succeeding than for failing. So therefore, it'll always succeed. It's like, no, what? And people are like, oh, you lost to someone when you had a favorable matchup. It's like, you know, there are other factors in this game. It's not a 1v1, right? And even though it's the other your favored, that doesn't mean that you win 100% of the time. But communities like, for example, like T1's stream will give so much shit because he doesn't win when you're in a favorable matchup. But it could be like 52% to 48. It could be 60 to 40. But even at 60 to 40, that means you lose 2 games out of 5. You lose almost half. And remember, guys, for the expecting, if you do, if you play 2 games and you're expecting to win both, remember, just whenever you find yourself expecting that, okay, just consider yourself that you're about to use 2 50% epic potential scrolls, okay? Are you really going to expect both of them to work? Or are you going to hope for both of them to work but expect both of them to fail? Loading the MapleStory client is a gamble. That's probably also around a... for me, it's been 100%, honestly. I still get the memory leak. I still get the high RAM usage. But I haven't had the thing where when you start up, the game closes over and over and you got to like keep trying 5-6 times before you actually get in. I haven't had that in months. Now, of course, that I mentioned it, I'm going to have it tomorrow. But yeah, I haven't had it in a long-ass time. But... I don't know. I do recognize that to some extent it's kind of sad that through playing MapleStory for so long, I've gotten to the point where my expectations are so low. But it does help me get over. It does help me not get disappointed, because just how low those expectations are, dude. Like it's very difficult to disappoint me at this point. But who knows? Maybe I'll end up playing League at some point and just still get disappointed. I don't know. The few games of League that I played, it was just pretty funny. Although I must say I was kind of disappointed. Even just playing casual and starting from nothing and going like 28-3 in a game when I'm like my account is level 4, it does make me wonder if I'm playing against bots or 6-year-olds. Because I feel like I should be in the papier-mâché league, but I feel like the guys I was playing against wouldn't even make it into Iron. Like they would just like not even get in. Like they finished their rank games and it's like, sorry, Iron 4 doesn't even want you. You got to go to whatever metal is below iron. It's like aluminum or something. It's even bendable if it's thin enough. Like there's some real dribble online. Yeah, we did. But I don't know. We can circle back to like the goodwill part, but if people are like, hey, let's do this, let's do this, and you can tell that they're at a different level, at least for me, right? They're already talking about strategy, and I'm like, dude, I don't even know what my skills do. I'll just be like, yo, guys, I mean, this is literally my first account ever. Don't expect too much of me, okay? And then if people are like, oh my god, I can't believe it, we have a shitter in my game, blah, 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 then you already know, like, that guy is not going to respond positively to anything, and it's best to just not antagonize them and just kind of ignore their existence, I guess. But if someone is like, oh, that's okay, man, just try your best, yeah, then they'll be much more receptive to you apologizing or you just trying your best. And if you're playing safe and you still get tower dove by 3 people, people won't be like, whoa, I can't believe you died to a 3-man tower dive that also killed 2 of the other people. Like, I can't believe you would do that. And be like, bro, like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Can I kill this? Oh, Black Betty. Whoa, Black Betty, don't get knocked back. I'm gonna die to the wolf. He's doing much damage. I'm killing him. Oh, Black Betty. Tinfoil. Foam 4. Bubbles 3. I think it should be Bubble because isn't Bubble also after Flail, I guess, like or Splash, the worst attack in Pokemon as well, right? I remember when a water Pokemon would learn Bubble, and you were like, oh my god, yes, it has a type attack. It's not just Tackle. And then it hits something, and it's like, this is even less damage than Tackle. How is this possible? Wait, was I not in single target mode for that, or did I already take it off? I guess I forgot. Flag race. Da, 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 da. Oh, this video is going to be so long if I put this on YouTube.
The crazy thing here is that when it comes down
long
to
podcast,
it,
boys.
Okay, how to wrap up. So, like, let me just try to piece this together.
Oh, they're almost done.
I see a lot
Wait,
of
it's
this
50
stuff
more
around
minutes.
Expectation and perspective.
Yeah.
Of gaining perspective.
Yeah.
And I also see, like, some themes where I get that you guys are hopeless, but I'm not hopeless. And that's probably just because I haven't played League of Legends.
They definitely feel hopeless. Oh.
And the reason that I'm not hopeless is I think that you guys are
Maybe that's why I'm not hopeless yet either, because I haven't really played League for that long. But I would say there's definitely a lot of people in the MapleStory category who've, like, are beyond beyond hopeless for very long, and I'm not with MapleStory either.
For the same reason.
Hey, Nerd, what's up, dude?
Element, although your situation does sound.
Corey,
are we dropping? What's going on?
I think Boy and Danny just deceased.
Uh-oh.
GG.
GG next.
Yeah. GG go next.
Go next.
Next stream. GG Discord. GG. There's lots of talk of GG go next.
We lost, boy.
We lost Craigasm.
Anyway, I forgot what I was saying. Did y'all remember? Sometimes I just start going and I don't remember exactly where I was.
About them losing hope.
Nope. I mean, we cut out, so I don't know.
I was listening intently, but then I was...
Yeah, you were here.
I was listening, man.
Okay. Anyway, I don't know what I was saying, but okay, let me try to get it back. So I was talking to you guys about, like, expectation, right? So the reason that the 2-0 person tilts is because they have an expectation that they're going to continue to dumpster.
That's actually something that I've noticed that Destiny is really good at. He's like playing another game. He's like fucking playing Factorio or something in the background. But whenever someone's like, wait, what was I talking about? He can always like immediately like take it back. For some reason, he's like always on that. And here's a panel of 4 other people, and not a single one of them is like, oh, you were talking about this, by the way. That's something that I noticed that I was actually really bad at too. Feeling like I am in a conversation and actually listening and engaged in it. But whenever somebody loses a thread, being able to pick it back up, I don't know to which extent that's actually a really important thing. I don't know, but I've noticed that I wasn't good at it being like, oh, you were talking about this. I noticed that a lot of time I would just do that thought experiment and be like, wait, if you just pause the chat here, and they were like, what was I talking about? Would I be able to figure it out? So I'm happy that I was able to figure it out now. They were talking about that they lost hope, right?
That actually screws them.
Pick the wrong
Because
job on the
second
girl and
that you
Mapleblood.
tell
Oh yeah.
yourself, like, oh, I got this shit. I
Yeah,
got this shit
it's
on
it's a
lock.
little bit annoying,
That's
Shaggy,
the
but
moment that you open yourself up to tilt.
you got to like teleport to the right guy.
And
Yeah.
if it's sort of like, hey,
Or
I've
chick.
got an advantage, let's see if we can turn this into a 3-0.
Yeah, it's like reading and then, oh man, I used to have that. I think that's an ADHD thing, right? Or like ADD thing, where you're like reading a book because you have to read it for school. And then because I'm very visual, I start like imagining what it would look like and descriptions of... and I start coming up with scenarios of what would happen, and then suddenly I realized that for the last well, not that many, but like for the last 2 pages or something, I asked myself, what have I read in the last 2 pages, and just for the life of me, I have no clue. I had no clue. So I read the words, but they didn't come in at all. So I would have to go back and reread it to make sure that I'm not missing out on anything important.
But maybe they'll compensate. And by the way, like, I'm worth way more.
I think that's an ADD ADHD thing though, where your attention your attention span wavers.
Built into the game. This is definitely not unlocked. Let's see if I can dumpster these shitties. So there's a big difference between I'm going to and let's.
Yeah, so for me, I would learn to identify that quicker and be like, oh, I'm drifting. And then either let myself drift for a little bit and then continue reading, or be like, okay, I don't have time to drift, like it's taken too long. That's one of the main reasons I hated having to read books for school, because I wouldn't be able to read quickly. I can read words quickly, but I wouldn't be able to get through a lot of book quickly. I always thought that other people who were able to read quickly and finish books fast, I always thought that those people weren't really reading it properly and didn't really know what they were reading. Because I was like, I can read the words fast as well, but then nothing goes in. So that feels like cheating. That doesn't feel like you actually. And I'm gonna have to write a report about this later. Like, so why would I like cheat myself out of the knowledge that I need later to make sure that I can prove that I read it? Right? That seems like a bad strategy. So I would just take a long time to read. But yeah, not because of dyslexia or anything, but because of just getting distracted. I guess I never really put those two together, that was the main reason. No, I just connected those now. But I would feel bad about not being able to read books quickly and get through that quickly. So I would put it off, but then there would be a deadline, and then I'd be like, oh, now I have to read quickly, but I couldn't, so that would always be a very bad combination.
See.
Oh, you have dyslexia?
Anyway,
yeah, I don't know, man. That would
the
dyslexia would suck so much.
Talked about
Cody. Talked with Cody a little bit. Like he's got dyslexia and dyscalculia as well. Where if you're doing maths, numbers switch around as well.
Your own impact.
That would suck so much.
So one of the things that you kind of learn as a therapist is that oftentimes you don't realize like how helpful you are. Like if I'm working with someone who's got bad depression and they come into my office every week and they're like depressed every week, what am I going to feel like? Am I going to feel like I'm doing a good job?
Nope. Like you're not moving, not making progress.
So sometimes the most important thing that you can offer someone is like your constancy in the face of hopelessness. So I cannot underplay how important it is that you guys
be the rock, dude.
Because there's a lot of victory in overcoming hopelessness.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to do, man.
There's something like wonderfully noble about standing against it anyway.
Well, I wouldn't say noble. That's a little bit.
So you guys.
It's only Maple Story, dude. Chill.
So
maybe in League it's noble, but
a little bit behind us.
Right. So, like, just the fact that you guys show up day after day dealing with the shit that you deal with, I don't think you guys realize, like...
You know, for Hardhilla? Oh, I still have to do my weeklies on this character.
Don't underestimate your inability to see it for the lack of effect.
I think I'll just skip my weeklies on this guy.
Because if we listen to Kareem, you know, he's kind of saying 3 years ago...
I've already got the pep mark anyway, so fuck it. So maybe listen to books? Yeah, audiobooks can really help with that, I think.
Profound of an impact we have on
especially if the voice resonates with you.
We don't see it, but it doesn't mean that it isn't important.
To read something, I need to write down a summary of what I read while I'm reading. If I don't write it down, my mind forgets what I read. That's what I found out was the best way for me to... I don't know, like I think everyone finds out their own way of how studying works for them. But like Dr. K talked about this earlier, right? When you're smart enough to just get decent grades, and then you go to a higher... level, and then you get worse grades, and you just stop kind of caring about the grades you get because you don't really want to start studying, because that would mean that you're admitting that you don't know everything, or that at least in the system of school that you aren't meeting the standards as easily. And that was definitely me, like just doing as little as possible to get by. But then in things, what I ended up... but that worked for me all the way up to college. Like I barely got through high school though. You guys know, like my my first exam in my final year of maths, and I had 6 years of maths a week, so that was like very important for my final grade. I had a 25% test, and then my final exam for history I had 18%, and I think in total I almost failed economics as well, and I was doing economics maths as like my main 2 subjects in my program. So it was like the last year where basically if you have shit grades, all of your teachers can come together and be like, yo, this person has shit grades. Are they shit enough for us to hold them back a year? Or is it just barely good enough? Do we think like this person can make it in life and can make it in their academic future, whatever, and like succeed, and it won't come back to us like that we sent them off to fail, basically. And that was the last year that people were able to do that. And most teachers agreed that I was like smart enough to be able to make it, and that I probably wasn't going into the field of any of the things that I got shit grades in anyway, because I wasn't really passionate about them, which was correct. And so I was able to get through high school all coasting off of like being smart enough to like remember enough and not studying really. So it wasn't until, and then I went into college. College was a shit show for 1 year, and then I went home. Then I played MapleStory for like 3 years straight, and then I went to my aunt and uncle, got a job, played Maple less. That's when I quit. That's around 2012. Got a job until school started. Kept working part-time through school, and that's when I actually got to college, and I was like, okay, I want this to work, because I worked part-time for about 6 months at a call center, which is like one of the easiest entry jobs that you can get into, right? You don't really need a high level of education. And looking at my colleagues there, I was like, these are nice people, all right? these are good, hardworking, nice people. But if I have to work in like an environment like this with people like on this certain level for the rest of my life, the rest of my life isn't going to be that long. Like, there's no fucking way. Yeah, this is going to tilt me off the face of the planet. So I have to have something more. Like, I have to have at least like a bachelor's degree, like at least an undergrad. So that's when I started going to. But I didn't know what the fuck I wanted to do, so I went to like a lot of open days. I checked a lot of websites, talked to people who were educated in certain fields, and I just started crossing off. Well, what am I probably not going to do? You know, what is definitely not my thing. A lot of the hard sciences immediately fell. Very intricate, technical, manual labor things were just not my thing. So a lot of things got cut, but it still left, basically left the whole field of Bachelor of business, I guess, of business administration, basically everything in that field. So I went to a bunch of different schools, see how the schools taught, whatever. And then finally was in there, I was like, okay, I want to get this to work. I mean, I was 20, 21 at that point. Like, you're in school with like 17 and 18 year olds who kind of look up to you, and it's like, well, I want to be able to do this shit, right? And also, like, even if I take 4 or 5 years through here, I'll be like 25, 26 before I enter the work field. You know, like, I don't want to, like, I'm done fucking around, basically. And at that point, I was like, well, how do I study? Like, how do I get knowledge into my brain? How do I do this? No, I don't really play League of Legends. I have like a level 12 account. That's about it. So what I ended up finding out what worked for me is that I would read through text, basically one chapter at a time, or like a sub-chapter at a time. So usually I would say like a page and a half, maybe 2 pages at a time, and then write a short summary of what I had, and then go to the next point. And then I would have the whole summary of everything and just make sure that it's not too concise, but that it has all the important parts, basically, depending on what was said in class and what was underlined in class and what was considered important there. And then channel 27 Hardhilla for the people who want to join, and help Biggin Heart for the win, kill it, okay? And then what I ended up doing once I had to study for tests and for exams is that would take all the I just forgot the word of the thing I said before. Oh, I would take all the summaries, read through the summaries, and then make a summary of my summaries. And then that would usually be like 1 or 2 pages at the most. And then what I would just do is while studying, I would make the summary and try to read the summary of the summaries, and then as a test, try to, for at least once or twice, try to extrapolate the initial summary from the double summary. And as long as I was able to do that, all I would just do is pick the final summary and just read that and try to recite it, and try, because I was very visual, try to remember where on the page everything is and how everything is connected. So sometimes I would make schedules, or like I do with MapleStory, right? I have all of these grids. Sometimes I would make a grid with things, or like a matrix that would make sense. Maybe that wasn't made by the class and it wasn't in the curriculum, but I would make those myself to kind of organize things in a slightly more visual way. I wouldn't like quite mind map it out, but a little bit more like that. And then I would just reread that final summary probably like 10 times, like 3 times a day maybe, for like 4 or 5 days maybe even, before the test, until I knew that pretty much by heart, and until so much stuck. And then I would have filtered out quite a bit of knowledge from the initial thing, but because of repetition, it would just, the things that would stick would be most of the most important things. And I'd basically be studying to try to get like an 8 out of 10. And I would always get like 7.5 or 8, like very close to that. That's one of the main things I guess I learned, is not to try to go for the 10, because trying to go for the 10 would lead to me ending up with a 3 because it would just be too much. But instead trying to aim for a 7.5 or an 8 and actually committing to that. Not through... So when I was younger, I thought like, oh, some people who are trying to get a 7, what they're trying to do is they're just they just know that they're going to forget things or something. Like, I didn't quite understand that. But instead, if you cut some things that are of lesser importance and focus on the important stuff and just hammer those home, so you can make sure that you get at least 7 out of 10 questions that you know 100% the answer for 7 out of 10, instead of knowing 0.7 for every one question, right? That's like the major difference that connected in my mind. Like, oh, that's just a completely different way of tackling like learning. And it wasn't until I started doing that in college that I got the reference that my teacher made, where I got the 18% for my history class, because she was like, oh, were you trying to learn only like certain chapters and then you ended up failing because those chapters weren't in the test? And I was like, because at the time I told her, like, no, I think I actually failed because I tried to learn all the chapters, which meant that I had various subpar knowledge of all of the chapters, which made me just incompetent at all of the subject matter, rather than making me really good at some and horrible at some. I was just very bad at everything because I didn't own in, which was actually kind of my problem in hindsight. Got here in the middle of this. Well, you didn't get here in the middle because we started like 4 hours ago. But so we're talking about like studying in school and how to get like better at learning and about getting knowledge. It initially started with like reading. How a lot of us, well, some people in the chat had the same thing, where if you're reading something, that sometimes your mind wanders a little bit, and then you notice you're 2 pages ahead, but you have no idea what you read in those last 2 pages, and you got to redo it. And how that would be frustrating when you had to do book reports and read books for school and stuff. Well, but yeah, it depends, Shaggy. Like, that's what I found out works for me, but everyone has their own thing that works for
like
them.
Transform something.
Or not yet, but then hopefully I hope you find that one thing.
And in your case, like, I don't know exactly what's going to come from this. I find it hard to believe that anyone who's watching this stream is going to be more likely to tilt or rage at the end of the stream. I have to say that something about what you guys have shared and the perspective that we've gained is going to positively impact things in some way.
I don't feel that. I don't feel like there was much perspective gained. I don't feel like there was a lot of input to work with. They seem to not hopeless, like they are hopeless, but they seem to out of hope, like defeated to me.
I don't think what you guys say is rage-inducing. I don't think it.
They're nice people, but they don't. I don't feel any energy coming off them. Like, let's do this thing.
And something tells me like people.
But that's probably just burnt out
to
after 10 years. I'm guessing.
League games at some point and like maybe rage a little bit less. What do you guys think about that?
Happens while driving? Oh, yeah, but that's more like an autopilot thing. I get that, though. I talked about that with a friend of mine once, where he's like in the morning, where he's just like routine is like morning, shower, breakfast, cup of coffee in his car. And then one day he was almost at work and he just snapped out of it. But it's not like he was falling asleep. But he was at work and he blinked twice and he was like, "How the fuck did I get here?" Like he was so on autopilot that he just didn't even know where the fuck he was going. But not that he was falling asleep or anything, or that he was tired. But he just put his car down the side of the street and he just called his office and he's like, "I'm gonna be 20 minutes late." And his office was like, he's always on time, so his office was like, "Yeah, it's fine. Take 20 minutes. It's cool." And he just chilled out and sat on a bench or just went to like one of those truck stops, whatever, got a cup of coffee, chilled for like 10, 15 minutes until he was like, okay. And then he went on about his day, because that's like the moment. Your autopilot is great, but that's also like the moment where you either, you can doze off or you do get into a traffic accident or something like that, right? It's very good to like catch yourself on these like, okay, I'm not in this moment here. But you can also have that in conversations sometimes, where you have a conversation with someone for a long time and if you feel like somehow you've tuned out or something, you have to be able to say that and be like, okay, I missed the last 5 minutes. Like, maybe we should pick this up at another time. This happened a lot with me with schoolwork when we would do meetings, because we were trying to just get a lot of shit done in a short amount of time. And we would just like get together after school. So we already had the whole school day. We like started like 8:30, go all the way up to 5 p.m., get something to eat, then start schoolwork, and then sometimes be at school until like 10 or something. And then it'd be like 9:30 and we'd still be working on something and someone would be talking about a problem. And I remember one time the person was done talking and people were like looking around and people were looking at me and I was like I checked out right before you started talking. Like, I didn't get any of that. Like, I think we should pick this up tomorrow. And everyone was like, yeah, it's getting kind of late. Maybe we should pack it up for today. But because sometimes you really want to get something done, but if your brain just isn't on for it, then there's no amount of willpower is gonna like get you across the finish line. Sometimes you just need to get your brain reoxygenated, do something else for a little bit, because sometimes I miss group work so much. I thrive in group work. I feel like I get smarter by having the chance. So I kind of do this here, but it's mainly with Maple stuff. But I feel like I become like a better person and become a smarter person by being able to take a part of a group project for me, exploring it, making that my own, like just becoming master of that part of, or mastering that part of information, and then decimating it back, relaying it back to the group, explaining it to them so that everyone else understands that part, and becoming a better teacher in that, and just relaying information, and just from the feedback on like if someone doesn't understand something, learning how that can help you in explaining stuff better next time, and helping other people out when they are struggling with any kind of part of the group process. That was always, when I was younger, I hated it because I was always younger than all my other peers in school, which made them unhappy with me being there, because I was like, why is this young kid here? We're all older. Does he think he's smarter than us? And I was just there and thinking like, wow, these people are just mad because they think I think they're smarter than them. That seems like a dumb thing to think. So maybe they're right, which didn't help. And yeah, so I was always like, any kind of group project, I would always be left out. Probably because I was kind of outsider, but I thought it was because other people didn't like me, but maybe they thought, I don't know. I think my mom had the same problem. She told me one day that she was always like, why did you guys always, because mom had the same thing. And she talked to someone from her class like a year or 2 years after high school, where she had that most. And she was like, why did everyone always pick on me or think that they were better than me? And then she said, well, that wasn't true, that it was actually everyone else who thought that she was better than them, and that's why, to protect themselves, they shut them out, or they felt like my mom was shutting herself out by trying to be like above people or something, and that's why they ended up not picking her for group projects and stuff, because they thought like, well, she wants to do her own thing. So it was almost in trying to avoid the thing, you ended up doing the thing, right? And that's like a cycle that you see in a lot of things. Like one, what did Master, what is his name, Master Uguay? Like one often meets their destiny on the path one takes to avoid it, right? That happens in a lot of things. So that might have been happening with me as well. But so as I went to the different school, different type of project, different class, different attitude, right? I was there because I finally wanted to get, I knew what I wanted to do. I was there because I picked the school, I picked the program. I picked all of that thing, all of that stuff. And I felt a lot of it before was kind of just like picked for me, and that I didn't have a lot of a say in it. There wasn't like a lot of options for me. And now there were options. Now I picked this thing. And I felt like I had a way more positive attitude in college. And that's why I think people gravitated towards me more for like wanting to work with me and wanting to do group projects with me. Not every single time, but most of the time. Versus in high school where I didn't really want to be there. I didn't really have the motivation. So people are like, well, why do you want to work with this guy? Like he doesn't even, none of this interests him. He doesn't have a positive outlook. He doesn't really have aspirations for any future. Like this guy is going to go nowhere fast. So why do we want that in our group? I kind of see how that general like negativity and aloofness and stuff wouldn't really invite to people wanting to work with you on a group project. I understand that. But I guess at the time I didn't really see it that clearly.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. Thank you.
Like sometimes I get, hate mail or hate messages. People will just hate on me for no reason. Like I haven't done anything to them. I'm very positive and stuff, so I don't see why they hate me.
That's why
And
they
would just.
Yeah, they hate you because
Oh,
you're
okay.
positive, right?
We'll
Because
talk
you
about
haven't
that in a second.
because you haven't given up yet, like them.
Keep going. I didn't mean to.
Because you haven't joined them in giving up, that means that you are doing something else. And if you're doing something else, that means you disagree with what they're doing. And if you just disagree with what they're doing, you disagree with what they are, and you think that what they're doing and who they are is bad. So therefore, they have to think that you're bad to protect themselves. So therefore, they lash out preemptively to talk shit to you because they're unhappy with
Oh yeah.
everything.
Usually.
Have you heard of bucket of crabs mentality?
But
no. Is that
I
like?
did respond to one. I said,
Is that
I don't know why you hate me, but I hope the best.
they're
for you.
trying to climb on top of each
And
other?
it was crazy because he responded back it's like, why are you wishing the best for me? Like I'm making, like I hate you and all that stuff, but wow, man, thank you. And he started being more positive. So I was like, oh, okay, well, that's cool.
Dude, this is like a guy on the internet thing, though. I don't. It's less like this now, but I don't really have random contact anymore. But I see this sometimes in the Twitch chat. But about, I would say like 12 years ago, if I was playing MapleStory, you would go into a map and someone would immediately start talking shit. Be like, "Oh my god, your damage is so low. Oh my god, you're so weak. What's your range even? Like, how much attack is your weapon?" Like, the first contact was always just talking shit about the other person. And then as long as you kept talking to that person, after like 10 or 15 minutes, you ended up adding each other to the buddy list. I don't know if you guys have this experience from a long time ago, but this would happen like every other day or something. I think half of the people who ended up on my buddy list, maybe they didn't end up being like best friends, but they ended up being like not that bad people. And once you ended up talking about stuff, it ended up being like kind of okay. Crab rave? Oh, is that me doing the bucket of crabs? If one crab is about to leave the bucket, the others pull it down. They don't want the one to succeed if they all won't. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and that's so sad, right? It's like, oh, well, if I can't be happy, nobody can be. That's so sad.
Lucky there, bro.
I got.
My mentality is more, if I can't be happy, maybe at least some of you guys can. Maybe I can give you guys some tools for success, maybe some tools for life, and maybe you guys can live happy lives because I'm not gonna be. So yeah.
The one person I responded to.
No, but I think so. So does anybody have any idea why so many people hate Chris?
Yes, let me know, guys. Why do you hate me?
No, there's no way.
Why do you guys think people hate him? or I shouldn't say so many people. I should say the ones that hate him a lot and take the time out of their day to DM him. Why do you guys think that is?
I don't know, I think like maybe trying to spread like a positive message, or at least a different message in their eyes. That like how you're thinking. It's like
Group for me was realizing that not everyone could work to the level the group wanted, meaning I did 90% of the work, so we all got a high grade. Yeah, fuck that. You need to find different group mates at that person. What group work really teaches you is that some people are good at certain things, but nobody's good at everything, and you need to learn to delegate the things that people are already good at. You need to get two people to work together on something where one person is good at it, the other one's bad, but the thing that they're good at, the other person's bad at, so they can like exchange on how they do that. And then if you have like a 4 people group, right, you need to like break up into duos that complement each other the most, and then try to work on that together, and then present the stuff to each other so that everyone has a full grasp of knowledge, and then make your product. Like that's like the ideal scenario.
from theirs in a sense, telling them they're wrong, or in a way, I think.
Yep.
Wow.
It's terrifying.
Look at it, those Absolab pirate shoes. Holy shit,
So,
39%
Let me
strength.
ask you guys a question. We're going to go
70
back
and
to the
5
6th
flame.
grader who's now in 7th grade. And got
Only
to do
17
this.
stars though. Needs
And
to
who's
upgrade.
debating between, do I stop studying or do I study and then therefore I lose my smartness?
Oh yeah, this guy. Okay.
And then like the person who does that person hate the most? It's the person who they perceive as smart, who they one day find out has been studying. Right? So I think Chris, the reason that people send you hateful messages is because if they had chosen differently, they could have been who you are. They see themselves in you. The thing that inspires, in my opinion, the most vitriolic hate is when you see the person that you are making the choice that you didn't make.
Yeah, and actually succeeding.
'Cause that's hard. The most engaging to the ego.
Uni didn't allow us to
I
pick or
can't tolerate
switch.
that, because if Sanchez does it, that means that my entire life has been a lie.
For me in college, there was once you had your group assigned or picked in the beginning, once it was assigned, you couldn't really switch until you had a very, very good reason. Like, let's say that you have like if you had a 4-person group and one person just never shows up or doesn't do any of the work, you're very much advised to have a conversation between yourself, try to sort it out, and then have a conversation with like a counselor to like kind of like a guidance counselor, I guess, probably also the teacher of the course, to still like work it out and to make the best of it. Unless the person is like, yo, I'm like just never shows up and never does anything and doesn't even show up to that meeting, then you basically have the blessing, and then either you get like an extra week, maybe an extra week or 2 to make the project, or you get a slightly adapted assignment where one of the parts of the assignment maybe doesn't have to be handed in because you're only 3 people. Or if you're like, if most of the groups are 4 and one of the groups is 5 and you're 3 and you've only just started, maybe someone of another group switches, something like that. But if you're already kind of into the project, usually they adjust the scoring rubrics of the project to make sure that it's fair for the other group of 4. But they will do everything, that they can, because that's part of life, right? Where you work in a team, and then maybe something comes up with some person, someone gets more busy with something else, and they don't have as much time to work on the project. Life happens or stuff happens. In this case, it'll be like somebody being just not connected to the project. But in the other case, in real life, it could be stuff could come up that it has a higher priority, which does mean that suddenly the course load comes onto less people, and you have to learn how to adapt to that. And that's one of the lessons that you have to learn, right? So it's good to learn it in a school environment rather than have to, just get coddled during school and then have to suddenly learn it in the work environment later. On one occasion, one teammate redid the work that I did, which was perfectly fine already, and I split off from that team after that. They redid it? Ugh, fuck that. Fuck that shit. Without, like, telling you about it, without asking you to do it. Just remember I've never had a good outlook on education. I want a degree because I need one for my line of work, but the education itself is so boring and uninteresting. Well, that's where I was at when I was like, like 18, 19, 20, even 21. Like that's where I was at. That's where I kind of took a leap of faith with like a different school that had a very different teaching method. And with how they did group work and everything. And it ended up working great for me. Because what didn't work for me was just sitting in a lecture hall and just having a teacher like reading the textbook to me and saying like this is very important, and then like underlining something, and then going home and then looking at my underlined notes and making a summary, and like that shit did not work at all for me. It's like, what the fuck am I doing? Like this is, I need to fucking do something with this. Like, why is this important? What do I need to do with this? How can I use this in real life? Can I have like a test case and not like, here's exercise 1 in the textbook? Like, fuck that shit. Like, what is a real life scenario where things happen, where this knowledge is important, where I can use it and be like, oh shit, knowing this helps me in this scenario. Now I can give this advice to this person who works in this department. They can change how they organize this thing, and therefore the whole department can run more smoothly. And my position has been useful. Therefore, I can make sure that productivity doesn't suffer, and therefore I am worth the wage that I get because I generate this much income for the company as a result. That's what I fucking want to know, right? Not like what are points 1, 2, 3, and 4 of this thing. And then the teachers usually are just soulless, like they've like checked out 20 years ago, and they're just like trying to earn some money before they go get their pension. It's like these people's passions. Some people are still passionate, but they can't transfer the passion. Right? Some people are really into a subject, but they're keeping it here. They're like, they really like it, but they're not able to warm you up, you know? You know the type of teacher. Like, they mean well and they're nice people, but they can't get you to give a shit about like international trade. It just doesn't quite get you hard, you know? Yeah.
Maybe it's because of the
We returned from our game jam, and one guy asked
Yeah.
to source the sound. He then watched football for the whole 24 hours. Wait, what?
people watch.
I'm
Chris's
working in
stream,
programming
and
industry,
then
really talks
as
to
a
work
result,
environments. Now I'm a
they're
teacher
being
teaching computer
consumed by
science instead.
games, and they're losing.
Oh, that's cool. I mean,
Yeah,
not cool that happened to you, but cool that
Sorry,
you
man.
find out. Because I knew one girl in my class who wanted to be a teacher, and she went into teaching, and she got to the point where you do internships at school, and found that teachers were actually very toxic. That the whole system was all about not about conforming, about not doing too much. If you try to go the extra mile, other teachers would be like, "Hey, you're making us look bad. You need to take a step back because because of like unions and all that kind of stuff, and you want to be like, oh, we just want to keep our job and just keep it for as long as possible and be done. Like, we don't need to be shown up by someone." And that whole mentality got her. And then she had that experience in like 3 different places where she interned, because she was like, fuck this place, I'm going to intern somewhere else. And then the other place had it as well. And she found that pretty much across the board. And then she was like, well, fuck this profession, I'm going to do something else. But she was doing more, not kindergarten, but like elementary school teaching. Which, I don't know. I feel like going the extra mile and like making education fun for kids is like one of the most important things. You can really set the stage there for what kind of nurturing growth, not nurturing growth, but like nurturing environment kids can get at that age. This is very defining. I don't know. It was really weird for me to hear as well, but
I'm trying to teach them the right way.
So any
yeah, a lot of
we've been
schools
running
teach
at it for close to,
teach how to
like,
get
an hour and a half or so.
good grades rather than
Do you
to
guys have any, like,
acquire
thoughts or
knowledge. Yeah.
questions?
Learning how to repeat facts rather than apply knowledge. Yeah, that's what was the big problem for me. Of course, no one has anything to say. A little bit more,
I guess
a little bit more fire under these guys' asses would go such a long way. They need something to invigorate them, but I think at this point, since they're so looking at like, oh, Riot needs to fix it. I feel like Riot has to do something that gives them. And I think that's the only thing, because even if Dr. K like being on your side is like something needs to light the fire under their asses. I think.
what you said about how we do have an impact, even if we can't always see it. Yeah, definitely. I definitely like appreciate and understand that. Like, like I'll get message. I'll get like.
Look at all the
messages,
extra
but
work
I'll
I have
also
to
get, like,
grade.
you know.
Oh, I did
People would be like, hey boy, like,
human
just, like,
resource
watching your
management.
stream, like just seeing like, you know, how you
Like?
how you are in game and like how you don't give up and just keep trying and try to like rally your team up and stuff. Like it helped me out, like not only in game but also like in like other aspects of life, which I personally
Wow, it happens in. Look at that, guys! It helps you in other aspects of life. Oh, sorry.
I don't really understand, because like for me it's like pretty easy to like think about win conditions in League and like know like how we can come back in the game even if it's losing and stuff like that. But like, you know, translating that, like you were talking about how like we can like have an example for like real life, like translating it to my own life, it's like a lot harder, right? Like I think in League, like it's really easy for me to like be positive because I understand the game and I understand like how we can win, like what are the options, like if it's hopeless then I'll be like, all right, well maybe we lost this. But like in life it's just so much of a mystery, right? And there's just so many unknowns.
Why do you
like,
think
so
it's a
much
mystery?
that it's not like a game like in League where like the rules are.
Yeah.
I guess.
He hasn't
What's
played
the
live.
difference between real life and League when it comes to you?
He has no experience in life, but he has in League. Oh, he's smiling. He knows.
I don't know. That's really hard actually. Sorry.
Wait, oh, he doesn't know? Oh,
Yeah.
shit. I thought he knew.
So it's kind of a weird ass question. Does anyone even understand the question?
I get it.
Shifter
but I
gets it.
think
Oh.
it's such a like a special case. I think like Voy has put in his life into the game, so League in a way has become his life.
You're damn right.
Yeah.
So he says life is so much harder. And that's because Voy has dedicated a decade of his life to understanding League. Mm-hmm. And Voy, how much of your life have you dedicated to understanding life?
Probably stopped about a decade ago, if my calculations are correct. No,
So I think
not exactly, but yeah.
Only reason to me that it is harder than League for you is because you have taken, and I know this is going to sound weird and evoke memes, but you have taken your massive intellect and dedication and you have put it into one thing for a decade. And then you're saying, oh shit, this is so much easier than this other thing. Well, no fucking wonder, man. That's because you've been investing in it for a decade.
Yeah, when you put it like that. I
So,
feel
like, let me explain something to you guys. Life is not actually
Now he got it.
harder than games. The big difference is we just don't fucking practice one.
Yup.
Like, we don't think about it. We don't try to improve. We don't do replay analysis. We don't watch streamers. Think about someone that you know that's good at life.
They don't know any because they only deal with internet people and they're all shit at life.
Think about someone that you know that's good at League. How do you learn from the League player?
Yeah, he just blew his
You watch
mind.
their fucking stream. How do you learn from the person at life? You don't. If they try to have a conversation with you, you run for the hills. Oh shit, he's good at life. I'm a reject who plays LOL all day. I can't interact with him. Like, this is the thing that blows my mind. Like, I've literally taken, like, these, like, cases. So this is, like, something... So I was in a class at Harvard Business School, okay? And I had this case for a bunch of fucking... There were 100...
Oh, this is like a little bit a pet peeve of mine. But you'll find people saying, I've literally, and then like. Well, literally means one-to-one, means exactly. And then like means as similar. But you'll say like literally like, which are like both of those phrase words, like flavor words, but at the same time completely contradictory and completely empowering each other. It's very interesting how language works.
Class at Harvard Business School. And they gave me this case study, which is like a complex problem. It's like a 16-page thing about optimizing revenue in a urology clinic.
Urology. Oh shit, that's your.
I took this case to a group of my
Is that
gamer
PP?
buddies. And I was like, what do you guys think about this? They work on it for a day, tell me what they think. I go into class the next day, and they're like,
PP
what do
lab,
people think
yeah.
about the case? I raise my hand, and I say what my gamer buddies told me. Professor is impressed.
Oh, I actually heard that there was a game. But it wasn't available when I heard about it last time. There was a game out where basically, they're trying to use gamers to like come up with, there's like a simulation for coming up with, I think it was a vaccine or something. And you can simulate within the game, you could simulate how it's going to respond to whatever kind of strain you come up with. And they made it as a game so that a lot of people can play it and people can run a lot of simulations, way more than just some experts could. And that, because there were a bunch of experts trying to figure out a problem, and they basically needed man hours for people to figure it out, and it just needed a lot of testing. And they were getting nowhere. And then someone had the idea, like, what if we turn this kind of into a game? Maybe we can just take the information out. And I think they were working on it for a year and a half. And then because they turned it into a game, and it got a little bit viral, and people actually started doing it viral because it was about people started playing it. I think within a month they actually like solved the problem that they had. So after that, they made it. There's like a company that came out of that. I need to look it up. I think it was like a Dutch company, and they started making it so that other basically companies that have issues that need like a lot of figuring out and that are important, maybe medical, anything like that. I'm gonna die. Maybe no. That they help to translate that real life thing into a game version of the thing, so that it can be released as a game, and then basically everyone who wants to do it like as kind of like a puzzle thing on the side, or you can do it as a, I don't know, like as a stream thing, or try to make it interactive. I got to look that up. My aunt found it a while ago, but back when they were going to come out with like an infrastructure where the project would be launched on. But it wasn't out yet when she sent it to me, so I kind of lost track of it. So I got to ask what it was again.
Just turn your focus. It's
or I guess go through my WhatsApp
focus.
history, I guess.
Think about the way that you play the game of League. Think about all of the struggles that you go through, all the energy you expend in streaming. And you don't expend a fraction of that in the rest of your life. So, like, no wonder you suck at it. But it doesn't mean that you suck. You suck at it. You're not bad. You just haven't invested in it, bro. Like, that's what I'm telling you guys. Like, I invested a couple years of my life into learning how I work as a human being, and absolutely worth the investment. Where does desire come from? What is the nature of attachment and suffering? Who is more likely to tilt, 2-0 or 0-2? How do you work as a human being? Learn these things. I think you guys actually understand a lot of stuff. Y'all have a leg up because y'all seem to be good League players. That means you guys are like smart and dedicated. And if you just shift the focus,
Shifter.
you'll be amazed at what you can learn.
Name drop.
You guys just don't know the vocabulary. It's like boy today's been feels like shit, feels like shit, feels like shit. Right? And that's just because it's like what's like if I came to you guys and I said, you're like, "Hey, Dr. K, how's the League game going?" And I'm like, "I lose." They're like, "Why do you lose?" "I suck." And then I play again, and they're like, "Why'd you lose that game?" "I suck." I suck. You guys realize, like, you don't lose a game of League of Legends because you suck, right? Like, you lose a game because of all kinds of complicated reasons, which no one understands because I haven't spent the time with it. Oh, I don't know how to last hit. I'm rotating poorly. I bought the wrong items. I had a Singed on my team. Yeah. Top
man,
gap.
Singe is good. Don't hate on the Singe.
Good callback, though. Good callback on
Right?
the Singe.
You see how easy it is to adopt the Toxicity? I don't even know who Singed is. I can hate on Singed.
I do that
Toxicity
sometimes.
comes so natural.
I like hate on Yasuo mains. I've never played.
But boy,
I've never.
dude,
I think I
for the
played
rest
one
of y'all
game
too,
with a
and everyone
Yasuo. I
watching
think.
at home, just put fraction of what you put into League into the rest of your life. You will be amazed. Because this is the thing that people don't understand. Everyone thinks gamers suck. Like, I think gamers are the biggest untapped potential in the world today.
Nope.
No one gives them any kind of respect or any kind of responsibility. This entire organization
yeah,
was
Toxicity
built
in
on
League, yeah.
rejects. Healthy Gamer built on rejects. Built on
Avenger,
people
yeah.
From our community.
Avenger scales off
Who
of
said,
HP
"You know what?
and only has
Actually,
HP.
I don't care that you haven't graduated from college.
Slayer has
We'll give you a shot.
Demon Force
Don't let us down.
or Fury.
And it's
whatever
been
called.
amazing. Absolutely amazing. And so just take this dedication and look at other parts of your life, man. And you'll be amazed. You guys are badasses. Y'all are giants in the making.
Amazing.
You guys are already giants fighting against the hopeless hordes of toxic zombies who are inting right and left at high elo, which I hear is really bad actually in League. You'd expect, you know, high elo to be like less toxic, but I hear it's bad. And y'all are awesome.
Is it because people buy accounts into high
You guys are
elo so they can
inspiring other
throw?
people whether you realize it or not. And if y'all weren't there, like, imagine what would happen. The hordes would take over, right? There's someone
They're on
somewhere
the
out
ban
there who
Yasuo
watches
low
your
ladder
game,
so
goes
the
into a
edgy
League of
weaves can
Legends
throw.
game, and then decides to try to emulate you.
And also, ban Master Yi so Smurfs
And I
can't
think as long as
roll
you
your
guys
entire
keep at it,
team.
you may not see the change, but I think it'll happen. Generally speaking, that's been my experience. If you study, like, you may not get a B right. You may
He's
not get
buttering
an A
their
right away, you
egos.
get a B.
He's kind of buttering their egos, but you need people who at least have the desire to be positive and still kind of be there after 10 years. Those are the people you have to work on or work off of and start with to get on your team and to be able to start moving parts towards positivity, right? So you got to get him on your team. But he is a very I don't know if it's like manipulative or something, but he's like very. He does target the emotional parts of things quite a lot.
For a little while. You keep working at it, and you'll learn how to study. You'll get better.
But
and
I've
you'll
noticed
start
that
getting
that's
A's.
maybe a little bit of a therapist thing, where you
Can I ask you a question?
when somebody
sorry.
figure something out or something that you're kind of leading them to,
Sorry,
that
go
you
on,
give
say
them
something,
like
we'll get
positive
to it.
reinforcement on like, yeah,
I'll
you
just say,
figured it
like,
out, you know.
once, people stop trying. I mean, we're fucked. So
Yep.
as long as people try, put in effort.
3-line
we'll
attack.
put in effort too.
I'm expecting a 3-line attack, guys. Oh my fucking god!
So if you
Why?
try, maybe you're fucked.
Is this like the
And if you
fourth
don't
time
try,
I've rolled
you're
this?
certainly fucked.
God damn it!
Kareem?
Yeah, I just had a question relating to bettering yourself.
Why does this keep happening?
Translating that into League. where
It's at least the third time. It
talking
might be the
about
fourth
the-
time.
The A student going into B. What does practice or studying in that case look like for somebody who is trying to
God damn it!
better themselves mentally?
Someone who used to be good mentally and then finds themselves not good mentally?
No,
Or somebody that's
meditating.
just not good mentally and that's never been good, trying to get good.
So how do you get good when it
Right.
comes to your mental?
Right.
It's a fantastic question. So the answer to that question
I mean, it wasn't fantastic because he didn't understand it the first time, but
is what Healthy Gamer is all about, and I can't answer it simply, but I'm going to try anyway. Right? So I think, honestly, Kareem, the foundation is awareness and noticing. So the first thing to recognize is that, so too many times do people, especially within our community, equate their value as a person with a particular thing outside of themselves. First thing to understand.
oh, you guys, does this sound familiar, guys? Something I've been bringing up a bunch. About how when you speak negatively about something, a lot of people tend to take it personally because something that's a part of them is seen as that something that they do they see as a part of them, right? And then when you attack a thing, they see that as an attack on them because they are the thing that they do, you know? That thing?
Just because you're bad at life does not mean you're bad.
Yes.
But most people don't think like that. Like, if I can't find a date to prom, what does that say about me as a human?
It means that girls are just thoughts. No,
Incorrect. That's technically true and actually true, but what do I think about myself, boy?
I suck at life.
Not just that no one likes me, that I'm not worth liking. Do you guys see the difference between those two statements? Because there's an entire chasm.
One is way worse.
No one likes me. I'm not worth liking. So the first thing, Kareem,
I'm
is
worth
to
liking, but no one
disidentify
likes me.
yourself with your problem.
Easy clap.
I'm not a bad league player. I'm just a noob.
It's better to
There's
say
a
I
huge
don't
difference
like
between
things
sucking at
instead of
league
this thing is
and
bad.
being a noob.
Yeah, people tend to mean
Which I
the
know
same
we
thing, but yeah,
equate the
saying
two,
this
right?
is
Like,
bad
even
is
in our
such a
society,
weird
in our
thing to say.
community, we equate the two.
It's you're trying to make
But
objective
lack
statements.
of experience is different from like talent or value.
Is Maple fun to play
So the
nowadays?
first
No,
thing is
it is
that
to some
you may not-
people.
You're not bad at life. You just haven't learned how to live it.
You gotta find your fun,
Because how have you tried?
and once you find your fun, it is fun.
And I know that sounds weird, but that's actually the foundation. That's
But
the
you have to
first
find
thing.
it, you
Second
know?
thing is, okay, so fine. I accept I haven't learned how to live it.
Yep.
How do I learn how to live it?
Practice.
And so I'll teach you guys how to meditate in a minute. But I'd say oftentimes the biggest and most important foundation is awareness. So you have to understand what is going on inside.
Are we doing meditation?
And the cool thing is, like, you can do that any number of ways. You just have to pay attention. So it can be something as simple as the next time you play. So Kareem, you say you're not like these positive dickwads here, but like
Right.
some days you're super toxic in League, and some days you're less toxic in League. Right?
Yeah.
Sure. So what's the difference?
It just kind of depends. There are outside, I guess, variables, and also depending on how previous games have gone, it's very easy to sort of get caught up on something that's happened in the past. Having one event in a certain game dictate the way that your mood is for the rest of your games that
Miss a
day.
lot of pets.
Okay. So like
Kinda, yeah.
that's a decent answer, but it's not nearly specific. Right? So you say, so you have vague strokes of like shit that happened in the previous game affects me in this game. So then the question
Right.
becomes, if you want to get good at life, you have to figure out what is it in the game that affects you? What is it that carries over to the next game? What is it that stays behind? What has to happen for me to get from point A to point B? What
No
are
runes,
all of those variables?
but yes
And
orbs.
getting
Yeah.
good at life is about understanding.
You get
those.
combos, but no runes.
Simple example. If I don't sleep well, what happens to me?
Oh, you can go get runes. That is true.
Right, so getting good
And the
at
timer
life is
pauses, yeah,
understanding
that's true.
like how you function as a person,
It's kinda-
and that starts with paying attention. So, and here's a kind of a pitch that I give to people when I'm trying to convince them to hire me for consulting. So I'll go to like a corporation or like a startup or something, and I'll say, "What's the difference between a good day and a bad day?" What do you guys think? So I'll go to like a hospital. I'll have a group of surgeons, like 40 surgeons in a room, and I'll ask them, what's the difference between a good day and a bad day? You fucked up in surgery today. Why? What do you guys think?
Isn't the difference in a good day and a bad day how you respond to whatever happened in the day? If you respond negatively, then you get negativity back, and then it's fucked. But if you
Do people have good days?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do people have bad days?
Yeah.
What's the difference? Like, let's just think about this from a surgeon's perspective. So you went through your training on Monday. Your training was, let's say, 15 years and 1 day. And you make a mistake.
40 mil.
And then on Tuesday, your training is 15 years and 2 days. And you do a good job. Has your biology changed? Has your brain changed? Have you lost dexterity? Do you know less surgery? Did you forget some surgery? No. Ridiculous. How can human beings, like, just think about this for a second. If our cars worked like we do as human beings, no one would ever fucking drive a car.
True.
Crazy. And so what is this
My car is just having a
pile that we
bad
call
day.
humanity?
It just crashes into everything.
Like, how do we work? No one understands this shit. What's the difference between a good day and a bad day? And everyone's like, I don't know, but I have good days and I have bad days. So why don't you start fucking paying attention? That's number one.
Yeah, start listening to what makes
The
it good,
next
what
time
makes
you
it
have a
bad.
bad day, try to like ask yourself, because this is the cool thing, is you guys can actually come up with answers if you bother to try.
Oh, do you guys remember when I was having like a horrible day? Do you guys remember where I was just like sitting here and I was just staring through the camera for like half an hour, and then I walked away and I sat on the couch for a bit, and then I came back and then I left again. And I don't think I was actually mentally there for like the whole day. And then I was like, okay, do I want to stay in this state of mind where I'm just fucked and I can't do anything? Or am I gonna like explore what the fuck is going on and see how I can get out of this? And then I realized that there was too many things that I had to do in the upcoming week, and I was just stressed out, and it like froze me that there were too many things that I hadn't prepared for and that I still had to do on the that were all coinciding on the next day. So I was like, okay, so I just called off one thing after the other until the stress just went away and I was able to just continue to stream. But yeah, sometimes you just have to pause and be like, well, what the fuck is going on? Like, what is happening to me? Why? Because I think it was like stress. It was almost like stress paralysis or something. I don't know if that's a thing, but all of the things I had to do just came together, and my whole body just like shut down. I'm like, no, we're not doing it. And I went into like offline mode. I went into standby mode. Not completely offline, but like I just completely went into standby mode. I think that happens to everyone, honestly. Well, maybe not in the same way,
you
but
took this thing up here, which is actually pretty badass, and you pointed it at something. And then as long as you pointed at something, you're going to figure shit out. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You're going to get better. You just have to point it in the right direction. How long have you spent pointing it at yourself? Not much.
wait, what?
So point it at yourself. That's what awareness is. Why am I having a bad day today? What's the best that I can figure out? Then you experiment.
Wait, what?
What happens if I sleep? How much did I sleep yesterday?
Oh
Is there a
no, what the
correlation? Be
fuck?
scientific. Study yourself.
Did it get fucked?
And the third thing you can do is like read.
Oh,
Right? So
my
reading
game is
good, but, like,
broken.
you should
I
use it
broke
to
my
inform what you understand.
game.
Because the cool thing about this is you guys actually know all this. Right? Voy Boy knows how it feels. He knows it's draining. The reason it feels shitty is because it's draining. Why is it draining? Because, as Kareem put together, I have two choices. I can rage or I can learn. One is easy and feels good.
Just close my game already so I can
requires more
restart
mana.
it.
So I want you guys to think about League of Legends as like expending mana. Every time you rage, you fill up your mana bar. And every time you control that rage,
I don't
you
know.
drain
I tried to go into storage while I
At
had
some point, your
my
mana bar runs out, and then what do you start doing?
my
Absolutely.
I had my OneDroid shop
You guys
open
know this stuff, right?
and I went into storage and it just completely
So you know what
fucked.
they call mana bar in regular people speak?
It's just
Willpower.
oh, willpower. Oh. I was gonna say like energy.
Right? So every day when Voy Boy logs on, he's got a mana bar with 100 points of willpower. Every time someone puts a bounty on his ass,
You lose like
he
40.
loses it. It's not feeling like sure there's feelings and stuff. but
Someone
this is a principle of science.
Consumes 10 MP.
Voy Boy is a human being. You can only put up with so many bounties before you crack. It has nothing to do with your strength as a person, your resilience, your worth, but that's what it feels like. But as a human being, you have limits. You just don't know what they are.
Wait, doesn't it necessarily
And
have
they-
to do with resilience, though? Because that means to which resilience is like a defense buff, right? Which means that the mana penalty won't be applied fully. Isn't that what resilience is?
And he's got some of this shit too, right? Because he's talking about perspective.
Small
So
indie.
Buddha says expectation is where suffering comes from.
Not right now,
Then
Alpaca.
there's this third principle.
What part are
Like,
you stuck on,
It's what we
dude?
do to ourselves because of what life does to us that really screws us. This is the principle of two arrows. Life shoots one arrow at us.
I clicked too
hits
soon.
us. The second arrow is the one that we shoot
I
at
clicked too
ourselves
soon.
because we got hit by the first one. It's fucking dumb, but we do it all the time.
Yeah, I probably do that too in a lot of things.
Right? So like start to understand these basic principles about yourself. And look at yourself, and you'll be amazed at what you can accomplish.
Amazing. Oh, sorry.
Does that answer your question? Sort of ranted at you for a minute. Because it's a really complex question, but I wanted to try to give you a good answer.
Does anyone recognize that? You know, when you like ask a simple question, and then the other person takes like 15 minutes and goes on a whole rant on how to answer that question, and it wasn't even something that you were asking about in the first place. Does that seem? Does anyone sound familiar? Sound familiar to anyone? Ever happen? Never promised starting my game? No, because I usually wait. I usually don't click that soon. It's really only if you click that soon into the screen when it's still
I
loading.
wanted to ask about meditation and how obviously it helps, and we all know that it helps, but not to get too specific because I know it will take a while, but how it helps and how to use it like efficiently.
Sure. That actually is not too hard of a question. So when you say how it helps, what kind of help are we talking about?
Arino!
Tilt prevention?
Right, in keeping that mana at 100.
Okay, so keeping the mana at 100 and tilt prevention are two different things. Okay, so I know that sound. So let me explain. So let's talk about both of them.
Yes, my
The first
assistant
thing is
manager
one form of meditation.
and this
I'm gonna
streamer
teach you
guy.
guys
Wait, what?
2 techniques today.
Who's on Arino's computer right now?
So, yeah, I'll teach you 2. One is going to help you with tilt. Actually, both of them will help you with tilt, and both of them will help you with mana, but their mechanisms are different. So in terms of tilt prevention, how do you feel? Like, what are the emotions that you experience when you're tilting?
Fuck everything.
Sad, frustrated, embarrassed, sad J.
Okay.
Sajay.
Right? So what do you guys think is happening to your heart rate when you're tilted?
High as fuck.
Yep. Sometimes you have diaphoresis or sweating. Right? Your body is activated. You're pissed. You're angry. You're in fight mode.
Oh yeah.
So
Any
that-
ragers
I
in
don't
the
know
chat?
How else to say this, but that is actually governed by physiology. Does that make sense? Like there are hormones that are flowing through your body that actually increase your heart rate.
Dude, that
and
primal
make
rage you feel.
angry.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
So there are some chemicals that can make you feel angry, and other chemicals that will make you feel sad, or calm, or whatever. So the first thing is I'm going to teach you guys a technique called alternate nostril breathing that literally balances the 2 modes of your central nervous system. So your central nervous system, so we have 2 kinds of nervous system. A
Nostril
peripheral nervous
breathing? Oh,
system,
shit.
Which
You
is
guys
all
ready?
the nerves in our hands and fingers and everything outside of the brain and the spinal cord. And then we have this thing called the central nervous system, which is our brain and our spinal cord. Our central nervous system has 2 modes of operation. It has a yin and a yang.
Oh,
or
shit.
a surya and a chandra, which means a sun and a moon. Or what's scientifically called a sympathetic or a parasympathetic nervous system. And what that means that our body has 2 modes. It has a fight or flight mode, right? So you guys can think about this as like stances. So we have a fight or flight stance, and we have a rest and digest stance. One stance is for activity. One stance is for like recuperation. So what happens after you haven't eaten for 8 hours and you eat a gigantic ass burrito?
Food coma.
What happens to your body and your mind?
You chill out, bro.
Food coma.
Absolutely. Right? So
He
how
said
the fuck
food
does that
coma.
work? So what is a food coma? A coma
He said it.
implies a mental function. You guys get that?
Dude, your brain turns off.
So what happens?
You're like,
Yes.
all the energy in my body needs to go to the digestive system right now. Brain is running on 5% capacity. Good luck down there.
In your mind after
said
you eat
food
a burrito
coma.
and you're in a food coma. What does that mean? What does it feel like to be in a food coma?
Yeah, sleepy.
Yep. So why does that happen? Because the parasympathetic nervous system is engaged.
Parasympathetic.
So when we eat a big meal, our body says, yo, bro, we have a lot of this food in our stomach. We're going to literally divert blood from our brain, our arms, and our legs and increase the size of our diameter, not size, of arteries to our stomach and our intestines to digest this food. And as a result, you literally get sleepy. It's because there's literally less blood flow going to your brain.
ID, please.
So, on the flip side, tilt is the opposite of the food coma. You feel angry, agitated. Your thoughts move fast. Also, your peripheral vision collapses from like 120 degrees to 30 degrees when your sympathetic nervous system is active. This is what adrenaline does. Literally, you cannot see outside the sides of your vision when you have adrenaline. Also does it cognitively. So we see that cognitively when you're tilted, you can't consider things out here. You're just zeroing in on the scuttle. And this goes back to what Danny was saying. Perspective. You lose perspective. Literally, adrenaline causes a collapse of your peripheral vision and a collapse of your cognitive vision to only see one thing. The fucking scuttle. So there's actually a practice, which I can teach you, which will balance those two nervous systems. It'll turn one off and turn the other one on. And literally, glad you're yawning, boy. The other thing that it can do is it can balance the other way too. So what it really does is it balances them.
Oh, it's going to be another lucky one here.
So we're going to see, and boy, you should yawn. If you guys feel like yawning, you guys should just go ahead and yawn.
I was gonna say, I just didn't sleep much, so it's not like I wasn't like bored or anything.
I'm not offended. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
I think if you need to yawn, you should listen to the signals of your body. And you may
Oh,
yawn more.
wait, I thought you
That's
meant
okay. So
listen
we're
to our
gonna see-
signals.
So I think it's actually useful. Because
Let her rip,
if you're
dude.
tired right now, let's see how you feel after the meditation.
Listen to
practice.
your
And you're
phone
allowed to say more tired if that's what really happens. That's okay.
when it's ripping
So the
through
first thing
you.
is to balance your sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system. There's another
Listen
one that
to your
actually increases your
thoughts.
mana bar, but let's start with one. Does that
Alright.
sound okay, Kareem?
Yep.
Okay. So sit up straight.
Right, let's do this, chat. Sit up straight. Okay.
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 So what I want.
Remember when he told XQC to sit up straight, and then XQC just stood up, as if he didn't live in a country where he spoke English. He's like, I don't know what sit up straight means. And Dr. K was looking at him like, okay, we could do something standing up. No, that works. Just rolling with it.
You guys
I love
do-
it.
So your back should be straight. The simplest way to tell if your back is straight is if your knees are lower than your hips. Are your knees lower than your hip?
Wait, what? Your knees lower than your hips? Doesn't that depend on how your... But my knees lower than my hips. I think they're about the same height if your chair is flat, no?
Yeah.
If they're not, you can sit on a pillow. It'll elevate your hips and it'll move your knees down, right?
Hips. It's on hips, guys. Just like with dancing. Hips and shoulders.
So I want you guys to do this. It's kind of
Free
complicated.
him up.
Right hand, thumb out. Two fingers.
Shit, is he throwing up gang signs? What are we doing? Like this? Oh, like banana phone? Is that what we're doing right now? Oh my god, I can't stretch that finger properly. Wait, what the fuck? Why is my finger doing this? Why isn't it... Oh my god. I can't... What the fuck? Stop. I know these nerves are like covering each other, but... Why can't I... It's so hard. What the fuck? If I collapse these two, the third one just goes. Like, just keep it straight. Keep it straight. It won't go. Okay. Oh, you're just trying to do the dog and the shadow puppets.
Fingers. If you go like this, that's totally cool. Don't worry about it.
What
Yep.
the fuck?
Awesome.
Is he doing the okay hand sign? White supremacy?
So then what we're going to do, thumb on your right nostril, plugging it. Block it.
Right nostril plugging it. Okay, wrong hand. All right, we're doing this. Hang on. Oh, I think I have a little bit of a deviated septum though, but I think it should work. Are you guys doing it, chat? Let's go.
And then breathe in through your left. Switch. So block the other nostril with the other two fingers. Yep.
Jesus.
And breathe out.
So much snot.
In. Switch. There you go. And out.
When do we get to breathe again?
In. Switch. And out. In. No, don't switch. In. Switch. And out. Now close your eyes. Eyes closed. In. Switch. Out. In. Switch. Out. And now continue at your own pace. We'll practice for about 60 seconds. Remember to breathe in, switch on a full breath, and then out. Then in through the same nostril before you switch again.
So what the fuck is this supposed to do? My left nostril is clogged, dude. Is it working? Yeah, same.
Go ahead and finish the breath that you're on. Let your eyes remain closed. And let your hands relax. And now feel the person that you are. Take a note of how you feel. Notice that you spend a lot of your day thinking certain things, feeling certain things.
I can't notice anything.
Those things may just be
I'm completely empty right now.
quieter.
I don't think anything right now.
You're still you, but you're a different kind of you.
I'm just a void right now. Weird. I'm void boy. Sorry.
You may also notice that fatigue could be returning. You may be feeling it more fully. It's okay too. Just notice whatever you feel.
Literally nothing. Man, I'm just feeling absolutely nothing. That's weird, actually.
When you're ready, open your eyes.
I feel like I need to clear my right nostril, though.
How do y'all feel?
That was really cool. I felt like during and after, like, a lot more relaxed. I definitely like pretty tired today, but
Where's my 15% ID, dude?
as well,
Come on, ID right here.
just,
Right here.
Yeah, doing
Right
the reading,
here.
it was nice to just like focus on that and just kind of not really worried about anything else for like a moment. So it was a good feeling for sure.
Fuck.
So I'm gonna comment on what Boy said for a
tilting.
second to teach a principle, and then I'll ask the rest of you guys. I want you to imagine how run ragged your mind is when you never give it a break. So much to worry about.
I have seasonal allergies and a fucked up nose. My meditation sounds like a challenge.
Your mind deserves a break from time to time, and it can feel amazing.
What am I?
You guys know how
32.
long you've meditated?
5 minutes, 2 minutes.
That's it, bro. Do this shit for half an hour a day, you will be a different person in 8 months. 2 minutes. You guys know why I don't teach 30 minutes of meditation on stream?
Why?
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Nobody can keep that up. Yeah.
Right?
He's such a
what I want you
boomer, I
guys
love
to
it.
See is the difference in such a small time. I gave you guys a taste before we get you really hooked.
He's a drug dealer, dude. Mushroom
Other
dealer.
experiences?
Go ahead.
For me, it's just like a lot to process the entire little session we had. So even take like a step back and like almost get to like pull the whole thing out of a hat, to, like get a focus on, like only focus on that instead of spreading your focus to all the things we talked about.
Let's go ID.
So this is really important. You guys know why people get stuck? It's because their focus is spread.
Got stuck?
Laser focus is what creates progress. You guys think about, like, y'all are generally speaking good LoL players, right? What's the difference between you and a bad LoL player? When it comes to getting good at life,
These
I would
guys-
argue that the biggest difference
These guys know they're
between
bad.
people who are good at life
Bad
and
player
at
thinks
life
he's good.
is spread attention versus focused attention. If we think about discipline, what is discipline? It's the restraint of your attention where you tell it to go. That's it. So if you practice spreading your attention and focusing it, you'll like literally get better at life, which is what the data suggests. Other experiences?
Spreading and focusing attention. Sure, makes sense.
My mind feels lighter, I guess. Like, there's a lot of, things to process, like you were mentioning, because there was a big topic. So I was, thinking of all the stuff that you've mentioned in the past. And then after the meditation, I feel lighter and I can, like, take in more after the meditation.
Maybe we should have started with it.
I've been a good idea.
Yeah, but that's cool, right? So, like, I think you guys use this word, like, I always ask people how they feel after meditation. They say relaxed, and it pisses me off a little bit. What you are is so much more than relaxed, bro. It's not like you just got a massage. Like, we talk about lighterness of the mind. Like, what is that? It's actually, like, something very specific. Like, if we hear Chris, and he's kind of saying that my mind is now more receptive. It can absorb more information. Like, how OP is that? Just imagine if you were studying.
You're like more alert or
And
something,
you were
I
like,
guess?
oh shit, I can absorb more information now after 90
Receptive?
seconds with this ancient Himalayan technique. And people would be like, oh shit, that's so OP.
Exclamation mark
That's-
paladin? I don't have one for every single class in the game.
But yeah.
What's up,
So
Nikki?
Kareem, you were asking a question, how do I get better at life? You start with things like this. You start by buffing yourself and doing things that are OP, that other noobs don't have access to. And then you crack them, because you're a fucking cheater at the game of life. Any last thoughts or questions before we wrap up? Sorry.
He's making his own game joke. I love how much of a boomer he is.
I'm gonna try the
He's so
3
adorable.
minutes and see
Yeah.
how I feel.
100%,
So can I give you guys a suggestion?
Ooh, ID.
yeah.
Start with 2 to 5. So remember that the brightest candle burns out the fastest. So y'all are pumped? Awesome. Start with 5. Do it a couple times a week. Don't sign up for one day. You're going to do it every day. Unless you're a pretty disciplined person and you can anchor it at some time of your day, then fine. But don't let your enthusiasm, try to string out your enthusiasm throughout the week. It'll work better.
Does anyone have
But
any
by all
experience
means,
with
go for it.
meditation
When you
and
guys are
working
ready for
out? Do you
lesson
do
number
like
2,
before or
okay.
after, or with a break in between? Do you do
Yeah,
like
yeah.
workout then shower then meditation,
guys
or
very
meditation then workout then shower?
Thank
like
you so much for having us.
Thank you.
Dude,
Thank you so much.
This is
Okay.
awesome. I never thought I'd
Appreciate it.
learn so much about life from listening to you guys talk about League.
Never thought I'd
Seriously, guys, good
learn
luck, and
anything
thank
in
you
life
for
from
everything
listening
that you
to a
do,
bunch of
including you.
bunch of
Thank you
nerds.
very much.
You're the Sith Lord amongst the Jedi. I think that's what's actually even more powerful because you're here too. And if people see you make a change, if Boy like,
I mean, he's
turns
a
out to
nerd
be
too.
this inspirational asshole,
We're all nerds. Nerds rule the
no one's
world,
gonna bat
boys.
an eye, 'cause
Any
that's what we
nerds in the
expect
chat?
from them. But we transform.
Workout, then meditation,
Kareem,
then
and
shower.
Then the world is like.
Would
oh,
your
shit.
breathing be? We do it right when you wake up.
Thank you guys very much. Take care.
Workout before
you.
relaxing.
Alright.
Meditate
Yeah.
after workout. Okay, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, how do you feel about yourself? Also, how dare you? You feel